tone. Oh, great
huge
shot!
Huge! That first shot that dropped him, goodness me, and you edging in, and then just a little double tap.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, boys and girls, welcome. Here we are live at the Indigo in the O2 Arena complex in Greenwich, just south of the River Thames by a matter of, 50 yards. And we're all set to get a great night of live boxing underway for you here on Fight Zone. From the heart of the capital, we've got 12 fights in total lined up on this card on Fight Zone tonight. Every one of them is going to be very, very competitive indeed. And we hope for a very entertaining night of action in every possible sense. Starting at welterweight, and we're all set to get underway. 4 rounds. Hamzah Butt against Lee Hallett. It's Butt's 3rd professional outing here tonight. Lee Hallett from just down the road in Canning Town has got a few of his mates in the crowd, even as early as it is. This mid-afternoon start to the live card. There's a lot of other attractions on today, we know that. But I'm delighted to be joined by the one and only Stacey Copeland. Alongside me, Paul Dempsey for the evening. We've got Denzel Bentley, Spencer Oliver, and a cast of superstars who are set to join us during proceedings. But I think it's appropriate we have a word with you first, Stacey. Hello.
Really, really looking forward to this one, Paul. And I think do you know when they announced this concept, both promoters and said, and I think in the initial post it said, anything Frank and Eddie can do, we can do. And I thought, that's brilliant. And what an event for small hall shows, and what a huge opportunity for all of the fighters tonight.
Mark Neilson Boxing, in association with TM14 Promotions, have put this show together. I really like the look of the card. I don't think there's going to be an easy fight anywhere down this. There's no gifts for anybody, supposedly a nominated favourite, still less a house fighter, as Stacey says, the way this show has been put together. And it's a thrill to be a part of it. Live on Fight Zone, opening round in this curtain raiser over 4 rounds at welter. What are you making of it so far, Stacey?
Yeah, I think it's you know, they're just both easing into it. I guess it's not quite caught fire, but you wouldn't expect it to, and it can be really difficult being on first, you know, before the atmosphere has really kicked in. And I think Hamzah Butt has applied himself well so far. This just his 3rd outing, of course. It's almost just over a year actually since he made his debut, so, and he hasn't boxed since last November, so it does that first round you just want to get the juices flowing again, so to speak, and he's doing that perfectly well so far.
Hallett has been in action very regularly.
He's extremely experienced as well. Had over 80 contests, so really knows what he's doing, the Londoner.
I think you've got to be a bit more precise than that with the geography around here, Stacey.
I'm from Manchester, it's all the same to me, Paul. Past Birmingham, it's all the same.
Trust me, Canning Town. That's very different to West Ham even. He did a little skip, I think he probably heard me say that. Canning Town, of course, an absolute heartland of boxing for generations.
Might have been a Canning Town shuffle.
It was. It's probably trademarked.
Good shot to the body there.
He's moving nicely, certainly, Hallett. He's fresh and sharp, and excellent pro. Despite only 2 wins in that 83 fight catalogue of his, he's got a wealth of knowledge, and he's applying it pretty well for me against Butt. I'm with you in the sense that I'm not seeing a very sharp version of Hamzah Butt in this fight, because he's not been in action enough.
A couple of heavy-handed shots towards the end of the round there from Hallett as well, so he's going to have to stay switched on, Hamzah Butt. But I think that the key thing will be, as I say, he's had 2 points wins, almost just a year since his debut, and not boxed since November. So it is quite a significant gap, that, especially at this stage of your career where you really want to be active and getting out as much as you can and building up those rounds. So just perhaps you don't always have the faith in it, in that gas, do you? Because it's one thing training, fight days entirely different with all the nerves that come with it. So we'll see if he feels confident enough to go through the gears as this progresses.
Fons Alexander and Georgi Velishkov have given him 4 rounds apiece. Hamzah Butt.
Seconds out. Round 2.
Perhaps he's working at a pace early on that he's not entirely used to against Hallett.
Of course, the difference is, since he's used to obviously being the away fighter, Lee Hallett, he'll be they're in shape all the time, aren't they, Paul? As we know, they're out every few weeks, so they don't peak as such, but they've always got that really good base level fitness.
We can't verify this, but it may also be the case that he's not fought against a southpaw switcher like Hallett before tonight either. Again, at least in the ring. Maybe in sparring he has.
He's quite enjoying it in there, Hallett, as well.
He is.
Putting in a little bit of showcasing his repertoire of footwork, which is always adds to it, doesn't it, Paul, when the away fighter brings in a little bit of style and their own personality to it.
Well, he's been given the comfort of that, isn't he? He's in his comfort zone really in this fight early on, and I think Butt and his corner would be hoping for a little bit more, even if this is just the fight for Hamzah Butt to ease back in. But Hallett most certainly is able to set himself, create angles, and give Butt 1 or 2 problems to solve, which is entirely as it should be at this stage in Butt's career. But there, he's reaching and reaching, Stacey, and Hallett sees it coming a mile off.
Isn't it, Paul? Because he's out of range there. Just needs to step in with that jab, and the point of doubling it usually is to be able to take that extra little step to get within range, and they'll be looking for him to just find that range and get that distance so he can improve his accuracy, certainly with that jab anyway, as he takes a couple of shots from Hallett, but a good reply from him.
Not out of the question for me at this stage in this fight that Lee Hallett might be saying to himself, this could be win number 3 for me. If he can stay busy, which he's attempting to do, he's just got to hope that some of these shots are deemed to be scoring shot, but that is a scoring shot the other way, and Hallett acknowledges it. Good shot, he says. I've heard that Butt's quite heavy-handed, actually, and that's the first demonstration we've seen of that.
And that might give him the confidence, if that indeed is an indication that he's finding his range now, Paul. Just seen another backhand, he's let it go there. And also, as you mentioned, for some people, sometimes it can be a little bit of a demon, let's say, a little bit of a nemesis in against the southpaw. And sometimes it can take them a little while just to figure out the positioning, and he is starting to find his range now, find his flow, and he's clearly growing in confidence here and catching Hallett on the way in.
Definitely.
Beautiful uppercut.
He's punching through the target, something you would understand much better than I, Stacey. But I think once he first saw Hallett stopped by the initial shot, I think it was a right cross, wasn't it? Since then, in this round, this second round, Butter said, right, if I punch through the target, I'm going to be the dominant fighter. And he's picked that up in every sense in the last minute of that second round. Much better.
And of course, it is a really effective shot that you would look for against the southpaw to land your backhand, but you have to get your feet in the right position to be able to let that shot go and to be in range also. And the two things haven't quite married up for him in the opening round, but we started to see in the latter part of that second round, as we see there in the replay, he got his feet in the right position, got the range and distance right, and then he had the confidence to throw combinations, including that uppercut. Landed a couple of excellent uppercuts in that round as well, so I expect he'll start to become more dominant in these next couple of rounds. This one obviously scheduled for 4 threes.
Well, he is the prospect. He's meant to be the young man on the way up. 26-year-old Butt against the 36-year-old Lee Hallett. It was a very nice start by Lee Hallett, but Butt certainly found the target in the second round and has given himself that basis off which to work and start to look good here. against Lee Hallett, who sets himself a little bit more firmly before he starts to try to crab forward. Slightly different style, but again, that's the beauty of nights like this, Stacey, isn't it? When we see a good, solid, honest craftsman like Hallett, and just the difference in style at the start of this third round by Hallett, having been clipped a couple of times late in the second round. He's planting his feet more, he's slower as he comes forward, and he's saying to Butt, listen, my dancing days are done in this fight, now you're going to have to work yourself a little bit harder.
Absolutely, and he is a little bit marked up as well, Paul, just around his face, so he won't want to take too much unnecessary punishment, of course. Not only because it's that's not preferable anyway, but of course when it's your livelihood.
Correct.
It's within your interest to be as safe as possible.
I couldn't see another engagement on his record when I looked, but no doubt somebody close to Hallett is lining something up for about a fortnight from now, as long as he comes through this one in good order.
And in the number of fights that he's had, Paul, as well, only 2 stoppages for Lee Hallett. So, you know, that says a lot about his durability as well. He does know how to get through the rounds. So he'll make Hamzah Butt work for it. But this is good from Hamzah because I feel like he's up to the volume, and we're seeing him take the centre ring position more now and push him back more than he was in the opening 2 rounds.
Up the volume, and my question off that is, do you want to see him up the intensity a little bit more, the tempo? I know he's thrown more shots, but in terms of the tempo of his work, if he can get into a higher gear, that's when he should show that he is indeed the prospect in this fight, I would have thought. Landing
well with that reverse 1-2 there. Good shots, and he's just seems a little bit more measured and purposeful with his work, but now he does seem more relaxed, more composed. He's just walking Hallett down, and then when he comes in, because he's got his feet under him in that range, just falling short with that one, but he is able to land more frequently. In terms of going through the gears again, it's difficult if he hasn't boxed since November. You just have to have that confidence, don't you, deep down, that you know you can step it up and not find yourself in trouble. Don't want to be in a position where they've not got enough gas in the tank.
Just looking at them when they clinch there, another thing, we mentioned that he looks to me like a kid who's got a bit of a dig, but he's a big, strong kid, isn't he? And he's bigger specimen than Hallett, most certainly. And again, the weight of punches, and it's starting to tell a little bit now on Lee Hallett. End of the third round.
Some good combinations there at the end of that third round from Butt, and when he's able to plant his feet and really get that rotation and that whip, sort of really turn his hip and his shoulder into that backhand, you can tell he can be quite heavy-handed, but creating those openings and timing them right is easier said than done, but we have seen him do it numerous times in this one. He may now mentally as well, Paul. He's got the first 3 rounds out of the way. It doesn't look like he's breathing too heavily. He may well feel confident enough to step up the intensity, knowing that there's just 3 minutes left to go. And Hallett certainly showing signs of having felt a few of those shots.
So Butt didn't fly out the traps, let's put it like that, in our curtain raiser here at the Indigo O2 Arena Complex, south bank of the mighty River Thames. But he's starting to flow a little bit to get to the end of the metaphor. I worked my way around that, weaving my way around London like the River Thames, to be honest with you, but we got there in the end, and Butt, for me, is getting there in the end in this fight against Hallett. Certainly a big change in the approach by Lee Hallett once he was clipped in the latter part of that second round. As Stacey has said, he earns a living by being in there to the end. Stopped only twice in his whole career, Lee Hallett, and he wasn't prepared, for understandable reasons, to take too many risks, and risks being sparked by Hamzah Butt if Butt really clicked and connected. So Butt has to work and work and work, keep the pressure on in this fourth round, show everybody watching on Fight Zone, as well as the crowd which has started to come in here, the Indigo, to show that he's not only the better man in this fight, but that he's going to become one of the better welterweight prospects in the UK.
Sign of an adaptable away fighter as well, Lee Hallett, because in some ways he has adapted within each round, hasn't he? And that's what you're asking them to do, depending on who's in front of them. They've got to adapt to that, haven't they? And they've been slightly different approach in each round. This one, he's been a lot more bullish, hasn't he? He's been taking the centre ring again, like we saw him do in the opening round, pushing Hamzah butt back and throwing plenty of leather of his own. So it's been a much closer round so far, this one, and some heavy-handed shots as well.
And we're not seeing Butt really dominate through the tape here, are we? Not dominate in this short sprint version, 4 rounds. It's been workmanlike for me in this 4th round from Butt without being explosive and electrifying.
We saw then when he had the opportunity to let some shots go at close range there. Good choice of shots, you know, good shot selection, but he wasn't really loading up with them, which is either a sign of mentally just not able to bring that tonight, or physically.
Or probably a combination of both, isn't it, Stacey? Because as you well know, one thing leads to the other, and he has been a little bit workmanlike. Hallett's happy to slow him down even further. Last few seconds. Lee Hallett showing willing right to the end. And again opening up as we saw him trying to do in the opening moments of the fight. That's how he closes the show as well. But it looks like from the other side, this has been 4 valuable rounds for Hamzah Butt against a real good pro in Lee Hallett, who has earned his money as usual. And for only a 3rd professional outing, Hamzah Butt is probably going to feel he's got pass marks at least. What would you say, Stacey?
Yeah, I mean, you can never know what a fighter has been through in, you know, one single camp or building up to that. As I say, we know he hasn't fought since last November. You know, sometimes they could have had injuries, they could have had things going on outside the ring. So it's always really hard to tell unless you've been part of that camp. But I think he applied himself well there. He got the job done, and you know, I think he'd be relatively happy with that performance against a very seasoned journeyman.
About 40 to 36. Still undefeated, Hamzah Butt. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening. Scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the super welterweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Ilias Liokaftos. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Inder Bassi. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the super welterweight division. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your timekeeper at the bell, Mark Shannon, and the third man in the ring in charge of the action, referee Chris Jones. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the blue and white. His official weight of 152.3 pounds. He has a record of 3 fights and 3 losses. Hailing from Guildford, England, United Kingdom, Ilias Liokaftos. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black trunks. His official weight of 152.1 pounds. He has a record of 12 fights, 1 loss, 11 wins, and 1 of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Basildon, England, United Kingdom, introducing Inder Bassi.
Obey my word of command at all times, defend yourselves at all times, all your punches above the waist. Any questions, blue? Any questions, red? Touch gloves, good luck, boys.
So moving swiftly on and up to super welterweight.
Seconds out.
Here,
round 1.
Start to get the action coming thick and fast here on Fight Zone. And it is Inder Bassi from Basildon in Essex against Ilias Liokaftos, the Greek based in Guildford in Surrey. It is Bassi's 13th pro fight. Back in action after needing a little time out to get the repairs done for a cut head, a real tear-up.
Yeah.
Last time.
Yeah, he had a real tear-up in his
Here's
last fight.
Denzel Bentley to confirm all that alongside me. Welcome to you, Denzel.
Yes,
you are our spy in the camp tonight, because I know you've been up close with Bassi, training with him, I understand. Is that right?
Yeah, he trains down the Peacock Gym with us. Really good fighter, really fast hands. He's got a sneaky right hand when he uses it. I think I want to see him use that tonight quite a bit. But yeah, I mean, he wants to get over here nice and fresh. Doesn't want to suffer from another cut because he's got a big fight coming up in about 3 weeks after this. So he wants to just be, get out of this fight nice and healthy, nice and clean.
Indeed, a tune-up tonight, or all being well, a tune-up for Inder Bassi for a scheduled meeting in the big place right next door here in the O2 complex, the big O2 Arena. At the end of July, the Chisora Joyce show scheduled against Sean Noakes, the unbeaten prospect from Maidstone in Kent. And all being well, Bassi comes through this tonight. It's going to be a clash of styles then, as it is early on here tonight. Tell us a little bit more, Denzel, in your opinion, please, about where Bassi is mentally just at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he's been itching to get back out, which is why he's taken this, even though he's got a massive opportunity in just a few weeks' time. So he's in a good place. He's been out for a while because of that cut that he suffered in his last fight. That was a real scrappy fight. Probably got a bit too involved in it emotionally in that fight. So now he's calmed down. He's got his head right. He needs a shakeout. He needs a comeback fight, and this is what he's doing tonight. God, good body shot there from Inder.
Towers above his man, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Outreaching him by several inches minimum, walking him down, stalking Liokaftos. And the sense is that Liokaftos knows that if he doesn't keep busy, he's going to get swamped here.
Yeah, Bassi's massive for the weight. This is at super welterweight tonight, but he actually boxes at welterweight, and he makes it fairly easy. He's a massive welterweight.
Most certainly is.
He's just stalking his man, nice feint. He's not rushing. Doesn't want to risk any injuries or any cuts.
Martin Bowers is in the Bassi corner this evening. You mentioned it, that incredible complex that they work out of there.
Yeah, the Peacock
It
Gym.
was like to me, it was like going into Buckingham Palace the first time I ever went in there.
Yeah, it's a nice gym.
I thought I wasn't smart enough. There wasn't a hair out of place anywhere.
Yeah,
It's
no,
amazing.
squeaky clean. Martin likes to keep everything nice and in place. He likes to know where everything is. Keeps it nice and neat, and it's just us in the gym, so it's quite easy to maintain.
I came away from it thinking, because you know the old tradition with boxing worldwide is make it hard, make it grim,
Yeah.
make it feel
Corners,
like
10
every day is hard
seconds.
work, because boxing's hard work every day. It actually changed my mentality a little bit, because I came out of there thinking every kid
Seconds
who comes
out.
into this gym
Round
is told by
two.
looking around, I need to be mentally razor sharp every day.
Yeah.
Different approach, isn't
Most
it?
definitely, yeah, different approach.
And certainly we're getting full focus here from Inder Bassi. No thought to what might be happening in a few weeks. Just across the way here from the Indigo in the main arena.
Yeah, he's holding the centre of the ring well. He's not giving up much ground, and he's working off his jab. Like I said, I want to see that sneaky right hand that he has, that I've seen in training, I've seen in sparring. He uses against me sometimes. I want to see him use it on his opponent tonight.
Do you mean right hand underneath, or does he go up and down with it?
Over the top is the sharp one, but he does throw it nicely underneath as well. There it is.
There it is. I think Liokaftos was listening to you, because he started to move out the way of it at the very last millisecond there, didn't he? He tries it again to order, but again Liokaftos moves away. Bassi's starting to get into his rhythm here a little bit, isn't he, Denzel?
Yeah, and this is what he needs to shake up the cobwebs, you know, the inactivity. He needs to get back into that fighting mindset rather than a sparring mindset.
Fourth pro outing for Ilias Liokaftos. And I believe I'm right in saying he's actually been out of the ring since before COVID.
Oh wow, that's a long time.
2019 is the last fight on record that I've got for him, against Sen Kelly. That was in Belfast.
Yeah, I mean, COVID slowed down a lot of people's careers.
Correct.
Yeah.
A whole generation for me are about 2 years behind as a result of it.
Yeah, most definitely.
Anyway, he is in shape, but it does look that it's tailor-made for Bassi to put a real good prep fight together here ahead of the showdown with Sean Noakes. Noakes, the bigger version, of course, of Sam Noakes, our fast-rising lightweight star. Can Inder Bassi start to build the momentum in this second round?
Yeah, I was just about. Oh, good shots. There we go.
And out of the ring goes Liokaftos completely. He just opened the stance there, didn't he, Bassi?
Yeah.
As Liokaftos
6,
backed off,
7,
suddenly he set himself to be the puncher, Bassi, and he swept that right hand, the one you've been speaking about, onto the target. Very impressive.
Yeah, I was just about to say I want to see Bassi switch the tempo, increase the, and he done that right before I was able to say it. It was good. That was good to see.
You know better than me, but I'm looking here at a record which says 1 stoppage win, and I'm struggling to understand that, because to me Bassi looks like he can really hit.
He can hit, and that win came from his, you know, seven area title fight. So when it was time to step up the levels and show some character, he got his first stoppage in the first round. He can really hit. Like I said, he's sneaky with that right hand. It just, you know, takes the right person to get it out of him. Since he's been over to the Peacocks, he's been moving well. And of course, before he was competing at the weight above, which might have been the wrong weight. So now he's at the correct weight. But, you know, we're seeing a better version of him.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out.
Liokaftos, I had that sense from the off
Round
in this fight, Denzel, that he might find the pace a bit hot. He's a little bit slow coming out of his corner, isn't he, for
Yeah.
this third round. And again, forgive me, after such a long layoff, suddenly the lights are on, the crowd is in, we've got music, we've got TV coverage, and every little mistake you make can be amplified inside your head.
Yeah, most definitely. you're thinking, oh, everyone's seen that. So you want to kind of stay away from that and not think about the crowd too much and just get on with your work.
So let's see if he can stay away from Inder Bassi, who found the target pretty impressively in that second round once he planted his feet, opened up the stance a bit more and started to let the big shots go. He's got the leverage to do it, hasn't he?
Yeah.
27 years of age, Bassi. People develop at their own speed, Denzel, but I think the question I want to ask you is whether you yet feel that Bassi has worked out what kind of a fighter he is, because to your point, when he goes on the attack, he looks extremely impressive. The problem is, and we just saw an example of it there, he is quite easy to hit if he's not on the move.
Yeah, and I know what you mean. In this fight, he's trying to hold the centre and come forward a bit, so, he's not the usual, being on his back foot and being bouncy, so he's going to be a target at times. All his opponent needs to do is throw a shot and he may land it, where he's looking to be on the attack and let his shots go. In a fight of a higher magnitude, he'll be more defensively responsible. So, yeah, I'm not too worried about that.
You do rate him quite clearly, don't you?
Oh, yeah, most definitely. I mean, I'm obviously going to be a bit biased because I've seen more of him in the gym. I've seen him in the gym. I've seen him do what he does. I've seen him spar different people, and to answer your question earlier, I think he has found the type of fighter he is. He has settled into a style since being at the Peacock, so it is good to see, and he knows where he is mentally and physically.
Liokaftos finds a little bit of haven out of the way by going underneath. Bassi might have continued to press him on the rope, but he is going through his playbook a little bit in this fight with that big event on the horizon, not that far away actually, 27th of July. What's that, 3 weeks?
Yeah, literally 3 weeks.
Yeah. Pace is dropping. Liokaftos chastened by what happened to him in the second round when he went tumbling out of the ring. Bassi's not really been able to exert the pressure in that third round. What were your thoughts on that third round?
Yeah, I mean, I think Liokaftos just, up the movement. He didn't stand still. He didn't settle for Inder to be able to land these shots. He was moving left and right. He just stepping forward at times that would force Inder to go backwards, and then he'll go back again and just keep circling around the ring. I think Bassi needs to find a better way to cut off the ring and slow down Liokaftos, even if he has to go to the body at times. He needs to find a way to slow him down.
Great having you on the show tonight, Denzel. We've been really impressed with how you've rebuilt your career, and hopefully very much that the best days are ahead. There's a cracking middleweight title, or eliminator at least, Commonwealth eliminator, much later tonight here on Fight Zone.
Corners,
top of the bill,
10 seconds.
Bartell against Jordan Reynolds.
Yeah, two good fighters. I've sparred the two of them. Yeah, two very good fighters. I'm looking forward to that fight.
Round 4.
Vacant English Commonwealth silver bantamweight title fight. Lewis Roberts against Ben Lilley. That comes later. That's also a 10-rounder.
I'm sure that's a rematch, if I'm not mistaken.
It most certainly is.
Yes.
You're as well prepared out of the ring as you are in it, aren't you?
I think my homework.
Another 10-rounder later. Super featherweight Southern area title fight. Really looking forward to it, actually. Michael Webber-Kane against Frankie Arnold. I think Arnold will be very well supported. He's another relatively local operator from Hackney, and that's one of the great things about this card tonight. We're guaranteed a great atmosphere later. Yep. The meeting of these promoters, Neilson Boxing and TM14 Promotions. They've thought about this in terms of the ticket sellers.
Yeah, it's a good show tonight. There's some good fights on tonight, and I'm looking forward to it. Like that fight you said earlier, Webber-Kane versus Arnold. Arnold's a good fighter. He was at the old Peacock gym with us, not training with us, but he was using the gym. Good fighter. And Webber-Kane has surprised me through his career. I've seen him a few times when he won I think it was the Southern Area title we boxed for last, and he boxed impressively well, so I'm looking forward to that fight too.
There's been little sign that Liokaftos has got a lot to worry with Inder Bassi.
Yeah, I think he is feeling the pace a bit. I see him breathing with his mouth open. Bassi just needs to not rush his shots and not smother his work. The closer he gets, Liokaftos is just going to hold and, you know, do his best to survive the round.
Just a little nuance there tactically, style-wise, when Liokaftos seemed ready to just drop onto the rope, but Bassi was towering over him because he's such a tall guy there, Denzel. A lot of you guys, you're very good when those situations come. You just drop your knee so that you make sure that your shoulders are going over the opponent in that position, so you don't allow Liokaftos to do what he did, which was to slide away.
Yeah, that's why he needs to give himself just that little bit of room to be able to manage that. He doesn't want to just, like you said, overcrowd him, to allow him to slip under him and you know, get round him. But he's using his height well. He knows he's a smaller man, and he's using that
exactly.
well. Yeah.
Back to basics from the outside, punching that piston-like jab.
This is where Bassi wants to be, just on that outside. He doesn't want to be too close. And he doesn't want to risk any injuries or cuts, so he just needs to just keep that at range. Yeah, just keep that at range. Do what you're doing in the first 2 rounds. Keep that distance, but I think he wants a stoppage now. Oh,
great
good
shot.
right hand.
Best shot of the round.
Yeah.
Right on the bell.
When he's patient, that shot comes off so well.
So forget the scoring of the rounds, Denzel. To this point in the fight, if you were where Martin Bowers is now, what would you be saying to your fighter?
I'd tell him there's no need to rush. There's no need to rush the work. Keep that distance. And as long as you can find that right hand, you can hurt him and get him out of there. You don't have to get too close. You don't have to smother your work, and don't give him the opportunity to hold and kill time and, you know, old man you.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out. Round 5.
So we're approaching the last couple of laps here. Super welterweight Inder Bassi, second fight on the card here at the Indigo in the O2 complex, live on Fight Zone. Bassi has had the best of it by some way. Ilias Liokaftos back after a long layoff. I don't think he's doing badly, given that is the case tonight, Liokaftos.
Yeah, no, he isn't. He's able to hang in there. He's taken a few shots, and he's taken them well. He's finding his way around the ring, and he's getting away from, you know, Bassi's strengths. So yeah, no, he hasn't done too bad.
Moreover, when he went tumbling out the ring,
yeah,
in the round before last, just in that position right there, I was beginning to worry for him, I'll be honest. But he's come through that, shown a good temperament. It'll do him well if he can stay on the move, of course.
Yeah.
That's a great example of what you were explaining to us there, where Bassi might have gone and crowd his man when Liokaftos bent at the waist there, but he stepped back almost to try to cock his right hand as Liokaftos came up, but he couldn't deliver the shot.
Yeah, just a little bit too close. His right hand comes, you know, better when he's at range because it comes straight and over the top. So he wants that little bit of distance. When he's overcrowding, he has to kind of chop it down, then he misses, he goes over the top of, he said, like there, that's the great right hand. From that distance, that's where it works his best. And when he gets too close, he's allowing Liokaftos to hold, kill time, and survive the round after being hit with a good shot.
It's like doing ballet, carrying a bag of cement around this game, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's the question of whether you can land the cement in the right place when it's needed.
When it's needed, yeah.
Great line from the corner there. Don't tell him that the shot's coming.
Yeah.
And in old-fashioned parlance, the tell is just by showing. It's not an actual verbal communication.
Yeah, it's just by showing. It was a good combination Bassi just put together there.
There's that right hand again. The method is good, though. I'm quite taken with this from Inder Bassi. But then again, we are getting to the point now in his career, Denzel. You know, this is his 13th pro fight. I know there have been those couple of setbacks, the bad cut, etc. Yeah. But he's not a 6-fight novice. He needs to be showing that he can just manage a situation and move on from it, which I think he's doing in this fight.
Yeah, no, most definitely. Yeah, he's doing it well at times. Other times, maybe not handling it so well. But like I said, that's that inactivity. Boxing back at this level is hard when you've boxed at a championship level and someone else is opening up and trying to hurt you as much as you're trying to hurt them. And then you come in here and you're trying to fight someone that's just trying to be, you know, spoil your work, be defensive and survive the rounds. It's hard to switch back to that mode and hunt down a journeyman. But he's doing well so far. He's handling it well. I think so anyway. Maybe I'm being biased.
No, I don't think so. It's been a very decent performance, and I must say already, it's very early this evening. We've got a monster-sized crowd in here.
Yeah, it's filled up quickly, but this is what happens when you have a good card from start to finish. When the card is good and, you know, there's the competitive fights early, people are going to want to get into these fights. So it's good to see that the card is, you know, the venue is quite packed out.
Bassi is the boss. Liokaftos, his task tonight, try to hear that last bell on his return from a very long layoff. We never know the full story, but 4.5 years, that's in boxing terms an absolute lifetime, isn't it? So he's come back fit, game, well organised. What I'm seeing here is a guy who's finally decided, right, I want to get paid once a month for doing this as part of my living, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, no, most definitely. Oh, good backhand there from
There's
Bassi.
that, at that range that Denzel has spoken about. It's a very destructive shot, and Sean Noakes, scheduled his next opponent, needs to be careful. He's going after his man, trying to finish this in the last round here, Bassi. Step back, step clean. Gumshoe has come out. In that Liokaftos corner, they were just urging him to try to box his way to this last bell.
Yeah, I don't think they want him to get involved. He's getting hit with some good shots. They want him back in that movement. They want him moving backwards, side to side, and avoiding the right hand of Bassi.
That'll at least waste a few more seconds from Liokaftos' point of view. But he's certainly starting to go after his man a bit more, Bassi.
Yeah, he wants a stoppage.
He's quite quick-handed, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
Denzel.
He's got very fast hands. Very fast hands.
Again, Liokaftos claims his man, and that's a warning. Inside the last minute of the fight, Bassi comes looking for him again. He's on the hunt now, and Liokaftos knows that. Nice idea to throw that little left underneath. It didn't quite come off, did it?
No, it didn't, but it was a good idea, like you said.
Liokaftos is starting to feel the pace, and that's only to be expected. Bassi up on his toes, looking to launch one final big attack. Last 10 seconds of this. Don't think he's going to get the stoppage that he was hoping for in this last round, Bassi, but he's given a very good account of himself here on his return after that serious cut. And an all-round very good evening's work, and he's getting a very big hand from all parts of the Indigo here. the Southern Area welterweight champion, remember. And on what we've seen there, Denzel, this is a man, Inder Bassi, who maybe can think about pushing on above Southern Area level. What do you say?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I think it's about time. He's won it. He's won the Southern Area and defended it. Pushing on for the English, you know, is a great route to go. It's a traditional route, and if he can get through there, then he deserves a shot at the British. But you know, one step at a time, one fight at a time, and if he can get the English title under his belt, that would be a great achievement.
Ladies and
came in his
gentlemen,
first
after
defence
6
of the
rounds
title
of
back in
boxing, we
October.
go to the
Sakib
referee
Khan
scorecard.
was the opponent,
Referee
but he's put all that
Chris
behind him
Dillon
here.
scores the bout 60 to 53, and your winner, Inder Bassi.
A very good comeback from his injury there for Inder Bassi. I think boxing fans around Great Britain will be pleased to know that Ilias Liokaftos is back as an opponent. He did well from the other corner tonight, but in terms of a tune-up there, last word to you, Denzel, could that have been any better for Bassi?
Yeah, it could have been. I know he wanted a stoppage. He started rushing for it a little bit, but he's got the cobwebs off. He's out of the ring now, nice and fresh, no cuts, no injuries, and he's ready to go July 27th, and that's what we want to see. That's the main fight we want to see.
We want to see you back in that co-commentator's chair, Denzel. I knew you'd be brilliant at it. And thank you very much. That was a terrific start from you, and we're very much looking forward to catching up with you later to talk about your own career situation. So, Denzel, Bentley will just step aside for a moment or two. It's going to come thick and fast here tonight on Fight Zone all the way. And the one and only Spencer Oliver steps in alongside me. Mr. Oliver, a very good evening to you, sir.
Mr. Dempsey, how are we?
Great form, thank you very much. Great to be here with you tonight.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant start to the show, actually. Very interesting. Couple of contests just been up, very competitive, and we're expecting
now,
exactly the same here in this third contest.
Opponent to the ring, Finley James. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your timekeeper at the bell, Mark Shannon, and the third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Reese Carter. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the black trunks. His official weight of 152.5 pounds. Hailing from Manchester, England, United Kingdom, Elliot Eboigbe. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the blue with white trim. His official weight of 150.4 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 2 wins. Hailing from West Ham, London, England, United Kingdom, introducing Finley James.
Professionals, know the rules, keep it clean, listen to me and defend yourselves at all times. Good luck, shake hands.
So moving rapidly on here on Fight Zone, our third live fight. It's a 12-fight card in all. It's going to keep on rolling very quickly. 4-3s at welterweight. Here comes Finley James from just down the road again in West Ham against Elliot Eboigbe. And I'm delighted to have the one and only Spencer Oliver alongside me here. Spencer, I'm not going to attempt to join in all the dots, except to say that the fact that Eboigbe has got the words "the enigma" on his trunks does reveal something of the secrecy, if you like, surrounding his background. What we know as a fact is 3 defeats out of 3. He's a southpaw, and he's in against Finley James, who is very evidently a very well-schooled young man.
Yep, certainly is. Finley James, very popular around these parts as well. Sold some good tickets here this evening. Southpaw style, showing nice composure here. The beginning of this first round against Eboigbe, who's very tough but very capable, Paul. Forget that he's 0-3. He knows his way around the ring, this kid. He's been matched very difficultly, so this is a good test for Finley James here at this stage of his career.
Very early stage of his career. Saw his pro debut actually back in November of 2023 at the York Hall, and he backed that up, Finley James, with a second 4-round points win in April against Reynolds Dirce.
Nice work there behind the jab there from James, keeping the distance very well. Snap that shot out nicely, come through with that left cross as well. Good work there. James just holding center of the ring here, just trying to draw Eboigbe in, trying to create an opening, set a trap somewhere, just flicks out the jab again there, just showing good patience, comes through again with that left cross. This is good stuff here in this opening round from James.
Very classy operator indeed. Now, I know he's in the blue and white trunks, but is there a little bit of a West Ham related giveaway? Because we can just see the very top of his cup underneath, and it looks to me like it's a claret and blue West Ham coloured.
Very well spotted there, Paul, but I think you're right. I wouldn't bet against that. I think that we could have a West Ham fan in the ring here in Finley James.
I think so. I'm not quite certain what the reference to the captain is, but we'll try and find out. Maybe he was a captain of one of the amateur teams that he was involved in along the way. But all the evidence of that terrific traditional background and a real classy start.
Yep, brilliant start there for James. Showed great composure for a young man only having his third professional contest. Took the centre of the ring, worked well behind that jab, established the jab very well, controlled the distance well, got through with some good crosses as well, so very impressed. Let's take a look at some of the action in the opening round there. We see the effective work behind the jab, throwing that left cross in as well. Just feinting it up and down, left cross going through again there, but Eboigbe showing that he's got a good defence himself, and he's not just come to lie down himself here. So good opening round from Finley James. Let's see if he can build on that going into this second.
Corners,
the one
10
and only
seconds.
Spencer Oliver alongside me here. This is the third live fight of the night on Fight Zone. I promise everybody joining us, not
Seconds
just
out.
in the UK, but
Round
far and wide
2.
tonight on Fight Zone, that we were going to have competitive action all the way. Some really good matchmaking and thoughtful matchmaking, and this one bears it out. The problem with Eboigbe, surely, Spencer, is he can't resign himself to just being a loser at this stage of his career. He's only 3 fights in, and as you say, he's way too good to be just cast as an opponent for the rest of his working life.
Absolutely. Listen, Eboigbe, you know, you can see here he's come with a bit of ambition. You know, he's not just come to survive as many journeymen do and try and teach these young fighters that are coming through a few tricks, etc. Eboigbe has still got a little bit of ambition. Forget the bad start, that does happen, and he'll be looking to get off and get that first win. So that's exactly what he'll be looking to do, but he's in against a very talented young man in Finley James. We saw in that opening round work well behind the jab, showed great composure, got through with a couple of good left hands as well. And he'll be looking to build on that in this second round. Eboigbe needs to sort of change things up maybe a little bit here, start leading off with his own shots, putting combinations together himself as well, because at the moment, James just seems to have his number.
Love that double jab of his, do you, James?
Yep, beautiful work. He finds the range with that one before letting that left cross go on the back. Good footwork from James as well. But there we see good head movement, just taking his time. As I say, he's brought a good crowd with him here as well today, and you can easily run away with that, get carried away, lose your fight plan, your game plan. But he hasn't. He's stuck to it, boxing well under orders from his corner here.
Frank Reeves is in the corner, and actually also in that corner for Finley James is Tommy Fletcher. Tommy's an outstandingly explosive young talent at cruiserweight at the moment, and don't see that every day, do you? That a kid like Fletcher would be involved as a hander-upper. I love it.
Yeah.
Very old school, that.
Listen, he comes from an old school camp trained by Mark Tibbs. He's out of the Tibbs gym, and we know Mark Tibbs, going back to Jimmy Tibbs, Mark's father back in the day, and they're old school. They do it the old school way, and that's why they get success. They're very disciplined. You know, they work very, very hard, and I think Finley James is a product of that camp.
The way this is going is going to reinforce the early impression. Only his 8th professional round, Finley James, but he is a craftsman, and he's showing us the tools of his trade again here.
Yep, another good round there for James, a round that he was dominant. Elliot, but couldn't really get off with anything. He's not really using his imagination enough for me. I'd like to see him going for it a little bit more now, Elliot, but if he wants to pull himself into this one, a 4-round contest, which is effectively a sprint, he needs to put his foot down on the gas a little bit more, because he's not really doing anything. James is the one dominating, working well behind that jab. It's that old saying, if it's not broke, don't fix it, and that's exactly what James is doing. He's sticking to the game plan. But Paul, what I would like to see James do now is maybe turn the screw a little bit, show us a little bit more. You know, he has gone very safety in those first 2 rounds, and it's been a boxing masterclass.
Corners, 10 seconds.
In those first 2 rounds, but now let's see a little bit more. Show us a little bit more. Start putting those shots together. Give the crowd what they want to see.
Round 3.
Something a little different now.
Got to work harder, they say to Eboigbe as he comes out for this 3rd round.
Yep, and that's exactly what he's got to do, Paul. He's coming forward, hands held high, but he needs to put those shots together, Eboigbe, if he wants to get himself into this. Nice little uppercut on the inside there. James again working behind that jab, finding the range with that jab, keeping the distance well as well, making life very difficult for Ilias at the moment.
I'm slightly intrigued about another element to this fight, Spencer, and before I mention it, I'm going to say it is unconfirmed. However, on record, we have Eboigbe at 159 pounds for his last outing, and that was on the 8th of June against Conor Lynch. Now, that is a very significant drop, isn't it? And I just wonder how comfortable he is, because to me he looks to be dragging his feet around after him a bit.
That's a great shout, Paul, a great shout. And you look at the body, looks slightly dry as well. He looks very tight at the weight, so you know, he would have pulled himself down to take this contest, but he's got himself in that condition. He looks in fantastic condition, by the way, for doing that. But you're right in what you say, he's dragging his feet a little bit. That might maybe just stylistically the way that he is. You'd like to see him turn that back foot round a little bit, come up on the toe, so he gets a little bit more movement and so he can judge the range in and out. This is good work again from James now, just starting to turn that screw, starting now to pick things up. That's what he needs to do now.
And in Finley James's corner, that's what they're urging him to do.
There you go, starting to put those shots together, freeze and forwards. That's what's going to work for him.
One thing about the way he punches as well, Spencer, please tell me if you agree or not. Long levers, short shots, but, you know, if it's travelling 6 inches very quickly indeed, off that leverage, it can be very destructive, can't it?
Absolutely, absolutely, and he seems to judge that distance very, very well. His timing's good, puts a shot selection together very well. There's a lot to like about Finley James. You know, I like to see these young kids coming through, watch their development, and this is a great platform for them to be able to do that. Great coverage for them. But here, for the boxing purists, they'll appreciate exactly what James is doing because of his judgment of distance, his timing. And this eye now starting to swell up of Ilias. That right eye just seems to be puffing up, and that's with the accuracy, I believe, pulled from the jab of James.
And to your point, you know, that ability to judge distance, that's an innate talent that some boxers possess, and I'm afraid some will never, ever get a grasp of, but this kid has got that.
Totally agree with that. That's exactly what it is. I think that that's something that you call a natural gift. I don't think that's something really that you learn. You just naturally, you instinctively judge the distance, the timing. You know, I think the distance is key to everything, to all success. The distance creates the timing creates the speed creates the power. One of those elements is out, and you've always got problems, but Finley James seems to have all that. I know it's early in his career, and we're building him up nicely, but at this level right now, and this is a perfect fight for him against Elliot, who's very tough, maybe not as technically good as James, but he's very tough, and he's come to win here,
10 seconds.
And this is a good fight for James at this stage of his career, but I do like what I'm seeing with him. I think there's a lot to work with. He's only a young man, 21 years of age, so plenty of time, you know, out of the Tibbs stable, and they'll take their time with him, I'm sure of that, and, you know, just let him learn his craft on the job.
Craftsman in the making. Finley James, just 21 years of age.
See him just controlling the distance there, James, just holding that right hand lead out, just looking for the opening, showing patience, looking for that opening there, just screws the shot up there with the right hand, comes through the left as well. Nice work again, technically brilliant here from James. You can see him thinking and making life very difficult for Eboigbe.
And the right eye of Eboigbe is just starting to swell a little bit. Protecting it a bit more, isn't he, with that right?
Yeah, you just feel it's the accuracy of the jab there of James. He's been working that shot so well, and those left hands coming over the top there and landing just like that, right on that eye. And Eboigbe, for the first time, being forced to cover up. He's in a bit of trouble here.
James encouraged to start to go after his man a bit more. Just got a reminder from Frankie Greaves in the corner. Make sure that you do watch out for something coming back if you are going to go forward. Stay covered up, he said. I think he knows that. That jab there, that really studied home, didn't it?
Beautiful shot. You know, he's established that early on in this contest, but he's really, like you say, fudding that shot home. It's like a strong weapon when he fires that out. Again, doubles up there. The accuracy's brilliant. Eboigbe's been struggling to deal with that shot really from the opening bell. Now we've got a minute to go in this fourth and final round. Will James decide to turn it on a little bit, putting the shots together?
Home crowd, etc. Spencer, is he perhaps saying to himself in there at the moment, I want to show my people that I can finish a man?
Yep, it's all about showing us a little bit more of what you've got there. Nice, just drawing back, waiting for the jab, drew back, come back with the left cross through the middle, which was good stuff. Eboigbe's eye now starting to swell quite badly. Again, with a jab, nice work. James just showing us a little bit of that fancy footwork as well.
I think if it was an 8-rounder, Elliot, Eboigbe might have a bit of a problem with that eye, but we're in the closing seconds of this 4-rounder. He's going to see and hear the last bell, which is good for him. Finley James knows he has it comfortably in the bag. A very assured performance for one so young tonight. 21 years of age, Finley James.
Yeah, lovely performance that from Finley James. Established that jab very early on and started landing those left crosses with frequency, which caused the swelling over the eye of Eboigbe. Elliot showing us, though, that he was very stubborn and very persistent himself. He hung in there, never really got any success from that opening bell, but good performance there from Finley James. Like what I see, there's definitely a lot of potential, and it's going to be interesting to watch this young man develop.
No standing on ceremony here tonight. 12 fight card to pack in. Simon Legg is working overtime, getting people in and out. Somebody tells me he used to work in a nightclub the way he's managing this.
36. And your winner, Finley!
Ethan James, sure enough, makes it 3 wins out of 3. And a few more fans have been added to the supporters club tonight with that performance. I'm very much looking forward to seeing his career develop. And there is the towering figure of Tommy Fletcher from Norfolk, part of the camp, a proper boxing student, as he proves by being on the card here tonight. Tommy's such a talented cruiserweight prospect. James is milking it for a moment or two.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled for 3-minute rounds in the light heavyweight.
Right, I'm going to stand down for just a minute or two because another member of our team, a very important person on the Fight Zone crew, Stacey Copeland, is going to come and take over main commentary duties. As mentioned, we've got Denzel Bentley, Spencer Oliver, Johnny Neilson will also be on the show a little bit later on, and it's just brilliant to be a part of it here on Fight Zone. So the next person you will hear from, to coin a very old phrase, after this short interlude, is Stacey Copeland.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, John Robertson. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your timekeeper at the bell, Mark Shannon, and the third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Chris Jones. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the black and red. His official weight of 161.5 pounds. He has a record of 21 fights, 1 draw, 2 wins, and 2 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Poland, introducing Patryk Polasik. And his opponents across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black and green. His official weight of 179.1 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 2 wins. Hailing from Crayford, London, England, United Kingdom. Introducing John Robertson.
Obey my word of command at all times. Defend yourself at all times. All your punches above the waist. Any questions blue? Any questions red? Touch gloves. Good luck, boys.
With a really good start to the action. 3 wins for TM14 promotion so far with Hamzah, Inder, Bassi and Finley James. Can John Robertson get the first point for Neilson boxing?
Polasik hasn't come to play.
Certainly not, yeah, absolutely. JTB, as he's known, a 26-year-old Londoner in the black shorts with green, fighting out of the blue corner, and he's in with Polishman, Polasik, 30 years old. He's in the red and black shorts. 21 bouts he's had. He actually fought a former teammate of mine, Brad Ray, in March. He was stopped in the first round in that one, so he's obviously come out firing for this. Made his debut last May, John Robertson, against really experienced Daryl Sharp. He had a baby just a few weeks ago, Denzel, as well.
Oh, okay. That probably explains why he's been inactive.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
14th of June with his partner Keely. And
congratulations to him.
Creed Robertson.
Oh.
Definitely a boxing influence there.
100%. 100%.
So congratulations to them. This is an explosive start, though. Just his third outing for John Robertson, and he's in against a tough fighter here. Polasik really willing to go for it, isn't he?
Yeah, no, he is. He's swinging some big shots, and he's not respecting the power of Robertson right now.
And that's the interesting part, isn't it? You've got to make them respect that, because otherwise there's nothing to deter them from marauding forward in the way that Polasik is doing in this opening round.
Yeah, no, most definitely. You have to have a little bit of pop in your shot so that, you know, your opponent knows, okay, I can't just walk in there and, you know, be reckless. I'll get caught. And right now, Polasik isn't respecting that. He's coming in, swinging wild shots and, you know, hoping to land the big one.
Scheduled for 4 threes in the light heavyweight division, this one. It's an energetic ring walk with a bit of rock and roll music to get this really sizable crowd here at the O2 Indigo. Yeah, it's a really good crowd, and he had a great rapturous reception as well. Big shot to the body from him there. It's been a difficult first round to sort of to score in a way, hasn't it? Because it's been very stop-start, a little bit disjointed, would you say? Lots of tangles like this, which
it's been real scrappy.
Scrappy, that was the word I was looking for. And there's a cut there. Didn't see what caused that, but
I think it might have been a head. The way that it's a bad cut is bleeding. This to be, it's a bad cut.
Not got a clear view of that just yet. Obviously over his right eye though. But thanks to that curly hair of his, it's difficult to get a real clear vision of it.
That's a bad cut.
Does look it, doesn't it, from this angle? This first round as well, so the corner have got the work cut out with this one for John Robertson. Oh yeah, it's quite deep, isn't it?
Yeah,
it looks that way from here anyway, but they can work magic in these corners, and they're gonna have to work a little bit of magic here, because that could be really problematic.
Yeah.
It's right over his right eyebrow.
It's bleeding bad as well.
It doesn't seem to be bleeding into his eye though, in terms of impeding his vision. So that's something that the referee certainly will keep an eye on, looking for if it's impeding the vision. But it's certainly problematic.
I mean, I think it can have a bad effect on him right now. I mean, the way Polasik is coming out really aggressive, and you know, Robertson has a nice little stance, but I think this is going to make him box differently.
I think it's as well. He's only had 2 fights, Denzel, hasn't he? So I'm presuming a limited experience of this, certainly in fights anyway. You can pick these up sometimes in sparring, but this is something that's part of development, isn't it? Learning how to deal with problems like cuts in fights, and he's got this cut early because of course it's happened in the first round, so let's see how he adapts and how he manages it.
I remember seeing Robertson box before, and I think I might have been co-commentating with Linus at the time, and I think we both agreed he's boxing at the wrong weight. I think he could come down a weight or two, and that's probably what his opponent's looking at, thinking he's not big enough and strong enough to hang at this weight, and that's why he's, you know, starting so aggressively. The cut's bleeding again.
And he is a scrappy style anyway, Polasik, isn't he? So how do you combat? Because this is one of the things you're going to come up against, particularly in these early fights. What do you do to combat someone who's going to make it scrappy and draw you into that type of fight?
That's a good question. I think, like we said earlier, you've got to make them respect your power, but you've also got to be, you know, assertive with your jab, dominant, because he's going to walk straight onto it. You see him there, he goes one way, he comes forward. You give him a stiff, solid jab, you're going to walk straight into it, pop his head back, and he's going to think about, you know, rushing in.
And the thing is, like we saw in that last exchange, he landed a clean jab, then stepped back. Polasik then just launched himself in, but at least he'd landed a clear jab for the judges to see before the clinch. So at least if he can land a couple of clean shots, he knows Polasik is then going to come in and get hold of him, but he just needs to land a few more of those just to make sure.
Yeah, he does. I think you know,
leading profusely now as well, but
good right hand there from Polasik. I think a jab and every now and then a 1-2 down the pipe. I think everything just needs to be straight against Polasik because he's coming wild, he's swinging wild, he's not throwing any straight shots. So if you come straight down the pipe, you're going to land that will.
I'm just hoping there's not a big shot landed right in front of us because you've got a white shirt on.
No.
And we know exactly what happens under white cap. So
keep putting that end of the ring, please, boy.
An umbrella or something will do us, thanks. A poncho, because anyone who's sat ringside, certainly right next to ringside, will know when a big shot's landed and there's a cut, it ends up splashing all over your notes and all over you. So let's hope that's not the case, because the blood is absolutely pouring from the right eyebrow of Robertson. Doesn't seem to have bothered him too much, but certainly these clinches are not going to be helping, because he's going to want to keep it at range and distance just to protect that eye at least.
It's made him throw less because he wants to protect that eye. He's not throwing as much no more because he knows as soon as he lets his hands go, that eye's open. So he's being a bit more cautious with his punch selection.
He really just throws all his weight over that front foot, Polasik. He throws himself in, and so if Robertson can just adjust his feet and step back as he's coming in and catch him, there's a chance that these clinches won't occur, but it's very, very difficult when someone's looking to make it scrappy.
Yeah. Blood spin. He asked me to wear a white t-shirt ringside.
I'm amazed that there's not a speck on the referee yet, because usually in these kind of encounters the ref's covered in them. Well, let's go and have a look now at what is to come, because Melissa Zad has been backstage.
John Robertson, you have a reputation for being one of the most well-liked guys on the circuit, a fantastic ticket seller. How do you make the switch between being the nice guy and then stepping into the lion's den?
Well, I've had this dream from such a young age, and I like to be known as the people's champ. So everyone else I could be friendly with him, but when we get in that ring, you just flick that switch and you just become the animal that this sport is. You have to change, because at the end of the day, it's either you or me, and it ain't gonna be me.
How did it feel walking into the arena tonight, walking towards your third professional fight win?
I like the way you spoke there, third professional fight win, talking law of attraction.
Really,
no, it feels really nice in there. It feels,
the third round scheduled for 4, and he's sustained a deep cut above that right eyebrow from Polasik, and it perhaps has hindered him in the second round, but he's going to have to find a way for that to be put to the back of his mind. And that was better from him, wasn't it? Adjusting his feet and not allowing Polasik to fall in on him.
Yeah, that's it. When Polasik rushes in, just that half a step back. Half a step back, he's going to fall into, some shots, a combination. I think the corner are really struggling to deal with that cut too.
Like he's unsure at times, Robertson, sort of how to initiate his own attacks, and perhaps waiting for Polasik to come in to catch him a little too long. But he does start off with right hand to the body there, but they end up in a clinch again, and a real scrappy affair. And you've got to feel for Robertson in some ways, Denzel, because it can be difficult to showcase everything that you've been working on and that you know you're capable of if you're in with an opponent who makes it this scrappy. But also credit to Polasik, because it's within his interest to make it the scrappy affair that we are, but it doesn't make for great viewing.
No, it doesn't, but it's a fight now. Now it's a fight. It's no longer, good shot there from Robertson, good right hand. But it's no longer, a showcase of, what we've been working on the show, what we've been doing. It's a fight. You've got to dig deep and drag out a win here.
The crowd are actually really absorbed in this one, although, as I say, it doesn't make the greatest spectacle for the purist, but plenty of action, and everyone really getting behind John Robertson, imploring him to go forward.
Yeah. That was good there. He just moved out of the way. and you know, came back round, but he just didn't know how to go back forward to initiate his attack. But he got out of the way of Polasik's recklessness.
He's either got to be able to take that step back and, as you say, find a way to come back in, or pivot and change the angle.
Yeah.
Because it's just too easy for Polasik at the minute just to simply smother him and tie him up. All part of the learning process, though.
Yep.
Different types of problems that fighters pose, and you've got to figure it out. You don't have long to do it, just a minute between rounds, and there'll be a lot of activity in that corner, because in the first round, that's when he sustained that cut that, as you can see, is bleeding profusely. So really difficult in the round to be dealing with a wound like that, trying to get your water on board and take instruction. So big learning curve, this one, for Robertson in many respects.
Most definitely. I think in a fight like this, everything, you know, you worked on in the gym and you wanted to do goes out the window. And it's just like you're just fighting an instinct now, and it's, you know, what you already know, and you know what you can do in your ability. So
certainly are. Well, we've got Dan Morley and Conor Meanwell coming up, and Melissa Zad has been speaking to Dan backstage.
The much talked about return of Dan Morley, 2 years out of the ring. How excited are you to be back?
I'm very excited. It's obviously been a long build up. It's just good to get back now and push on. Very excited.
Obviously there's a massive buzz around your name. How does it feel knowing you have the support of the likes of Anthony Crolla?
It's very good. I mean, Anthony Crolla is managing me as well, so he's looking after me, but it's very good. It's essential in boxing. You need support. You need people to obviously come to the fights, buy the tickets, and you need to be able to sell. So I'm very grateful.
Obviously you're looking to pick up your 9th professional win tonight. Yeah. What can we expect to see from you?
Yeah, I'm just going to go out there and do what I always do, just go out and box. I don't ever put the pressure on myself. There's no game plan, just go out there and see what happens. We train hard, we train as hard as we can, we work on everything. We know what...
Fourth and final round here. Sorry to interrupt Melissa there, doing an excellent job of the interviews. Dan Morley there, he's up next against Conor Meanwell at the super welterweight category, but we've still got this one to be settled, and it's been a scrappy affair, but not lacking endeavour and plenty of effort as well, Denzel.
Yeah, no, I'd hate to be scoring this, but I mean, I'm enjoying it here from ringside. You know, it's very scrappy, but it's a fight. It's a fight.
It's still interesting, isn't it? Because it's intriguing as to, you know, looking at what adjustments can Robertson make.
He's cut on his left eye now as well, Robertson.
He's certainly going to look tomorrow morning like he's been in the fight, that's for sure. I think he's going to be straight to the doctor after this one, having the old stitches.
And we've got a point taken off.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Robertson point deducted for holding. Well, that is interesting.
I mean, I think they're both holding. They're both, like, I don't think there's one person stopping it, but...
No, that's the way that the referee has seen it, so that could certainly change things depending how the judge, or depending how the referee, has this.
Yeah, I think that point off was a bit harsh.
As you say, it seems to be 50-50 in these clinches in terms of who's holding.
I don't think it's one person just holding, but you've got to give credit to Robertson. He's digging deep. He's you know, he's trying to show character. He hasn't just backed off or given up or looked for a way out because of the cuts. He's in there. He's fighting. He's trying to throw shots.
Yeah, and we've got to remember that Polasik has had 21 bouts. This is just Robertson's 3rd, so it's early days for him.
Can't both eyes though. It's got to be horrible. A good jab there from Polasik.
And that's something they're going to have to look at, isn't it, as to, you know, you don't want to be going through your career with many of those, do you? Because accumulatively getting marked up around your eyes, it's not ideal, and sometimes it can be problematic with those cuts opening up and scarring and so on. So this early in his career, cutting up, you know, that badly, it's certainly something they're going to want to keep an eye on.
Especially in a 4-round fight, I mean, he cuts quite easily, so it might be something, I don't know what they can do, but it's something to look at.
Got the opportunity to get the first points on the table for Neilson boxing this evening. First 3 have all gone TM14 Promotions way, as a wild swing there from Polasik, just misses, but he lands with the follow-up jab. Robertson really been in the deep end in this one from the very first bell, as Polasik has just continued to maraud forward and make it a scrappy, difficult affair for Robertson. Both go toe-to-toe in these final 10 seconds, as you would expect, but continues to be scrappy as Robertson just unable to free his hands to let the shots go. And certainly an interesting one, and real celebrations in the Polasik corner there between Polasik and his coach as he jogs his way over to show his respect to Robertson. Two really, really significant cuts above each eyebrow.
I mean, looking at Polasik now, I think, you know, Brad Ray done really well to, you know, stop him in the first round. But then again, Brad Ray looks like a fighter that carries, you know, decent power, so.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Chris Jones scores the bout 40-35. And your winner, Patryk Polasik.
Well, there we go, another win for TM14 Promotions as the Polishman Patryk Polasik gets a win over John Robertson as he jumps onto the corner, onto the ropes, saluting the crowd, and he's absolutely delighted with that one. He's had just 2 wins so far, 18 losses and 1 draw, so a 3rd win for him.
Yep.
And he's celebrating with great delight there, as you would expect. So a win for Polasik, a scrappy affair.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening. Scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the super welterweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Meanwell. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Morley.
So thank you to Denzel Bentley for joining us. He'll be back with you shortly. And now we've got Spencer Oliver back in the hot seat for this one. Meanwell, we've just seen enter the ring. And he's up against Dan Morley, representing Neilson Boxing.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the super welterweight division. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your timekeeper at the bell, John Smith, and the 3rd man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Reese Carter. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the black trunks. His official weight of 150.7 pounds. Hailing from Newark, England, United Kingdom, Conor the Pitbull Meanwell. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's also wearing the black trunks. His official weight of 154.5 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 8 wins, and 1 of those wins coming by way of knockout. He is making his return, hailing from Epsom, Surrey, England, United Kingdom. Introducing Dan Morley!
Right, lads, professionals rule the rules. Keep it clean, listen to me, and defend yourselves at all times. Good luck.
Interesting this Spencer, 4 wins so far for TM14 Promotions. Can Dan Morley register the first win for Neilson Boxing? Man from Surrey is 8-0. 1 win by stoppage. And this is first outing since 2022. So in against Conor Meanwell, the Pitbull. I watched him fight in Nottingham last year against my cousin, as it happens, Dale Arrow-Smith. Been busy since then. He's had 8 bouts, so a real contrast in terms of how active these two have been, or inactive in Morley's case, but both wearing black shorts, of course.
Yeah, Morley will be pleased to be back in the ring after a couple of year absence. I know he's very keen to get his career back on the road. Started there nicely, picked a left hook under the elbow there of Meanwell, which was nice to see. Good positive start here from Morley.
Lovely combination there. Really felt that body shot Meanwell as he punches the canvas, and he is absolutely writhing in pain and does not look like he's going to be able to recover. It was a lovely combination from Morley, and what a statement in his first outing since 2022. The referee calling for the medical team to come and check him over, so of course we do hope that he's okay, and muted celebrations in the corner from Morley, as you would expect. It was a tremendous combination, and then a body shot that brought Meanwell to his knees. He was visibly in a great deal of pain as he just slowly tries to make his way to the stool as the medical team check him over. He's on his feet now, which is a really good sign.
Yeah.
Not much to see there, but what we saw was impressive stuff, Spencer. Yeah. As we see in the replay, that shot that took Pitbull down.
Yeah, let's take a look at the action there. A little uppercut, and there it was, round. He sized that shot up earlier on in the round, actually. He found the spot earlier on, and he went there again, just feinted the little right uppercut through the middle and whipped that left hook round the back of the elbow, landed perfectly, knocked the wind completely out the sails there of Conor Meanwell, who's normally a very durable guy, but he was in desperate pain. Good to see him back on his feet and that he is okay, because there was a worry there for a while. Maybe he would have broken a rib or something, but he seems okay. Very disappointed with himself, but brilliant performance from Dan Morley. Couldn't have wanted more.
Let's get the official announcement from our MC.
The official time, 1 minute and 1 second of round number 1. Your winner by TKO, still undefeated, Dan Morley.
Well, a very impressive statement from Dan Morley. Really good to see that Conor Meanwell has recovered. We'll be speaking to Dan Morley in a moment, but coming up next we've got Louie Muldowney, and Melissa Zad has been speaking to him backstage.
Louie, how are you feeling now that you're getting closer to stepping through the ropes?
Yeah, listen, very excited. I've had a good training camp, probably the best training camp I've ever had, and yeah, looking forward to doing my first 6th round a bit later on.
Yeah, as you mentioned, your first 6th rounder, your 5th pro fight. Yeah. How are you finding your feet in the pro ranks?
Yeah, good. I believe since I've been with Bobby and Con, I've improved a lot, especially this camp. And I believe when I go out there tonight, you're going to see a lot, definitely an improved fighter from my last fight.
Obviously, this is your 2nd fight under Bobby Mills and co.
Yeah.
You're a really exciting fighter, lots of style variation. What can we expect to see from you in the ring?
Listen, I'm just going to go out there, listen to instructions, but I'm sure as the rounds go on, you see what I've been working on in the gym, and it's going to be good. It'll be good.
Best of luck tonight.
Lovely, thank you very much.
Dan, goodness me, you've been out of the ring since 2022, which we'll talk about in a moment, but that is some way to say I'm back.
I wasn't expecting it. I mean, he's never been stopped. He's a proper tough fella. This is at 54. I usually box at 47, and yeah, I felt good. You know, yeah, I'm buzzing.
You put a really nice combination together there. I mean, is that something that you'd seen as a potential, something to exploit in Meanwell? I've seen him fight before. He's durable, he's resilient. So you're saying it surprised you, but presumably it's something you've been working on.
My left hook to the body has always been my best shot. I love Golovkin, I love Mickey Ward, those fighters. Anyone that knows me knows that I study the game. I've always had a good left hook to the body. I've always set it up well. I've never folded anyone I like in the first round, so it's a buzz, but yeah.
It's been a difficult time for you, boxing up and down in many people's careers, and it's a testament to your strength of character because you haven't fought since 2022. How difficult has that period been for you?
It's, yeah, very difficult. I mean, I'm just happy to be back. You know, boxing's a hard game. I put it out there on my social media. I built my following up, but before, you know, I was in brutal fights. I was going to small hall scene, doing it properly. It's tough, you know what I mean? I wasn't able to do it. So I took the break. I built everything up like, on socials. And yeah, I'm back. I've got a good team. I've got Joe Harding, Mick Guilfoyle, Dom McGuinness and Anthony Crawler looking after me. So I'm really happy. I'm over the moon.
And obviously you've made an incredible statement here, so a great crowd. What does it mean to you to box on this show, on this occasion, at this venue, with this support you've got here tonight?
No, it's amazing. I mean, I boxed there on my last fight, which was
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening. Scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division. And now please welcome to the ring, Santiago Garces. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time. Please welcome his opponent to the ring, Louie Muldowney.
Really popular fighter is Louie Muldowney, 4-0, the 20-year-old from Kent. The crowd really behind him. Santiago
Ladies and
Garces in the opposite corner, the Colombian,
3-minute rounds
resides in
the
Southampton.
welterweight division. This bout is sanctioned
set
by
for
the
6
British
threes in the
Boxing
welterweight
Board of
division.
Control. Your timekeeper at the bell, John Smith, and the third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Chris Jones. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the red with white trim. His official weight of 151.4 pounds. He has a record of 37 fights, 5 draws, 4 wins, and 2 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Southampton, England, United Kingdom, Santiago Garces. And his opponents across the ring fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the white and red. His official weight of 148.9 pounds. He's currently undefeated with 4 wins, and 1 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Ashford, Surrey, England, United Kingdom, introducing Louie James Jr. Muldowney.
Well, the noise levels in here have certainly gone up a few decibels, quite noticeably. I was just saying that Louie Muldowney is very popular. Good amateur background, national champion. He's a big personality. He's only fought at York Hall so far, so this will be really interesting from Denzel, because all of us know if you've got used to a certain place, you have a routine, you're familiar with the environment.
Yeah.
It is different, and this is a different setup because we're on stage here and the crowd are below the ring on the floor, but also above the ring in the upper tier seating. So, and Louie Muldowney walked out. He walked out to a huge crowd cheering his name.
Yeah, no, it's true. York Hall, it's
a totally different setup.
Yeah, it's a totally different setup. The change rooms are different and everything. So, this is a different environment for him, and
it's good for the, you know, for fighters to have this experience, because I'm into a different venue, different environment, different setup, different journey here.
Exactly.
All of those things.
Yeah, most definitely.
Change your preparation, but this is a really good start from Muldowney. This one's scheduled for 6-3s in the welterweight division. The Colombian lives in Southampton, just 21 years old, but he's had 37 bouts, so he's experienced. He adopts that wide stance, doesn't he, Denzel? So
yeah. But Muldowney, he's a fast starter, like a sharp starter. He's got fast hands. He's good with that jab. And I think I remember watching his last fight. He had a very good punch selection, and you know, he's got good balance and all. So
he did. This is 5th outing, and we did indeed see him at York Hall last time out. He's changed trainer as well recently, which we'll talk more about in a minute, but this has been a good start from him. He's got that low guard that he adopts at times, but tucking up as well, so he's trying to mix it up. He's mixing up the pace, and as Denzel said, good shot selection early on here, working to the body as well as he continues to walk Garces down.
yeah, like you were saying, him changing his team. I think this is his second fight with his new team, Conor Ward and Bobby Mills. Yeah,
that's right.
He down at the gym in Brixton, and I feel with Isaac Chamberlain, Oli Edwards, and good stable down there.
It's obviously working, because this has been a good opening round for him, and interestingly, Garces has actually fought Michael Webber-Kane, who you're going to see in action later on, facing Frank Arnold tonight for the vacant English and Commonwealth silver bantamweight title. He was beaten by Michael Webber-Kane on points last December, but a nod to the calibre of fighter that Garces has been in with, so knows his way around, and he's having to get on his bike a bit here against Muldowney as he continues to push him back.
Yeah, Muldowney's just coming forward, you know, throwing some good shots, mixing up as well to the body and the head. I think this is the first time I've seen them tied up, but you know, Muldowney found his space against good jab to the body.
Crowd relatively pleased. I'm sure they will be in the Muldowney corner as well. And of course, the bigger picture in this Promoters Collide special show is that we've got 4 wins for TM14 and just the 1 win for Neilson. So Muldowney little bit of pressure
Yeah.
to bring it to 4-2 if he can here.
I mean, I think because the last one was a stoppage, it gave them an extra point. So it's showing us 4-2 now. So if he can get a stoppage, it evens it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out, round
two then. As we get underway, Ginge Jr. in gold on the shorts of Muldowney. Working that backhand now. It's finding its target as well.
Yep, it is.
As Garces just trying to tuck up and stay on the move. He's not been able to land a great deal of his own though, Denzel.
No, he hasn't. Muldowney's been pressing the pace and kind of landing at will here. But like I said, when you're switching the attacks, it's hard for you to figure out what shot you need to defend.
Lovely work from Muldowney as he pushes Garces back, has him up against the ropes here. Just gets a little bit tangled, smothering his work, but good work to make his way in. Nice sharp jab at range. Down to the body as well, good from Muldowney.
Muldowney's keeping that distance nice. He's got that nice solid base. He's got a good balance. Working everything off that jab. Good shot. A left hook to the top, then right back down to the body.
And I like the way that when he has the opportunity, Muldowney, he will put some combinations together, and there's a bit more ferocity there, isn't there? But without being reckless.
Yeah, without being reckless, yeah, most definitely. Not caught with a right hand there, but he's been boxing really well. He's been very disciplined.
Nice backhand.
That's the confidence. You can see the confidence in him. He's boxing with loads of confidence. At times he'll drop his hands, he'll pick it back up.
He's technically a really sound fighter, isn't it? Which is,
most definitely.
What we'd expect somebody with that amateur background, having been a national champion, is.
But he's still only 20 years old, and he's boxing really mature.
Muldowney corner encouraging him to let them go, which means just let your hands go. Which often better to be in a relaxed state. You're going to let your hands go. Sometimes when you tense up, you can't get that flow that's needed to really put those combinations together. Just measuring the distance with his jab there, Muldowney, and found his range, and then
good left hand to the body.
You could really feel that one sink in, couldn't you? Certainly from ringside, you can feel them sometimes. Those body shots. Good couple of opening rounds from Muldowney here.
Yeah, most definitely.
Lots of action on the way this evening on Fight Zone TV. Got a title eliminator and 3 titles on the line this evening.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Plenty of action to look forward to. Denzel Bentley and Spencer Oliver,
seconds out.
Part of your commentary team this evening. We've got special guest Johnny Neilson here as well, of course. We're speaking to him shortly, but this is a ferocious start in the 3rd round for Muldowney as he goes to work.
Yeah.
Seems to be an added intensity in the opening stages of this one.
Yeah, I think his corners let him know that he's really hurt Garces, and he should just step on the gas a little bit and see if he can break him down and get him out of there.
Doubling up the jab. Just to set up that backhand as Garces. Nothing too heavy there, Denzel, but just the sheer volume and maybe a little bit of tiredness kicking in as well, which...
Yeah, and a combination of Garces not knowing where the shots are coming from.
Well, Muldowney not giving him a second to breathe as he's straight over to Garces, applying the pressure, loading up, some heavy shots landing here. Needs to create the space. Garces just trying to fire back. Got to be careful here, though.
Oh,
good work from Muldowney, yeah. Lovely shot. Just pushing him off to try and create that space needed to let those hands go. Little layback there allows him to fire off a couple of shots. Big shots landing to the head. The referee, a close eye on Garces here, as he shipped a few big shots in the last couple of sequences. Muldowney poised, ready to fire that backhand. Tapping away with that jab. Waiting for the opportune moment. Really started this third round with a real intensity, as a nod and a smile from Muldowney to Garces as he attempted to mount an attack of his own. He's done well weathering the storm so far, though, Garces.
He has, but he's a little bit unsteady here. The shots are coming from everywhere. He's just, he can't afford to let his, oh my, good left hook there from Muldowney.
Big shot with the head round from Muldowney as he pushes him back.
Oh, Garces
trying everything to fire back here and hold on. Referee separates them. Muldowney will go straight back to work. Straight on top of Garces, uppercut. Follows it up with a hook. He's varying the shots now. He's enjoying himself in there, Muldowney. Able to put shots together.
Good shot there from Muldowney as well, again.
Heavy shots landing here. Referee, a very close eye again on Garces, as the two just in a clinch here. You do feel it's a big ask for Garces to go another 3 rounds of this pressure, should Muldowney be able to sustain it. Last few seconds remaining of this one, and the crowd really enjoying it, as Muldowney just firing off the final few shots. Well, we've got Sonny Boy Hardy coming up next against Kasey Bradnum, and Melissa Zad has been chatting to him backstage.
Sonny, good to see you. Fight night here at the O2 Indigo. How are you feeling?
Great seeing you. I'm feeling good, feeling ready to go.
Obviously, you have such an exciting, fan-friendly style, trained by Kevin Mitchell. How important is it for you to put on a performance for the fans?
Every performance is important for me, especially for the fans. They want to come and watch, they want to be entertained, and I'm here to entertain.
Obviously, this show is inspired by the 5v5 out in Saudi, which you were out there for.
Yep.
How exciting is it for you to be taking part in this?
Yeah, it's another day in the office for me. I'm looking forward to getting in there, getting the job done, and getting a couple of points on the board for TM14.
Best of luck tonight.
Thank you very much.
So, Sonny Hardy looking relaxed, but underneath that relaxed exterior will be all that adrenaline pumping through his veins.
Yeah, most definitely. But Sonny Hardy, he's quite a confident person.
He is.
The way he boxes, you see that he's got.
It's a real pleasure to watch when he's in his flow state, isn't he?
Yeah.
Expressing himself. But Muldowney here then in the 4th round. This one's scheduled for 6 at welterweight. Started the 3rd round really explosive manner. A bit more composed in this one, as he just works his way towards Garces. He's used that jab really effectively tonight, I think, Muldowney, because sometimes it's been a little double tap to find the range, sometimes it's been a stiffer jab to bring his feet in, but
yeah, it's been good. That's why I said
variation.
At 20 years old, yeah, good variation of jabs. I mean, at 20 years old, you don't really see that, so I'm really impressed by what I'm seeing tonight. This is a much better performance than his last one, and his last one was a good performance too.
And every now and then, Garces does throw a couple his way. There's not been a great deal for him to do defensively, Muldowney, but he's had to stay switched on, because every now and then Garces has caught him. This will happen, of course, in these contests, that they ebb and flow. You can have a round that's really ferocious and then one that's just a little bit more measured.
Yeah.
Certainly seems to be the case in this round and the previous one, but as you will know, any minute it can ignite.
Yeah, sometimes you just need a round to, not a round off, just to slow down a little bit. You still control the pace and, you know, control the round and win the round, but just, you know, just not be explosive, because there's another 2 rounds after this. So he probably just settled in a little bit, just thought, you know what, go back to, you know, controlling the fight with the jab and walking him down, and then maybe in the next round we might see him come out explosive again.
There's not been a moment yet in this contest where Muldowney hasn't been in control. I'm sure he'll be pleased with that. He's certainly controlling the pace.
I like the way he switches the jab upstairs and downstairs. It just confuses Garces. He doesn't know where to defend, and because he can't let off the shots he wants to let off.
I think he's varied the jab really well tonight.
Yeah,
I totally agree. I think that's one of the elements that's made it difficult for Garces to get the measure of him. Steady round for Muldowney, but as I say, in complete control throughout. Couple of swings there, just missing. It's been a good performance though.
Yeah, definitely. I think that so far. He's used the jab well, variation of shots. He's gone upstairs and downstairs, head and body. He's not just head hunting, which is good to see. He's thrown some good body shots as well, down to the left side and the right side.
And of course it's important, isn't it? I mean, sometimes you don't have a choice. It's, as they say, you've got to win ugly, you've just got to find a way.
Yeah.
And either that's the level of experience you're at, so you've got to just do the best with the, you know, the experience you've got under your belt at that point.
Yeah, most definitely.
But ideally, you want to look good doing it, don't you? And sometimes it can be really difficult to do against away fighters, like we saw earlier with John Robertson and Polasik. And Polasik getting the win, of course, tremendous effort from him, but did make it a scrappy affair, and you do want to look good. And Muldowney's done that so far.
Oh yeah, it has. And sometimes if you're not, like, you know, level-headed, it can sway your performance, because you've got a big crowd, especially if you've got your solo tickets. You've got a big crowd. You know, you want to make it worth their while. They're coming to support you. You want to look good. You want to impress. And, you know, they're getting live coverage, so they're going to want to impress. But he's done that. He's impressed, and he's kept his composure, and he's looked good.
He's really upped the gear here, Muldowney. Yeah. We had a controlled last round, but certainly plenty of gas in the tank for Gins Jr. as he goes by.
Yeah, doesn't want to get careless though.
And that's what we were saying earlier, wasn't it? Gar says he can just pop up with one of those, tend to be those hooks coming from that angle out of your line of vision sometimes, in that case an uppercut as well. So, but that's good because it keeps Muldowney switched on.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. He knows it's not a walkover job, something's coming back.
Just a little reminder that he's there and he's in a fight. He's got to take care of those defensive responsibilities, but back behind the jab now, Muldowney is stand up in a little bit of a clinch. Referee telling him to watch the heads as he separates them.
Here we go, Muldowney just applying that pressure. He's pressing. He wants the stoppage tonight. Oh, good shots there.
Good work there, and it was nice how he just adjusted his feet there afterwards as well, which made it difficult for Garces to reply. He's pushing forward Muldowney, and at times just looks impossible for Garces to stop, because he just doesn't, although he does pop up with those shots sporadically, he doesn't have the power to keep Muldowney off him.
Yeah, he doesn't.
He's trying to rely on his ability to tuck up and keep his upper body moving to make it a difficult target for Muldowney. He's got to rely on that. Served him well so far.
Oh, good left hook on top of the head from Muldowney. That's where he's got to be responsible again. He just pulls back up a little bit too high, and then Garces throws a one shot and he might land it, so he's got to be careful there.
Good work again with the jab from Muldowney. We've said sometimes doubling it up, sometimes to the body. Seen a couple of stiff jabs there as he
Good
flurry of shots there. Most of them landed as well, which is impressive.
Yeah.
That was a really interesting round, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it was.
Entertaining.
He came back fiery. He had a round where he was slowed and controlled, and he thought, you know what, I'm going to switch the pace again and see how, his opponent responds. And it was a good round from him.
Final round coming up of this one then. And then with Sonny Hardy and Kasey Bradnum. Sonny Hardy boxes for Kevin Mitchell. He'll get a great reception in here. He has a really good following. He's a big personality, likes to express himself in the ring. And we've got Oli Edwards. He's 10-0, stepping it up a level against the Dutchman, Bas Oosterweghel.
Corners 10 seconds.
Of course, we've got 3 titles on the line still to come here on Fight Zone TV. Denzel Bentley and Spencer Oliver part of your commentary team this evening. Final round then for Muldowney. Good performance from him. Do you think he'll be wanting to get the stoppage here? Do you think looks like he's got that in his locker?
Yeah, I think he wants it. I think he can sense it. He can sense he can hurt Garces, and he wants to really push the pace and get him out of there. But Garces is doing well to just cover up and survive the rounds and not get knocked out.
Just trying to stay on the move, Garces. Trying to keep being a moving target, but Muldowney is able to find the target, and it did seem to wobble the legs of Garces a little bit. I think that was because he was slightly off balance. Tends to adopt that wide stance. He didn't quite have his feet under him, but Muldowney, nice stiff jab again. Yeah. Rocking the head back of Garces. Follows up with a 1-2. Nice clean work. And he's done a good job here, Garces, because this has been almost, although at different levels of intensity, relentless pressure from Muldowney. Yeah,
no, it has been. He's been pushing him back. He's been holding the centre of the ring well, landing combinations, just, like I said, I keep saying head and body, and been throwing big flurries.
Crowd are loving this when Muldowney puts a few shots together. Puts the pressure on Garces, they're right behind him. Paying for that stoppage. Doesn't always come though. Really difficult to find those clean shots. Garces done a really good job defensively in this contest.
He has.
Been up against it, against Muldowney, because it's been a really good display from him in his 5th outing.
Yeah, it has, and I'm really impressed with what I've been seeing.
Oh, takes a big shot from Garces there though. Dropped his hands for a moment and switched off. Gonna have to be careful here with a minute remaining as they both go toe to toe. Both landing at close range. Just gonna have to be a little bit careful here, Muldowney, because Garces knows it's close to the end here and he's willing to trade with him. Good work from Garces, putting a few shots of his own together. Full shorts there though, with sheer exhaustion really, as both taking a moment to take in a few big gasps of air and then perhaps get ready for a big finish. Muldowney, I think, has just sustained a little nick, as there seems to be a bit of a blood coming from
his left eye.
His left eye. Last few seconds remaining, the crowd on their feet screaming. Muldowney taking a few shots as he loses his shape and form a little bit and just gets caught in the moment. And that, of course, is what can happen. He has sustained a little cut there towards the end, which is something they'll look at and they'll tell him, that's not what we want.
Yeah.
You've got to be a little bit careful towards the end, but who can blame him, because the crowd were really, really behind him there,
and that makes you fight harder when the crowd are, you know, roaring. It gives you that little spurt of energy.
We can all say, be measured, be careful, but when your adrenaline's pumping and you know you've got this crowd behind him and you're desperate to put on a big performance, it can of course happen.
Yeah, most definitely. But you know, getting right at the end of the fight, that could be really annoying.
Well, if you're at all interested, it is 1-1 in the England-Switzerland game. England have come behind, from behind.
6 rounds of boxing,
equalised,
we go
so
to the referee scorecard.
That one,
Referee
80 minutes in, so
scores the bout 60
looks like it'll be an exciting final 10 minutes in that game. But here we are with the final result for Louie Muldowney and Santiago Garces. A win for Muldowney, and the crowd really enjoying that one. Good performance from Muldowney. And that also means it's another point for Neilson. 4 wins for TM14 and 2 for Neilson. Muldowney was taking a moment to enjoy and celebrate and have photographs with his team in the ring. Good performance from him. Plenty on the way here on Fight Zone TV as we look back at some of the highlights of Muldowney's performance. Nice clean work for the majority of it. And we'll be speaking to him ringside in just a moment. Louie, really good performance. Talk me through it, because we were impressed ringside with how you managed that fight in terms of you chose when to up the intensity, you were dominant and controlled throughout. Talk me through what your plan was and how happy you were with that performance.
I'll be honest, I wasn't overly impressed. I got dragged into a little bit of a fight. And anyone comes and watches me spar knows I'm a lot slicker on the back foot. I like to counter my punches, but when you got someone like that who ain't throwing load, I've got to apply the pressure, and I got brought into a little bit of a fight. But listen, apart from that, I'm happy to go get a 6th round under my belt, and I thought I could have got him out of there potentially.
Absolutely, and when you applied the pressure, sometimes, as you've just said yourself, it was really clean technical work, sometimes lost your shape and form a little bit. But we were saying, this crowd, how could you not want to put a performance on for them? You got an incredible reception, and they were right behind you every single second of every round.
Can he hear this or not? Can he not hear? Can the crowd hear this?
No.
Well, listen.
Well, make sure it's good, because they can hear it on Instagram after.
Once they listen to this, I want to say a big, massive thank you to everyone that came out and supported me. And yeah, listen, I'll go back to the drawing board, keep improving. And yeah, listen, I'm happy to get a 6th round on the belt, but most importantly, I'd like to say thank you to everyone that come out today, and big thank you to all my sponsors.
Well, everyone really enjoyed it. Well done. Really looking forward to your next time out, and a new venue under your belt now with the Indigo. Well done.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening. Scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the lightweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Kasey Bradnum. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Sonny Hardy. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the lightweight division. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your timekeeper at the bell, John Smith, and the third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Reese Carter. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the blue with white trim. His official weight of 143.9 pounds. Hailing from Harwich, Essex, England, United Kingdom, Kasey Bradnum. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, he's wearing the blue and gold. His official weight of 138.8 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 5 wins, and 2 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Wickford, Essex, England, United Kingdom, introducing Sonny Hardy.
Well, he said that Louie Muldowney was a real popular character, and so is Sonny Hardy, the instigator. 21 years old, the man from Essex, 5-0, coached by Kevin Mitchell, who met him as a 12-year-old kid and told his dad there and then he'd coach or manage him if he went pro.
Seconds
Here
out,
they
so
are.
round 1.
He's had an amazing experience recently out in Saudi, helping Joe Cordina prepare for his fight with Kakachi, and you can see already that has set him in great stead for this one, Denzel.
Come straight out, took the centre of the ring, landing nice, sharp, hard shots.
Lomachenko is Hardy's inspiration, which is why he tends to go with blue and yellow for his kit a lot of the time. He's got some snazzy tassels added into the mix on this occasion as well. He's a really nice fighter to watch, really entertaining.
He is.
Clean work.
Yeah, very clean work. He's technically sound, and he has a good level of aggression when he's boxing. There's a lot of spite in his shots. You could see when he throws these shots, he wants to really hurt you, and that's kind of always good to see from a fighter. That nastiness.
And that level of sparring that he was having in last time he was at York Hall. He was just a couple of days after that he was due to fly out to Saudi to help Cordina prepare, and he was really looking forward to it. And if you're following him on Instagram, you'll have seen those photos of him mixing it with the best out there, and that really helps, doesn't it, that level of sparring?
Oh, most definitely, especially if you're holding your own. It gives you that, a good sense of confidence, like, I'm in there, I'm traveling the world to help a world champion, get ready for the world championship fight.
Really good work here from Sonny Hardy in this opening round. Kasey Bradnum got his work cut out here. He's had 21 fights, lost 20, stopped 3 times in those 20 losses. And that level of sparring, not just the sparring, but being in camp with a fighter at the level of Cordina, you learn so much, don't you, this early on?
100%.
How do they do things? How do they prepare mentally? What team have they got around them?
Yeah, it's
lifestyle choices.
Yeah, exactly.
There's so much that you can take in.
The professionalism from someone of that level, like, it makes you realise, okay,
see where you want to be as well,
exactly,
don't you?
yeah.
If you either think, no, don't think that's for me, or you think, I want to
be there, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's either this is too much work, or is it, what, I can get there, I can do this too. Bit sneaky in the clinch there though from Hardy. As he's in the clinch, he's just tapping on the legs of Bradnum.
Yeah, I've noticed that. It can't count as a low blow, but he's just...
Yeah, he's just dead in the legs of him a little bit.
Not actually throwing a shot, is he? He's just doing sneaky work. Well, he's called the instigator. Living up to his name, might be having a word here, though, the referee. Might have heard you.
I better keep it down, jeez.
Lovely sharp jab from Sonny Hardy.
Ooh,
lovely work with that lead hand. He felt those, did Bradnum. Just ties him up. And he'll see this first round out, and that's been a really good first round from Sonny Hardy. And it isn't unknown for Kevin Mitchell's fighters to like getting in the mix of it, is it?
Yeah.
Much like he did.
Exactly. He's given him that fire that he once had. Sonny Hardy, he doesn't need to get into a scrap because he's such a clean boxer, but he enjoys it. He likes getting in there, and that makes it exciting for the fans to watch.
And in a way, it's good to know that he can do that, isn't it? Because sometimes you will need to do that. I mean, ideally, as we said before, you want to be clean and technical and all of that, but sometimes, you know, you are going to need to...
Yeah, a fight breaks out, and now it's a fight. You got to get gritty, and you got to get nasty, and you know what I'm saying? You got to get rough, and he can do that. He does it at will. He does it for fun. So, yeah, he's on the safe side of, you know, that sort of stuff.
Drop it in your locker. It's good for your opponent to know as well. If you want to go there, I'll go with you.
Yeah.
Attempted a fast, sharp start there, Sonny, but Bradnum's just tied him up, which, of course, is something that he will look to do here to try and prevent himself from taking too much punishment. Throws a couple of good shots himself, though, Bradnum.
Oh, good
Wonderful lead shot there.
2, 3,
Bradnum down.
4.
Seems to have recovered fairly well. He's back on his feet.
7, 8.
But he walked right onto that one, and he was met with a really, really sharp, heavy lead hand shot from Hardy. And he wastes no time in trying to capitalise on it. Pushes him up against the ropes. Finds himself in a tangle here. Bradnum now is aware of that power of Hardy. Referee asking Kasey Bradnum not to hold him, but who can blame him, because lots of time to go in this second round and already found himself on the canvas. Just got to make sure he doesn't force it here, Sonny. And
yeah, I think Hardy needs to get back to the work that put him down in the first place. Just off that jab, nice stiff jab. Doesn't need to rush his work.
The timing of that shot was perfect as well, Denzel, wasn't it? Just as he came in, he was met with that really forceful lead hand of Hardy. Just took his legs from beneath him. Really, really tough night's work here for Bradnum as he
1 minute and a half
another
to go.
couple of big shots, including that huge backhand from Hardy as he... Referee just looking into the eyes of Bradnum, making sure he's okay to continue. He deems that he is, so we're back underway, but finds himself down again. I think he just got tangled there a little bit and lost his footing, but huge shots here from Sonny Hardy, heavy artillery going in, and I think the referee will be having a really good look at him here.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Ref's giving Bradnum a lot of chances here.
Certainly is. Hardy isn't, though, as he comes straight in again with big shots. Referee's seen enough. Really good performance from Hardy as he jumps on the ropes in the corner here, celebrating with a passionate following, and rightly so, because a devastating performance all in all there from Sonny Hardy.
Yeah, no, most definitely. That was a good performance from Sonny Hardy. He done everything so clean. He came out with his jab, had a nice, solid, powerful jab, and that's what put him over the first time. He did rush his work at times a little bit, you know, looking for that big right hand, but overall, a good performance from Sonny Hardy.
Just soaking up the atmosphere, Sonny Hardy. On the screen here, you're seeing the replays of those highlights, but in front of us here, he's just leaned over the ropes, a broad smile from ear to ear, enjoying this moment with the people who've come to support him. Very different setup to York Hall, where we saw him last time this, at the O2 Indigo, is you've got two levels. You've got the upper tier where fans are seated above the ring, a little bit similar to York Hall, you could say, but then, since the ring is up on the stage raised up, you've got fans on the floor beneath. And Sonny Hardy's just made his way over to us here at ringside to say, tell John Trethaway, that is,
Ladies
he's
and
welcome
gentlemen, the
for the 2
time,
points.
2 minutes and 23 seconds of round number 2. Your winner by TKO, Sonny Hardy.
good performance from Sonny Hardy then. We'll get his thoughts on that ringside in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening. Scheduled 8 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. And now, please welcome to the ring, Bas Oosterweghel. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Oli Edwards. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your timekeeper at the bell, John Smith, and the third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Chris Jones. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the black with burgundy trim. His official weight of 169.7 pounds. He has a record of 9 fights, 2 losses, 1 draw, 6 wins, and 3 of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from the Netherlands, introducing Bas Oosterweghel. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black and red. His official weight of 163.4 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 10 wins, and 3 of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Kent, England, United Kingdom, introducing Oli Edwards.
Obey my word of command at all times. Defend yourselves at all times. All your punches above the waist. Any questions blue? Any questions red? Touch gloves, good luck.
So on we go, everybody. Fight Zone and TalkSport live coverage from the Indigo here in the fabulous O2 Arena complex by the banks of the River Thames in the heart of London. A fantastic crowd, and we have been rattling through this show. Here we are into fight number 8 live in scarcely 2 hours on the air tonight on Fight Zone, living up to the hopes in every sense. Oli Edwards against Bas Oosterweghel at super middleweight. Edwards 10 straight wins from Sheerness in Kent. There's a big question mark over the middle part of his career, rejoined here by Spencer Oliver on commentary duty. Spencer, the problem is he started so very promisingly, and now he's picking up the pieces, but to me there's no doubt at all that he's picking up the pieces and putting it all together rather well, isn't he?
Said that he was going to put in a great performance, so looking forward to this one. Oosterweghel is very, very tough. This is a step up in opponent for Edwards, and he started this one well.
A sense that he has the power, even if it's not demonstrated by the knockout percentage on his record so far. But I think you feel that this is perhaps the most even money fight on the whole card tonight.
Absolutely, you know, as I said, this is a step up for Edwards. He's gone up first time he's boxing an 8-rounder, and he's, like I say, he's looking to impress here. It's not just about winning against Oosterweghel. who's very, very tough. Comes with a good record himself, only a couple of defeats out of the 8 contests he's had.
And another thing, Spencer, he's young enough to be hungry, isn't he, given that he only turned pro May 2022. Another in that age group, incidentally, 23, 24, 25-year-olds whose career progress, and indeed even their debut in the pros, might have been delayed by a year or two by the COVID.
Absolutely. So it is time to push on. Edwards, 29 years of age, so he'll be looking to push on. He'll be looking for title contention sometime, probably back end of this year. He'll be looking to pick up some form of title, so it's a must-win fight here for Edwards at this stage of his career.
Stop Robbie Chapman, correction, points win Robbie Chapman.
Whoa, big right hand there, and Edwards was stunned. He was caught badly there. The legs just turned to jelly, and he's done the right thing by grabbing hold, but Oosterweghel landed a big shot there, Paul.
And the uppercut, he can't seem to miss, and again, he's holding on in there, Edwards. I don't know how many crises he's been through in his 10-fight pro career, but this shapes to be one. He's completely misshapen, isn't he here, Spencer?
Yeah, he's definitely shaken there, and that bell couldn't have come quick enough there, Paul.
Big blow at the end of the round. Oli Edwards knows. I always think that that's a good sign, because at least he's compos mentis. He walked back in a straight line, and he has gone back for a rethink in the corner along with his team.
Yeah, let's take a look at the action in that first round there. Edwards with his hands held high, just looking for the openings himself, and then there was the right hand, and we see the legs just stiffen there. There over the top, the legs just buckled. He done a little dance. Done well to stay on his feet actually there, Edwards, but he's gonna need all of that 60 seconds in that corner now to recover.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Also, that right uppercut for Oosterweghel looks a really menacing weapon. So they have a lot of issues to address early on for Oli Edwards here tonight. Remember, the unbeaten fighter coming in. Oosterweghel has lost twice in his 9 pro fights. You've got to come through the crises, Spencer. You know that at every step on the road upward.
Yeah, absolutely. This is all part of the development, and you have to come through those sort of crises when you're going in, stepping up a level. Edwards knew that he was stepping up a level here against Oosterweghel. Oosterweghel, like I say, is a very, very tough opponent, and he will fancy his chances here now, and you can see that by the way he's holding his ground here in the second round.
And I will add, at this point of proceedings, we're halfway. I told all our listeners and viewers on Fight Zone and TalkSport right from the get-go here today, Spencer, that we were going to have very competitive matchups, really hard fights, good ticket sellers. At least we have been proven right in all of those respects. And in terms of the match overall between the two respective promoters, top right of your screen, it's going the way of TM14 at the moment, 6-3, and Oli Edwards of the Neilson side of this. It's what, a 6v6 in
yeah, absolutely, 6v6. But I love the competition. I love that rivalry, that team spirit. You know, really lifts the fighters themselves. And Edwards, as I say, spoke to him earlier on today. He was so up for this. You know, he wanted to not just represent his team, but it was all about winning for him here and getting himself into title contention. He recognises what's on the line, but Oosterweghel is proving a tough customer in there.
And it's a tough win from here for Neilson Boxing, as Oli Edwards looks to solve the mystery against Bas Oosterweghel, who has started, I would say, Spencer, fighting right on top of his game tonight. Would you agree?
Yep, totally agree with that. He's come out, there's a solid, composed look about Oosterweghel. He doesn't mind fighting away from home. He doesn't mind going in the other guy's backyard. He's done that before, and he's got victory before. And I think he was quite up for the challenge of coming over here and fighting Oli Edwards.
One detail on his record to that point, which I really liked when I read this about Oosterweghel. Not only does he mind not taking a defeat and moving on, he's actually gone back to the scene of a defeat when he fought George Lydiard's second time. I really like that in a young kid. So easy to avoid that question, wouldn't it be?
Absolutely. Listen, shows the character of a fighter, and I think Oosterweghel oozes character, that's for sure. You know, he loves the challenge. He loves challenging himself. And he's done that. He come here as the underdog against Oli Edwards, but he's performing right now, and he's landing the right hands, and he's on Edwards again there, and Edwards just looking to hold the bell again. Coming at the right time there for Edwards.
Can't seem to get going tonight so far, Oli Edwards. It is a scheduled 8-rounder. There's a long way to go. But what a fabulous start that has been from Bas Oosterweghel.
Yeah, it really has. Oosterweghel has come out there. He's surprised us in that opening round, landed a good right hand that shook Edwards to the soles of his boots, and done the same again here in the second round. We see some of the action, the right hand going over again, and Edwards trying to fight back. To his credit, you could see every time he got hit there, he was hurt. That belt couldn't have come soon enough for Edwards, and the corner will be having a stern chat with him right now. He needs to start moving his head a little bit. Coming off the line, he's coming forward, Edwards, throwing his shots, but he's sitting in the pocket afterwards. I need to see a little bit more head movement from him, and start coming off that line, because Oosterweghel is dangerous with that right hand.
And surely in front early on. I don't know whether we're going to see England against the Netherlands in the Euro 24 semi-final. Well, we've got it here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Netherlands are in front, mate.
Absolutely.
I think.
Early
days, everybody. Don't get panicked.
Let's hope that's not a pattern that will continue there. Oosterweghel driving the left hook to the body. Edwards coming back well himself, but a right again, Paul. That right hand, dangerous shot, and Edwards not moving off the line. He felt that left hook there as well.
Every one of them he's feeling. Robbie Chapman over 4 rounds. Thomas Podlash, short night. Up at light heavyweight, it looked to me, just judging on the weight numbers recorded. Sometimes, just to stress, those are recorded numbers. They are open to error and sometimes interpretation, Spencer. But this is a meaningful fight in the lower weight division, and I'm afraid so far Edwards just really does not look sharp.
No, timing's just not there from Edwards. I think he hasn't recovered from that opening round where he was stunned with that right hand, and coming forward, there's a laboured look about that jab as well, isn't there? But no head movement, Paul, nothing afterwards, not using his imagination at all, not being creative, and that's a big problem for Edwards against someone like Oosterweghel, who's experienced, tough.
Another real plus here for Oosterweghel early on, compared to a couple of the other very talented young pros we've watched here, stoked up by the crowd. I felt one or two of them, I was watching the Muldowney fight in particular, that was a case in point of a young fighter gassing because he threw too much at it in the first 3 rounds. Oosterweghel's not doing that here, Spencer.
No, he's showing great experience here, great composure, Oosterweghel. Just taking his time, that's better from Edwards. Just trying to force it himself now. Little grin there from Edwards to say, listen, mate, I'm still in this, I'm good.
And it's still early enough for that potentially, those little moments that Spencer described, to become a turning point. You know what that is like, Spencer, that sense that, okay, now I have weathered the storm and now I'm beginning to work my man out.
Absolutely, Paul, and do you know what they call that? They call that character, and fighters need that. You know, when things are not going right, be able to bite down on the gum shields, grit it down and turn it around. That's championship quality. We're going to find out if Edwards has got that right now. So far, unblemished, 10-0 on his record, but this is a big step up. Better round from Edwards here.
Yes, certainly the last minute has been his best minute of this fight, and if it's enough to get the decision in terms of that round, that will make a big difference. And he looks a bit more animated now, doesn't he, suddenly, Edwards?
Yep, he does, and he needed that, if I'm honest. He needed that confidence booster. He found that, he bit down on his gum shield, and he turned it around a little bit, established the jab, landed a good right hand on the bell there as well. Let's take a look at some of the action in that 3rd round from Edwards. Nice work on the inside, cheeky little uppercuts. There was the right hand that's been so successful for Oosterweghel. He's been landing that frequently. I want to see Edwards moving his head off the line a little bit. He really needs to do that, but that'll be good for Edwards. That'll give him a lot of confidence.
Corners, 10
Let's see if he can build on that now, going into this 4th round.
Seconds out to round 4.
So Bas Oosterweghel from Tilburg in the Netherlands, away to a really fast start tonight. Oli Edwards from nearby Sheerness in Kent. Again, very well supported. So many good ticket sellers on this card tonight. And Edwards would certainly have given cause for concern to his fans in the first round or two. But I thought the last round was better. And it just seems to me, Spencer, is that now he has got his mojo back.
Yep, just seems to have got that mojo back. You're right, Paul. There's a new confident look about Edwards at the beginning of this 4th round. I think he had some success there in the 3rd round, and that was the confidence builder that he needed, and he's come out with a little bit more aggression here in this 4th round.
He does have this tendency to lean forward slightly, putting his chin onto his chest, bowing at the waist a little bit, and in the corner they're saying to him all the time, head up, Oli. That's to say, stand your height a bit more, but that's why Oosterweghel found him with those uppercuts, Spencer.
Absolutely, and that's why he's finding him with the right hands as well, because Edwards is leaving his feet behind, reaching with the shots, not stepping in. That's down to lack of confidence in his own ability. I think he got caught early on, and he was caught with a couple of big right hands. He didn't have the confidence to step in with his shots, and he was leaving himself wider open. And I think that 3rd round was a good confidence builder for him, Edwards. And he now just has to keep going on that. But you're right in what you say, Paul. Stand tall, don't bend over.
There's another example of it. Kind of ruins and undoes all your own good work as well, doesn't it? You can have a good sequence on the attack, but if you're trying to defend like that, you are asking for trouble.
Yep, and Oosterweghel senses that because he's going for that uppercut, isn't he? You can see Edwards bending from the waist. Not a good thing to do. He just needs to, if he wants to come in low, bend the knees, keep the waist tall, and just work off that. Come shoot from down low, but keep the waist straight.
Now the cry is, where's the jab? Again, we would concur, I think. Oli Edwards is choosing a very hard route to try to win this fight, isn't he?
Yeah, great point, Paul. That's exactly what he's doing. I was going to say that. He's choosing to make this fight very, very difficult. And Oosterweghel has come here to win. There's no doubt about that. He wants victory tonight. So this fight is still very much in the balance here with only 30 seconds to go in this 4th round. No one really stamping their authority in this round. The action's been swinging one way, then the other. Oosterweghel's had his success, and for Edwards, he's just trying to grind it out right now.
There's a veiled compliment, however, for all these defensive question marks that are being revealed tonight. Oli Edwards just reminds me about some of those 8 and 10 round fighters we used to watch coming in from Puerto Rico to give an opponent here rounds. So just hold the thought for a moment, Spencer. We're going to look into our next fight, the Southern Area Lightweight title, which is next in the ring here. Here's Aaron Prospere.
Aaron, good to see you. It's fight night. How did you feel walking into the venue tonight?
I felt really good. I enjoyed the atmosphere, and everyone seems to have a good view of the ring.
Obviously, it's your 14th pro fight. Marley boldly called you out in the press conference. Does that add to the motivation and spite that you'll take into the ring?
Yeah, it definitely adds to the motivation. It motivates me more to put on a better boxing performance.
Southern Area title eliminator, you've said in the press conference that you want the titles. How important is tonight's fight?
Tonight's definitely important. If I want the titles, Marley's definitely someone that I've got to step through.
And how does the fight end?
It ends with me putting on a...
We'll come back to that fight shortly, because this is a proper fight as well. And Oli Edwards is by no means having it all his own way, although he is the home fighter against Bas Oosterweghel. In terms of the promotional battle tonight, which has been a great concept, and we're producing some really good fights as a result. Neilson Boxing trailing TM14 Promotions, as you can see. and I'm afraid that trend is set to continue unless Edwards prevails here. What's the score, Spencer, for you?
Well, tough contest this one. I had Oosterweghel winning the first couple, Edwards coming back well, and maybe nicking the second couple. So all in the balance for me here, going into this 5th round, and it's all about who's going to establish their strength, their power, because that's what it's going to come down to here. I think it's the physicality is going to go out of this. Oosterweghel having a good spell here, and Edwards happy to hold there. He looks on unsteady legs, Paul. But what I was going to say was this is going to come down to a psychological battle as opposed to a physical one, because both guys are biting down here, and Edwards again in trouble.
It's the start of the second half of the fight, but it's like the start of the fight. Back to round 1.
Yeah, Edwards in desperate trouble. Look, happy to hold there. He was rocked a couple of times, biting down his gum shield, showing character in there, Edwards. Credit where credit's due, because he's really having to find something here.
It's not a good way to be winning fights, though, is it? Thinking about those Puerto Rican imports years ago that we watched.
Absolutely. Listen, it's a tough way to earn a living, that's for sure. And he's certainly doing it the hard way in there, Edwards. Win, lose or draw here. He's going to look back at this one and he's going to learn a lot from it and say, listen, you don't have to make fights hard. You know, you don't have to entertain the crowd. You go and win by whatever means it takes, but standing there and grinding it out like this is maybe not the right tactics.
Ultimately, it means you're going to be consigned to 8-round class. That's what it really means. And the idea tonight was for Edwards to come in here over 8 rounds and put on a really good show, to say to everybody in the Indigo here and everybody watching on Fight Zone and TalkSport, I'm really a 10 or 12-round championship fighter in the making.
Yeah.
We're not seeing that.
No, absolutely not. This is a tough contest here. Yes, Edwards is showing a lot of characteristics in there right now. He really is.
Minerals might be another way of putting it.
Absolutely. He's certainly showing minerals in there, and it's becoming very, very tough for both guys.
I will say as well, Edwards could prove us wrong, but he's not making many dents in Bas Oosterweghel, is he?
No, he's not. Oosterweghel maybe just with his nose in front here after 5 rounds. This is very, very close contest right now. Subjective scoring maybe, but some of the more eye-catching work for me coming from Oosterweghel. There you see the lovely right uppercut, the success he's been getting with that, because Edwards leaning forward, landing the left hook as well. This is when Edwards was on unsteady legs, and he was really biting down here, Edwards, just to hang in there. Again, come back, but this is a tough contest for him right now. Oosterweghel will feel very pleased with himself after 5 rounds.
Having the night of his life on this trip to London.
10 seconds.
Much harder night's work, certainly, than when he was at the York Hall back in January.
Seconds out.
Probably got on the radar for this show, actually, with his performance in a 6-round win over Bahadur Karami. And actually held to a draw back home in the Netherlands in his last fight in March against Daryl Sichterman. So, just looking through the form lines today, it was quite difficult to see Oosterweghel really presenting a big obstacle, and now Edwards decides that he has to come forward. He's given himself a bit more space, and look at the difference it makes.
Yeah, brilliant stuff there from Edwards, throwing the punches in bunches, and that was the difference there, because Oosterweghel for the first time being made to force to give space there. He's trying to fight back, but great start to the round here from Edwards.
What a competitive match it is, back and forth. Both have had good spells, probably more good spells so far for Oosterweghel, but Edwards knew he had to respond, and he has responded. And there he goes all the way back across the ring. The break had been called, I think, Spencer.
Yeah, referee now just going to give Oosterweghel a stern telling off. To be fair, there's a lot of noise in here, and it was instinctive, that was.
Give us your insight, former champion boxer. What do you say?
Listen, it was instinctive. The referee maybe not clear as he should have been, and Oosterweghel let the shot go, and that was it. But both guys now trading blow for blow. Fantastic stuff here in this 6th round.
I think we're looking at fight of the night so far, aren't we?
Absolutely, you know, this is all about who wants it most now. Like I said to you, Paul, the physicalities are starting to go out of this now. This is starting to become a mental battle, a psychological battle, because that's where this fight, that's where boxing takes you. When you get to these rounds, the penultimate rounds, 6, 7, 8, you have to start questioning yourself, your desire, how much you want it. Have you left any stone unturned in training? If you have, then they start creeping in, them doubts.
So a great spell mid-round for Edwards, but I don't think he can say for sure that he's won this round yet, and he's forced to give a half a yard there. As Oosterweghel piles it on again with that right hand, he feels he cannot miss Edwards.
Yep, he's in desperate trouble here. Edwards done well to stay on his feet. He was on unsteady legs there. Body shot again, and he's in bad trouble here, Edwards.
Dig deep, dig deep. They're roaring at him, some of his friends, no doubt his training partners.
Big right hand again from Oosterweghel, and Edwards happy to hold. This is a tough round, Paul.
He's trying to win it like a tough man contest. Everybody's a tough man in professional boxing, Spencer.
Yep.
It's not the right approach. He's caught again by the right hand.
Yeah, he's just in range again. The right hand lands. There's no head movement. And the left hook goes in as well. Solid thudding shot there from Oosterweghel. Body shot as well. Edwards just a little ragged at the moment. Needs to regroup here to get himself back together, find the range. It's a good round here from Oosterweghel.
Some good evasive work also by Oosterweghel. We haven't seen a lot of that from Oli Edwards. Fantastic round though, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. Edwards sits down. He wasn't happy about that shot that landed after the referee called break. He's still talking about that one. That's still in his head. Well, guess what? That's history, son. Let that go. That's gone. It's out of there now.
Spencer, we're just going to cut away from this for a moment or two to have a quick word with Marley Mason, who's next in the ring.
Marley, it's fight night here at the O2 Indigo. How are you feeling?
I feel really good, ready for war.
Obviously, you called out Aaron in the press conference. He's got the experience on you. What have you seen of him that makes you think you're going to win this fight?
I mean, I saw Aaron fight. I thought, you know, I've got all the capabilities to win against Aaron. So here we are now, and we're ready to go.
Obviously, your 7th pro fight is a Southern Area title eliminator. You came up short when you were last out in February, fighting for the Southern Area. How?
That was Marley Mason backstage, but we're right at the crux of the matter here in this 8-rounder. Super middleweight. It's not a championship fight, but it's the key to championship fights. And it was supposedly designed tonight for Oli Edwards to take a giant step forward in terms of British ratings. Even though, albeit, it's against the Dutchman.
Big right hand. He's desperate trouble.
And he is surely out. Oosterweghel has caught him once too often. Just pull it off. It's completely over. Surely Oli Edwards should not be allowed to go on. He's saying he's all right.
Well, the referee may be making a bad decision there because Edwards in desperate trouble. Legs gone again. The referee's got to take a look here.
It needs to be stopped. It is stopped. Edwards is down again. That should not have been allowed to continue. But Bas Oosterweghel should be allowed to celebrate his work. This is a sensational win for him against the odds, and Edwards now is in need of help. One exchange too many there, Spencer. I'm sorry.
Yeah, totally agree, Paul. I don't think the referee should have allowed that to continue. The first knockdown there was a heavy knockdown. He fell forward, he fell flat on his face. He done well to beat the count, but he was never, ever in any position to be able to continue. The referee should not allow that to go on. He took 4 or 5 punches, too many after that. And now, there was the first knockdown. The right hand had done it. It was a heavy knockdown. He was in desperate trouble. The referee, or the medical team now just putting Oli Edwards on his side into a recovery position. But he shouldn't have been allowed to continue after that. That was bad. He's getting up on his, or trying to get to his feet, which is a good thing to see. If we go back to our monitors here, this was the finish. The bad left hook, the right hand landed. 2 or 3 shots more that went in that shouldn't have gone in. Thankfully, Oli Edwards is now back to his feet, communicating with the paramedics, which is always good to see. And they're just doing the necessary procedures right now, giving him oxygen. He's sitting down, they're cutting the gloves off as they should be. And hopefully Oli Edwards is okay, but yeah. And that went on way too long for me.
But again, that's what makes boxing special. He doesn't want to celebrate. He wants to give his mate a hug.
The official time, 45 seconds of round number 7. Your winner by TKO, Bas Oosterweghel.
Biggest win of Bas Oosterweghel's career. One more for TM14 against Neilson Boxing as an aside in this clash of the promoters. Terrific fight it was. Both had good spells. No question, I think that Oosterweghel was the more well-organised and more destructive operator. Oli Edwards did threaten to take over, did seem to sort out some of the problems that he was having technically against this opponent, but he couldn't establish full control. And so Edwards loses for the first time in his pro career. It's a proper setback, make no bones about that, but hopefully Edwards will review it, learn from it, and come again. And we are now going to have a word with the winner, Bas Oosterweghel, and I'm going to hand it over to Stacey.
Bas, I mean, you said you were here to cause an upset. You believed in yourself. You felt this was a big opportunity for you. First of all, talk us through that last round. I mean, some devastating shots, particularly the one that put him down first time.
Yeah, thank you. I need to watch it back to know what's happened, because my coach said I need to counter. So I picked my shots, I countered, and luckily I caught him.
This is your first 8-rounder. You seemed to be really confident in having the gas to get through it. I mean, how's camp gone before this, and what brought that confidence to this fight for you?
Like, stamina is never an issue for me. I train so hard. This is my life. I train so hard for this. So I knew like the stamina wasn't the problem.
You've boxed in the UK before at other venues like York Hall and so on. George Liddard, you've boxed before. How do you find it fighting in the UK?
I love fighting in the UK. I want all my fights in here. I'm so glad. I'm happy to get the opportunity here. I want to fight much more here, so I hopefully better opportunities come up.
And finally, do you have ambitions in the sport to fight for titles possibly?
Yeah, of course. I want to fight for titles. I want to be as active as possible and hopefully get the title shot soon.
Oh, it was a great performance. You did cause the upset, devastating fashion as well. Have a safe trip back, and we hope to see you in the UK again. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. I want to shout out to my team, everybody that support me. Thank you. Thank you. I do it for you all.
And I think England have just scored a penalty. But anyway, back to Paul Dempsey.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done. Well done.
There's neutrality gone right out the corner. Thank you very much, Stacey. What a performance it was from Oosterweghel, and I think probably some ways won a few extra fans, even though England might be headed in the direction of the Netherlands. Anyway, our focus here is on the boxing, and again we're rattling through this live card tonight on Fight Zone and Talk Sport. This would be a good moment for me, incidentally, to remind everybody about some of the other great live shows coming up. Fight Zone and Talk Sport, so invested in
ladies
bringing
and
great
gentlemen,
boxing
now it's
action.
time
We've got
for
3
our
live
next
shows in
bout
total in
of
July.
the evening,
There's one in
scheduled 10
Sheffield in
rounds,
September, I
and it is
understand,
the
and a whole new concept coming in October, the 5th of October to be precise, from Texas in the USA, another team style event. More details coming a little later.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Aaron Louis Prospere. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds, and it is for the Southern Area Lightweight Title Eliminator. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your area representative, Ben Hamzah, and the inspectors ringside, Robert Meyer, Terry Fleming, and Harry McCauley. Your timekeeper at the bell, John Smith, and the third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Reese Carter. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the black and gold. His official weight of 134.5 pounds. He has a record of 6 fights, 1 loss, 1 draw, 4 wins, come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Southend, England, United Kingdom, introducing Marley Mason. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the blue trunks. His official weight of 135 pounds, bang on. He has a record of 13 fights, 1 loss, 12 wins, and 4 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Southern Surrey, England, United Kingdom, introducing Aaron Louis Prospere.
clean, listen to my instructions, and defend yourselves at all times. Good luck, shake them up.
So a 10-rounder coming up here live on Fight Zone and Talk Sport. A very good-looking matchup, a very even-looking matchup in many ways. It's a Southern Area Lightweight title eliminator. One of the reasons why it's looking like such a good matchup at this stage. There is an L on the record of both of these two, Aaron Prospere and Marley Mason, and the losses have come at about this level, so they've got to prove that they can go again. In Prospere's case, beaten for the Southern Area super lightweight title last time out, and in Marley Mason's case, the defeat against Louie O'Doherty. I understand it was quite a hard fight. He retired late in it. And alongside me, Paul Dempsey, we've got the one and only Denzel Bentley. And Denzel, you have a little bit of an insight into at least one of these fellas, don't you?
Yeah, Aaron Prospere. He trains with us down at the Peacock Gym also. Yeah, good fighter, man. He's one of those guys where he just picks up things. He fights. He can fight. He's a fighter. He's a fighting man, and he hits pretty hard for his weight. He's coming down the weight for the first time. You know, he lost the last time out at super lightweight, and he feels like he was boxing at the wrong weight class.
It is quite a step down, isn't it? In terms of proportional weight loss for me. I'm just looking through the weights. Twice recorded weight I could see about 139 when he's got to make weight for a fight, but I couldn't see 135.
Yeah, no, it is a big drop. It's an extra 5 pounds.
And down he goes. Down he goes.
3,
Marley Mason
4,
with a flying start.
5, 6.
Is that the key
7,
to it? Coming
8.
down in weight. We're about to find out. A bit sooner than I thought, quite honestly.
Yeah, Mason's a good fighter. He's a pressure fighter. He's going to come and, you know, bring the heat.
So he's got to put all the distractions, all the excitements out of the ring, out of his mind. Prospere. Better start than Marley Mason could possibly have dreamed of. Not a perfect record by any means for Marley Mason. There's also a draw on that record, and the slate is only 6 fights long in total, but every reason to believe he could easily be on the other side of any card. I know that this brilliant matchup tonight between these two promotional houses, slightly different story, but there are other camps that he could be in, Denzel, where he'd be the home fighter and they'd be finding an opponent for him to just get some rounds under his belt against. Different story.
Yeah, most definitely. But Mason's one of those fighters that he's up to fight anybody. I mean, the draw that he has in his record came against Jeffrey Forey. Jeffrey Forey's a solid fighter. He's had some solid fights and he has a good resume. So to take that in I think that was his 3rd or 4th fight.
Correct.
It says a lot about him.
Yeah. Well, what a start tonight. So Prospere. Well, the good thing is here, absolutely no panic, and now he's gone back to Martin Powers, who I don't believe has ever panicked in his life.
Yeah, no, Martin's definitely not a panicker.
But issues to solve after this opening round. It was a little more than a pawing jab, really, wasn't it? Was he off balance?
Yeah, it was like a half hook. I'm thinking there was some balance in there. He was coming, I think. Oh, it was a good jab.
No, actually, that angle's really good angle, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a good angle, yeah.
It was right on the button, wasn't it?
Right.
That's the thing about it.
Right on the button. Didn't expect it. And that's what he needs to be careful with. He needs to be defensively responsible. I tried to mention that to him in the gym all the time, but he's one of those fighters that just love to have a scrap. But I think that there's going to slow him down and make him think a little bit more about his work moving forward in this fight.
Corners, 10 seconds.
And they're taking every one of the seconds available to them in that Prospere corner, given the start that they've made to this fight. 10 rounds, it's a long way to go. Mason cool, calm and collected, and that's not really a surprise to me given the start he's had. A 10-8 round in the bank.
Good right hands there from Prospere to the head and to the body. He doesn't want to get too wild there. He just missed a wild left hook. He doesn't want to get too excited because he landed those shots. He wants to just tame it a little bit.
If we could wind back time about 7 or 8 minutes, and I asked you who is your actual favourite coming into this fight, and I know you know Prospere, but I know you're also completely neutral when it comes to your analysis. Who would you have said is the favourite?
I would have said Prospere was the slight favourite, but they both took quite bad losses in their last fight. They both got stopped. Prospere's coming down a weight, so that could be also be a component. And Mason's a good pressure fighter, as you see now. But yeah, I think this fight's going to go. It's going to go down to who has the better gas tank.
And I'm not a mind reader, but I think the reason you're saying that, Denzel, is actually they've both started in quite measured fashion. Even the knockdown was a measured little shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, no,
they are thinking hard 10-rounder, and I need to be able to go another gear in rounds 8, 9, and 10. That's what it says to me at the moment.
Most definitely. And watching both the fights where they both were stopped in, I think it was more due to fatigue rather than they were hurt and they couldn't take any more. It was more to fatigue. So
yeah, great point. Yeah. Prospere stopped in the 9th, and Mason stopped in the 8th, bearing that out. So that's why we're seeing the strategy that we are seeing unfold. Prospere started to make Mason miss a little bit, isn't he?
Yeah, he's starting to use his feet a bit more. He's just stepping out every time Mason steps in, as he's there. So he's keeping that distance every single time.
Getting into his rhythm in quite eye-catching fashion here, Aaron Prospere. This is the tempo that seems to suit him, but from Marley Mason's point of view, he's not getting dragged into anything.
Which is unusual because he usually does. He usually does. Mason usually gets dragged into a fight.
He's on his best behaviour, you see, tonight.
Yeah, most definitely.
But it's early.
Good right hander from Prospere.
I think Mason felt it actually, and certainly felt the second one. Mason turned his man on the rope cleverly before that got any worse.
Yeah.
Good response from Prospere. What a show we've got here tonight at the Indigo inside the O2 Arena complex here in Greenwich. And a little nod in the direction of the England football team. Football's coming home, the anthem pounded out, but everybody's so captivated. It's a huge crowd in here, incidentally, tonight. I'm amazed at the drawing power. Great credit to both promotional camps. Fighters who sell tickets. A lot of good craftsmen on the bill tonight, and after a rip-roaring contest at super middleweight, this lightweight affair has started in a little bit more measured fashion, but it's a real key moment in the career in British terms of both Aaron Prospere and Marley Mason. And I think another element to this tonight, Denzel, might be the question, who is going to handle the pressure of all that a little bit better? And you and I have spoken over the last few, you know what this scenario is like, because people can get behind you, you can do really, really well in an international fight, and then you lose against a British opponent, and it sets all kinds of question marks inside your head, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, definitely it does, because, like you said, you do well against an international opponent, you lose to a British opponent, you start thinking, oh, am I stuck at domestic level because, you lost a domestic matchup, but, it's just about being confident in yourself and going again, and just willing to want to go again. I think it builds character, but
well, you've certainly shown that in your own career, for sure. These guys are a fair way behind you.
Yeah,
in terms of accomplishment and indeed experience, but same mentality must apply.
Yeah, most definitely.
Prospere is doing his best to dictate terms.
Oh, good right hand.
Mason finds him with the right hand. As you forecast, Mason is starting to try to press forward a little bit more and try to demonstrate, I think, as well, that he's got a bit more power than Prospere. Clearly he believes that. We're about to find out whether it's true or not.
Yes.
He does find him with the right hand. Prospere took it well enough. Really smart by Prospere there. He didn't wait on the rope. He stepped forward immediately.
Yeah, he stepped forward immediately. If he stayed in the ropes, then Mason might have been able to let it flurry off, but he found his way out of there.
And moreover, Denzel, just to say one other thing compared to what we saw from Oli Edwards in the last fight, what I really liked about that, which tells about his class, he stepped off the line when he came out off the rope, didn't he?
It wasn't straightforward. Yeah, it wasn't straight. He came off at an angle, you know, to avoid any shots coming back from Mason.
The thing about Prospere, he's a really good-looking operator, isn't he?
Yeah.
Easy on the eye, smooth.
Yeah, it's good movement there. He's on the ropes. He's just, you know, rolling under the shots and coming out and finding his way out.
But you've got to be able to take a shot in this business.
Yep, that's it.
Pernell Whitaker could take a shot.
Yes, could.
Colin McMillan could take a shot. What a good fight this is at lightweight. And cracking action all the way. Following this 10-rounder, straight into another 10-rounder on Fight Zone and TalkSport. The Southern Area Super Featherweight title tonight, contested between Frank Arnold and the man we're about to speak to, Michael Webber-Kane.
Mikey Webber-Kane, fight night is finally here. Almost time for you to step into the squared circle. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel really good, fit, sharp, strong and ready.
Obviously, you were last out in February where you picked up the Southern Area title in a very dominant and mature display. Tonight, you'll be defending it for the first time. How do you expect your performance to be?
Same as last time, just a strong, dominant performance. Been working hard in the gym with the team, correcting mistakes and, you know, like really perfecting my craft. So it's just going to be a good, strong performance.
Seconds out, round 4.
So Webber-Kane against Frank Arnold coming next. Here we are getting into the real meat of the action at lightweight between Aaron Prospere down in the first round and Marley Mason. Mason from Southend-on-Sea. Again, he tries to show that he's got the bit more power, I think, to bring to this. We were speaking earlier about how you're rating people at the moment. Nobody would be surprised if we were to look at the British ratings and find out that these two are actually part right beside each other at the moment in terms of British ratings.
Yeah. I think
they're at that level, aren't they?
Yeah.
Cracking fight. Prospere can pick him with that jab when Mason is a bit slow to throw the jab, but behind that jab there is that right hand of Mason's. Looks a big weapon in this fight, Denzel, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and he keeps finding it. Prospere needs to find a way to get away from it. Good right hand to the body though from Prospere.
And away he goes down the rope. Mason knew better than to throw on the move there without setting his feet. There's some good smart boxing from both these guys in this fight. Red-hot division in Britain, of course, at the moment, with the likes of Sam Noakes and Mark Chamberlain on their way to world class. And I'm not saying that these two guys are suggesting they could handle the power of the guys at the real top end of those British rankings, but they are two very worthy potential contenders behind them.
Yeah, most definitely, and they're proving their case here. It's like you said earlier, there's a lot of smart boxing, there's a lot of, you know, intelligent things they're both doing in there. At times they're both showing a bit of grit and then it's back on the move and they're getting away from certain shots.
The sense with Mason I have is that there's somebody inside Mason's head telling him all the time, you've got to make the running, you've got to make the running.
Yeah, and he's trying to hold himself back from having a tear up. But he's a good fighter, Mason. He's an exciting fighter.
Can be a bit wild as a consequence, as we saw in that little passage there.
Yeah.
Prospere is the smoother operator, perhaps the more organised operator. I'll be honest, I'm finding this intriguing, but very difficult to score one way or the other.
I was also thinking that. I was thinking, how would I score this? Good thing it's not my job.
So to turn it round ever so slightly, I wonder which corner is happier at the moment with their man. What would you say?
I think both corners will be happy with the work of, you know, their fighters. Marley's slowly piling on the pressure and, you know, building up and, you know, landing some good right hands, and Prospere's come around, his movements, you know, gotten better as the rounds have gone on. He's throwing the nice little flurry combinations and getting out of the way. He's not hanging on the ropes. He's not staying there to be hit, but he is getting caught with one too many right hands. That needs to change.
Top right
Corner
of your screen,
10
TM14 8, Neilson Boxing 3. That is the state of play in this matchup of the promoters.
Round 5.
This event here at the Indigo in the O2 Arena complex. The collision of the promoters. But what a great job both promotional houses have done putting this together. There's not been a weak link on the card.
There hasn't been, no, there hasn't been.
Really good. Got the crowd absolutely captivated. I'll be honest, I wasn't sure what I was going to find coming here tonight, Denzel, but I just tipped my hat to all involved. We've got an amazing crowd, the setup's terrific, every piece of matchmaking's been well thought out.
Yeah.
And some big wins along the way.
Yeah, no, it has. I mean, I looked at the card and I thought, because I've worked in a few of these shows, I've seen some of the fighters and I thought these matchups are good. It's going to be exciting, but I didn't know how, you know, the crowd was going to be. But the crowd, like you said, it's a packed out arena, especially in the middle of an England game. And,
exactly,
you know,
they're absolutely engrossed in it.
Yeah.
And they know their stuff, of course, which is a plus.
Yeah.
We haven't got the showbiz crowd tonight, apart from you, Denzel. Prospere's corner saying to him all the time, keep it smart, keep it smart. Mason wants him to engage.
Yeah, I think it's in Prospere's best interest to not allow Mason to engage, because that's where he wants to be. Keep him on that outside and keep boxing smart. End of those shots. Good work there to the body there from Prospere.
All the time, folks, do remember the knockdown in the bank belongs to Marley Mason. How significant, if it's a very tight fight, that could prove to be.
Yeah, that could be the difference. That's what I'm saying
be.
about boxing. One little mistake could cost you the fight. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be careful. But luckily, the knockdown came early, so it gives him time to draw some rounds back. If it came later, then it's too late to change.
I think we're getting to the stage in the fight now at halfway, Denzel, that the next question is going to be who can go up a gear to take control of this. That must be in the minds of both fighters now.
Yeah, I think the winner of this fight will be the person that can, you know, switch the pace and, like you said, go up a gear.
Again, the reason I say that is because that is something that you are very good at doing. So give our viewers and listeners on Fight Zone and TalkSport a little insight into that. Is it pre-planned, for example, or do you have to assess it yourself?
Yeah, I guess a bit of both. I know at some point when I'm fighting, I need to be able to switch the pace and, you know, take over completely on the fight. But I've got to assess the situation. If it's not possible at that point, then I don't bother. I don't do it. But the minute I can switch the pace, I will. That's something we learn in the gym. We go through the gears in the gym. Sometimes we do a workout. The workout is straight on us. We start fast. It's, you know, gets you out of breath. And then sometimes we ease into it, and then coming to the end of the workout, that's when it's on us, and then, you know, it helps us push that pace again. So we're able to push the pace at either level of the fight.
Okay, and that's so interesting to me, because I thought you would have said there it's actually when we do an 8 or 10 round hard spar that, you know, that's when we sort our minds out as to that. But it's a more general point, is it?
Yeah.
You'll actually start your workout with a course of action in mind.
Yeah, most definitely. Martin would throw a workout at us and then it's on us straight away. It's like straight away, as soon as you warm up, boom, the work, and you're like, that works him, yep. Because at times you're going to need to start fast, but you fought it before. So when it comes to sparring and he asks us to do something, it's not foreign to us.
Seconds out to round 6.
So into the second half we go. Ahead, live on Fight Zone and Talk Sport tonight. Webber-Kane against Arnold for the Southern Area Super Feather title. There's Louis Roberts against Ben Lilley at bantamweight. The English title on the line in that fight. Terrific matchup. Commonwealth middleweight title eliminator, Joel Bartell, Jordan Reynolds.
Prosper's moving really well this round, and he's using his jab really well. That's a really...
Sweet science lives on.
Yeah.
He just found that little angle to the side, didn't he? I don't think he went through with the shot. It was like a little scouting mission there, but we might see that again in a moment. Prosper dipping left and then going to the body with the right hand. Let's see if he tries it again. Marley responds with a little left hand underneath in his own right. And again, that's smart by Mason, isn't it? And that right hand remains a very powerful weapon, potentially, for Mason, and Prosper needs to respect it.
Yeah, that right hand is working for Mason. Yeah. Prosper needs to be really careful of that. Don't want to keep, catching too many of those as the rounds go on and, everyone gets a little bit more tired. Could have a different effect when he lands it later in the fight.
We take it as read that they both believe they can do 10 hard rounds, but sometimes it's a discovery for all involved. Sometimes a fighter can believe he's got it in the bank and it's just not there.
Yeah,
for some reason. You can be carrying a virus you don't know about, that kind of thing.
No, most definitely.
So it's all to be proven, but what does help Mason, I think, is that he's not totally dependent on winning it by increasing the pressure. He seems to have the power, and he's found some good shots in this round.
Yeah,
the sixth.
He has found some good shots in this round, but I think the cleaner shots have come from Prosper. The heavier shots have come from Mason, in my opinion. But the cleaner shots and the more shots have come from Prosper. Prosper's letting that jab go. Every now and then he's getting onto the body, finding an angle, looking for a new opening. Movement's been excellent this round, and I think he's coming into his second win's coming in, and he's finding his rhythm this round.
Interesting. You do see it that way. I see your argument completely, and I think Prosper could do with that actually happening.
Lovely little uppercut.
That's superb, that. And again.
It's that right hand he needs to be careful of. Everything else is catching. Everything from the left he's catching.
Accuracy is telling, isn't it?
Yep.
Another real high quality round. Prosper marched back there like a young man, well, youngish at 27, who thinks that he is starting to get to his man, get right on top of his own game as well, I think, Denzel.
Yeah, I think he walked back to that corner with more confidence. And he's now feeling like, he's taking over the fight and the fight's becoming his. So that's good to see from Prosper.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out, round 7.
Final eliminator for the Southern Area lightweight title, but if anybody had told me that this was for the English title, I wouldn't have been a bit surprised, quite honestly.
Oh yeah, most definitely. This is a good level fight, good level contest.
And two fighters who can go a lot higher than this. Mason is the younger by 3 years at 24, and remember, only his 7th pro fight tonight.
Yeah, I got to give Mason a lot of credit. He's actually willing to take fights that are risky. He wants to, you know, progress in the sport. He's not, you know, taking any shortcuts or trying to cut corners. He wants the fights that he knows that are going to catapult him into bigger and better things.
A lot of measured work from Prospere. Physical force demonstrated there by Mason, but the right hand has been the one to give Prospere problems throughout this fight.
Another shot Mason throws really well is that double left to the body. He's done that a few times and it's worked in his favour.
I thought Prospere was going to literally meet fire with fire in that respect maybe 2 rounds ago. He started to find him underneath a little bit, but he's not been able to continue with that.
Yeah, Prospere's just, you know, he's opted to box this fight and just move his feet and everything off the jab. He needs to stop complaining to the ref though. Let the ref do his job and you focus on what you're doing.
He's had a look 3 or 4 times in the direction of the referee.
Yeah, he has.
And quite rightly. The referee's not been even slightly interested in that.
Yeah, the minute you take your eyes off your opponent, you know, you're in danger of, you know, catching a big shot. Mason just smiling there. I'm guessing he's feeling comfortable this round.
It's all going off here, folks. So first, in the sequence, Mason got a little ticking off from the referee because he's trying a few tricks of the trade. Surprising in one so young, I may add, but we've seen him at it. Prospere knew he was at it and started to respond. The referee then stepped in and took Mr. Mason aside for a quiet word, while Denzel Bentley took Prospere, metaphorically aside, to have a quiet word with him. And Denzel said, "Stop looking to the referee for help," to Prospere, and then Mason came across to Bentley and said, "You mind your own business."
Yeah, it was all going off just there.
That was marvellous. And Mason even now is smiling about it as he sits down.
Yeah, I think he feels he's taken over now.
Yes, I think so. And moreover, I'm watching Martin Bowers in the corner at this precise moment with Prospere, and I think it's time. Little bit of urgency in the Prospere corner. The lecture was long and quite detailed. 1 or 2 issues to address, perhaps. Don't give ground, they're saying to him. Just that sense that Mason started to move him around a bit more easily in that last round, Denzel.
Yeah, he was giving up too much ground and he's allowing Mason to just walk him down and get his shots off. It was less boxing and more just being pushed around.
Yes.
So I think, you know, the corner of Prospere told him, listen, stop giving up ground so easily, hold the centre at times, show him you're there, put a good jab on him. If I know Martin, I know he's told him to put a good jab on him. Yeah. Prospere's come out this round a lot more alert.
Yeah, urgency.
Urgency, that's
now, this is a big moment, isn't it?
Oh, wow. a point taken off in a close fight like this.
Yes,
that
could
counts
make
as that counts as a knockdown.
huge difference potentially.
That counts as an early knockdown.
There was a murmur of complaint about Mason, but I honestly didn't see that coming, did you?
No, I didn't. But I think he used his head a little bit in there when he was in the clinch.
Some might say, well, that would have been one final warning from a referee, especially in a 10-round fight of consequence like this. You'd have given the guy one final warning, everybody would have known about it, and then no messing about and no reason to complain. But anyway, Mason and his corner just accepted it.
But that's the attitude. I mean, you can't change it. Oh, Mason's cut there over the left eye.
Yes. It's a little nick at the moment. Not much to trouble Mason compared to what we witnessed early tonight with that young light heavyweight John Robertson.
But oh yeah, that was bad. But I think that cuts has made Mason start to try a little bit harder. He's forcing his work a little bit more now. That might play into Prospere's hands because he's just coming walking in now with a little bit more fire.
Yeah, urgency. The right hand seemed to me to find the mark. But he's losing this round at this moment, is Mason. And how big a turning point he could be in the overall shape of the fight. Prospere was caught inadvertently there. I don't think there's any dirty or foul intentions in that from Mason. It's one of those things that just happens. But certainly Mason, having had that point deduction, trying his level best right to the end of the round to apply the pressure, and Prospere has dealt with that rather well. So, very much in the melting pot. Everybody watching on Fight Zone and Talk Sport, you'll have your own opinion about which way it is going. We're going to just veer away once more to look ahead to what follows for the Southern Area Super Featherweight title. And here is Frank Arnold.
Frank the Tank Arnold, you're going into your 14th professional fight tonight. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. I'm feeling sharp, feeling ready.
Obviously, you're going up against Mickey Webber-Kane. You're challenging for the Southern Area title. It's your first title fight. How excited are you?
Very excited. Tough opponent, but I'm ready to get rolling.
You know, this is a really big show. Obviously, it goes via the 5v5 that we saw out in Saudi. How does it feel to be involved in a show like this?
It was great to be in a big show. At the Indigo too, you know what I mean? Much better.
Seconds out to round 9.
So no doubt they'll be gloved up by now and ready to go. That was a few minutes ago backstage. Michael Webber-Kane and Frankie Arnold. After we sort out matters between Aaron Prospere and Marley Mason, as they're trying to do right now, Denzel.
Yeah, I mean, a fight like this, I mean, like, you know, the heat of the moment, you're in a fight, you're going to try little tricks and stuff to see if you get away with. So I think it's good that the refs, you know, giving them a little warning.
Just a reminder, exactly,
just a reminder,
at this stage. Try to keep your heads out of the way, gents, that kind of thing.
Yeah, just let them know, don't ruin a good fight.
Yeah, exactly. So early, Prospere on the seat of his pants. Latterly, Mason deducted a point. Try separating these guys tonight.
Yeah, it's literally two styles, what you prefer. I mean, they're both doing what they do pretty well. Mason's now applying the pressure, he's packing it on. Like we said, whoever can up the gear and switch the pace. But Prospere's been able to keep up with the pace and still get out of the way of certain shots and move and be effective with his jabs.
I know you rate Prospere. Can I say what I'm looking to see from him now?
Yeah.
A winner's mentality.
Okay, yeah.
Unproven in that sense. For all his ability, has he got that little bit of drive inside himself to assert himself and grab a victory? He's so talented. Such a good operator. But you have to have that side to your character, Denzel, don't you?
Almost definitely. That's that switch. That's that switch that needs to flip. You flip the switch before the fight, and there's another switch that you can flip halfway through the fight when it's like, you know what, I need to really dig deep here to nick this win. Otherwise you let it slip.
It seems to me, and this is by no means a forecast of how it's going to be scored, but it seems to me as though Marley Mason does have that desire.
Yeah.
He fights like he does anyway, doesn't he?
Yeah, he fights like he does. He really wants it. He believes he is who he thinks he is. So
talent alone is not enough. I think that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Mason marches his man down.
This is another round where Prosper's fallen into that pattern where he's no longer boxing, he's just moving and, you know, got right hand there again.
Yeah, that looked quite close to being on the money, didn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think Mason's been entirely effective so far in this round, in all honesty.
Yeah.
But he's threatened to be.
Yeah, but that front foot pressure, it just doesn't look good for whoever's judging it.
Correct.
I mean, for Prosper anyway. I mean, Mason's pressing and pushing the fight.
Yeah.
Prosper spent the whole fight on the whole round in the back
Now
foot.
he does find him with the right hand. In fairness, Prosper took it well. It's on the other side of the ring to us and maybe wasn't quite perfect, but it was a good shot. And Prosper, it's almost a sign of respect there, the way he grabbed him to make sure that the round bell came.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I'm reading a bit too much into it, Denzel, but that might have been another moment for Prosper to show that he really wants it by firing back in the last few seconds of the round. He didn't do it there.
Yeah, I think
I'm not doubting his hunger, but champions have that little extra bit.
Oh, 100%.
And we're going to need to see that, I think, from him.
I think he feels the way he's boxing, he's probably up on the cards, but you can't, can't leave that in the hands of the judges.
It's a great point.
And this is the last round. He needs to really go for it and make a statement in the last round.
I think Martin Bowers is saying to Prosper, we need a big last round.
Corners, 10 seconds.
And they're trying to rev him up in the corner.
Set us out to 10th and
Mason does all his own revving up, doesn't he? Terrific fight it has been. High quality affair at lightweight.
Definitely. Two completely different styles that have gelled really well, made a great fight.
Mason's dropping the knee just a little bit, like he wants to launch a big bomb or two.
Yeah,
trying to set himself to throw.
Mason's in that mode where he really wants to hurt Aaron in this last round. Aaron needs to find that spot and, you know, want to hurt him back. But at the moment, Aaron's comfortable boxing. He feels like it's working for him.
Tried to find him with a little uppercut. He's a thinking man's boxer, thinking woman's boxer in so many ways is Prosper. And he's trying to think of the right strategy here. Yeah. Mason isn't thinking, he's just marching forward.
Just marching forward. Marching forward, he's in that mode where he feels like he needs to dig deep to you know, grab this win.
To coin a well-used phrase, war, baby. He's trying to bring war.
Trying to bring war.
Yeah.
He wants to drag Prosper into a fight, into his fight.
I will not take a backward step under any circumstances, says Mason. Aaron, they say in the corner, push him back. I get that. Minute and a half to go here, Denzel.
Yeah, I think this is... He caught him with a good left hook in between there, but I don't think he realised he hurt him. If he did, he wouldn't have let him hold and lean on him. A Prosper needs to hold the centre of the ring this round. Push Mason back, see how Mason is on the back foot.
Who knows? Even one big shot either way might win this fight.
Almost definitely.
Beaten late. Each of these two in their last outing. Mindful of that, they know they've got to close the show this time, but Mason is perhaps landing more potent shots in trying to close the show here at the end. "30 seconds and no more." Backwards and backwards on his bike goes Prospere, not throwing a lot right at the finish. Mason hunting his man, found a big right hand. It was a good shot, but Prospere has managed to deal with that. Prospere knows he has to come out firing out that clinch. Listen, who threw the last shot? Maybe it was Mason. It was a good late flurry from Prospere. Both corners have just looked at each other. Summer, great fight.
Yeah, no, it was a well-matched fight. Both fighters have a case, you know, to feel like they've won this fight. It was a good fight. It was a good fight. Very entertaining.
Brilliant. And now Marley Mason, as we watch the replays, has come over and made up with Denzel Bentley.
Yeah. After sticking it on me a few rounds earlier. All good. No, Mason, he's a good guy, man. I got a lot of love for him, a lot of time for him.
So Prospere rightly milks the applause. Now Mason follows suit. It's got to be close. It's got to be very close indeed. Either way, it won't over-affect the score in terms of the match between the two promotional houses. But most certainly Neilson Boxing could do.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Reese Carter scores the bout 96-92. And your winner, Aaron
Prospere gets it, and he gets it by 4 points.
Yeah, I heard the scorecards and I thought, oh, a bit wider than we thought it would be. But it was a good fight. Like I said, both guys have a case of as to why they feel that they won. I think Mason probably feels like he was hard done by there. He performed really well. He applied that pressure and late. Aaron was boxing really well on the back foot and, you know, making a miss. It was two styles. Like I said earlier, it's what you prefer. Do you prefer the boxing or do you prefer the pressure? But they both boxed well. It was hard for me to split them.
Terrific fight it was. Another way perhaps of looking at it is to say the more precise puncher won over the man with a bit more power on this occasion.
Yeah, you could. Yeah. I think that's the right way to say it.
It's been taken in good part by Mason. He's got nothing to worry about. Nobody should be. It's a case with Marley Mason that nobody should be fooled by the career record. That's 7 fights in. He's lost 2 and drawn 1. But he's a very good operator.
Very good operator.
And anything can happen. Anything can happen in his career, I would say.
Yeah, most definitely.
Even now.
Especially with his winner's mentality.
Yes.
He has a winner mentality. And he's up for the fights. So the opportunities will come knocking and he has to grab them with both hands.
Terrific stuff, Denzel. Thank you very much indeed. And we're about, hopefully, to get a word with our winner, Aaron Prospere. Here he comes, Stacey Copeland. Nothing deters Stacey. And Stacey has now got Prospere to the camera. And I think we're ready to go. Over to you, Stacey.
Aaron, had everybody worried there in the first round and had to dig in and come back there? I mean, talk us through what was going through your mind in that first round.
So in the first round, he caught me, got a square, and I was off balance. So he knocked me over, but I knew I was all right. I got myself up, dusted myself off, and we carried on.
Talk me through the fight in general then, because you came on really strong after that, particularly in the middle rounds.
So Marley was hard work. I decided early on that I didn't want to stand there and trade with him, because my game plan coming into this fight was that I wanted to box him. And when I realised how strong and how aggressive he was, I realised the back foot was going to be the best case scenario for me.
You had 4 contests last year, your first loss in September, which was contending for this title. This was the eliminator for the Southern Area title. How's it been coming back from a loss? How did you find it?
Losing that fight made me go back to the drawing board, got a nutritionist. I realised that that wasn't my correct weight. I was fighting at super light, but now I've come down to lightweight.
and I feel much bigger, much stronger, much better for it. And that fight was, I started too aggressive in the first 4 rounds, and I just didn't have the energy and physicality to keep it up, and that's what made me realise I need to go down a weight route.
Of course, the current holder of this title that you've just fought in the Eliminator for, there was Louie O'Doherty. He defended it against Jeff Fafori a few weeks ago at York Hall. That, I've got to assume, is the next focus for you.
Yeah, so of course I want the Southern Area title. Louie is one of my teammates. I train with him, I spar with him. I don't know what he's doing with the belt, but for me to step up, I've got to get that belt. So I've got to do what I've got to do. Well,
I can hear all your supporters behind me waiting to congratulate you, so go and celebrate with them. Well done, and big exciting nights to come for you. Well done, Aaron. Back to Paul Dempsey at ringside.
Thank you, Stacey. Where the score is now TM14 Promotions 9, Neilson Boxing 3. I think we can declare that contest closed, but we've got the best of the action still to come here.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled 10 3-minute rounds. And for the Southern Area Super Featherweight Championship. And now, please welcome the challenger, Frank the Tank Arnold.
Reside in maybe about a half an hour from now. Here comes Frankie Arnold.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Mikey Webber-Kane.
So Michael Webber-Kane from Great Yarmouth. Guess he feels he's on away territory tonight, but in terms of the promotional matchup between the
ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds for the vacant Southern Area
Super Featherweight title. Michael Webber-Kane, 12 straight wins.
This bout is brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing in association with TM14 Promotions and their proud sponsors, Allegra and Lapworks. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, the area representative, Ben Harmsworth, and the inspectors ringside, Robert Myatt, Terry Fleming, and Harry McCauley. Your timekeeper at the bell, Mark Shannon, and the third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Chris Jones.
against Brian Mairea.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the black and white. His official weight of 129.5 pounds. He has a record of 13 fights, 1 loss, 1 draw, 11 wins, and 3 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Hackney, London,
after that loss, he had a lot of time out, a lot of time to recover, self-reflect, and get back in the gym and slowly start believing in yourself again and believing in your ability. He's here now fighting for the southern area. In a fight he probably lost out on
across the ring, fighting out of the
he's here now, and like you said, it's time for him to show.
The blue and white. His official weight of 132.9 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 12 wins, and 2 of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Great Yarmouth, England, United Kingdom, introducing Mikey Webber-Kane.
But also with Webber-Kane, his last performance was really impressive. It was a great performance. He showed a lot. I mean, he's probably in a fight where he probably wasn't the favourite. He's come out and got the stoppage. In his quest to become a Southern Area champion. So I think I'd favour him tonight. Frankie Arnold, a very good boxer, very neat, clean boxer. But Webber-Kane is
seconds
the man
out,
to beat right
round
now.
1.
So here we go. Paul Dempsey alongside Denzel Bentley in the Indigo, the O2 Arena complex in Greenwich. It's been a brilliant night of boxing. We've got fantastic crowd. It's all live for you on Fight Zone and Talk Sport, and a proper contest at super featherweight. This is sure to be for the Southern Area super featherweight title.
Some near misses there from both fighters. Both very sharp.
I know it doesn't mean a lot, and we're about to find out whether it's a foretaste of what we're going to see, but Arnold looks in absolutely magnificent condition, doesn't he?
Oh, he does. He's come through with a nice sharp jab, very focused, laser focused. You can see he's wide-eyed. He's focused tonight.
Webber-Kane is a different kind of build, different kind of athletic specimen, but he's a stocky, strong man, isn't he?
He is. And I'm sure the last time I saw him box, he was a southpaw, so he's opted to go the other way just to get that, advantage of being on the other side.
Big win over Robert Caswell. That was Caswell's first defeat, actually.
Yeah.
Stopped him in 6.
Yeah, really good win. Really good win. Good right hand there from Webber-Kane. Arnold took it well.
It's a very good right hand, that is. Real sharp shot, and you know what? Arnold felt it.
He felt it, yeah.
He's acting as though he didn't, but he did.
Yeah, he's got his poker face on right now.
And he didn't dance away from the rope, did he? He crabbed forward. It was the right thing to do, but he was certainly just reminding himself, right, this guy's a live one. You've got to be careful. Webber-Kane may be the away fighter in the geographical sense in this one, but he has got some support here. People have travelled down from Great Yarmouth. They believe in him. Quite a little sub-theme to the show tonight with young Tommy Fletcher acting as part of the Tibbs corner team.
Yes.
It's great to see that earlier.
Yeah, supporting his stablemate. Well,
1, 2,
He's countered as a knockdown right on the bell.
5,
I wondered whether there was a
6,
little
7,
clash of feet. He's absolutely fine, Arnold, but that means he's going to lose the round.
Yeah. I think that shot even landed on the glove. Should sit here.
He's frustrated. He's so annoyed with himself. He's cursing himself actually in the corner. One might say it's a bit sloppy, right on the bell. I don't know about that, Denzel, but a lot of people wouldn't have given that as a count, quite honestly.
Yeah, I didn't expect it to be a count.
Here's some of the work from earlier in the round as they both settled in. Webber-Kane was initially in no rush. There it is there at the end. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that was a bit of a, you know, a tangle in the feet. Yeah. He caught the shot, bit of balance. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't hurt for everything.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Pardon the awful pun. On balance, I can see why he counted. But it's a rough way to lose a round.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Especially on the bell.
Because he took the shot fine.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a breakthrough right from the get-go tonight by Michael Webber-Kane. What's screaming at me early on is that Webber-Kane and his team have prepared very well for the southpaw opponent.
Oh yeah,
footwork's really good.
Yeah, yeah. Footwork's really good. He knows exactly where he wants to be, and he's looking for that right hand. You can sort of see him looking for the right hand. There's a lot of spite in it. That was just a near miss there.
Arnold looking the part in the first couple of minutes. But Webber-Kane is beginning to get it rolling. And that suddenly looks a more tentative jab from Arnold, doesn't it? This is the problem I felt with Frankie Arnold once or twice. When something goes wrong, there's doubt creeping in. Now, compare and contrast with Webber-Kane here, who's got a nick over the left eye, and can't be certain, but I don't think it's in a very good place. And there's blood starting to come down into the eye, so the corner will be needed. But Webber-Kane, not disturbed, not perturbed, comes forward nonetheless.
Yeah, comes forward. He's not phased in. He's still marching forward. He's still staying focused on his work. He hasn't even dabbed at it to see if he's cut. Oh, good straight right hand there. Webber-Kane threw a right hand. The gumshoe of Arnold came out. He just sort of caught it and threw it and said, let's keep fighting. Obviously, the refs, you know, stopped it to put the gumshoe back in.
I'm just keeping an eye on Webber-Kane. And to your point, Denzel, even when there was that stoppage, he didn't even touch it with the glove, that cut. Mentally, he's in the zone here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's in the zone. Some good right hands landing there.
Yes.
He had a good straight early and a good right to the body just a minute ago.
This could develop into a really good fight, I think.
Oh, good
and
straight
quite
right
explosive fight.
Yeah, both guys are sharp, but Webber-Kane is the one that carries the most power. You can see it in him, and he's probably the more physical as well.
There's also a tiny little swelling, a little mouse forming above the left eyebrow of Frankie Arnold.
Good shots there from Arnold.
Yeah, nice.
Oh,
left cross.
Gets caught there with a right hand. He's going back in straight lines. He needs to come round.
Slightly in danger of admiring his best work, I think, Arnold. Can't do that here tonight.
He can't afford to do that. Left hand just skimmed over the top of Webber-Kane's head. Bit of tangling in the feet there, I'm guessing.
Bound to be a factor the way that they are setting up tonight.
Yeah.
So Webber-Kane goes to his corner, and there's no real concern over that little nick just at the moment, dabbing it away. The adrenaline swab gets in there. Conversely, from Arnold's side, I mentioned there's that little mouse quite high on the left side of the temple. That shouldn't be a problem either.
Nah, yeah, it shouldn't. Corner just pressing it down.
So Webber-Kane with the advantage of a knockdown scored against Frankie Arnold at the end of the first round.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Hard really to make a case that Arnold went out and claimed the second. I don't think we could do that, could we?
Seconds out. Round 3.
It was close. I mean, nah, I think the second went to Webber-Kane also.
But it's still early in this fight.
It is.
Webber-Kane strong and resolute, and he looks mighty sharp. Short-armed he may be, but he's getting into range without really any problem. And he knows what to do when he's inside. "13 fights, 1 stoppage defeat, 3 stoppage wins for Arnold. Stopped Lee Glover early. Stopped Karan Holman in the 4th round. The right hand to the body from memory, it's a long time ago. Back in the early days of Frank Arnold's career. Would you believe that was 2017? I had to look twice at the record about that. He's only 25 now.
Yeah,
teenage prodigy at that stage, wasn't he?
Yeah, most definitely. He turned pro quite young.
Yeah. Am I right in thinking, actually, Denzel, that Arnold was one of those that could have become a big part of the Team GB program and thought better of it?
Yeah,
Turn pro.
I think you're right.
I have a vague memory of that being the case at the time.
Yeah, he ended up turning pro. Ended up being managed by Tunde Ajayi, signed with Frank Warren. And yeah, started off his career well.
Webber-Kane is from a slightly different school, the school of hard knocks in some ways, the way he's trying to do this tonight.
Yeah.
I think there's little doubt he's winning this 3rd round. Very businesslike, Michael Webber-Kane.
Good straight left to the body there from Arnold.
What comes next is the question, though, isn't it? 1 and 2 shots compared to volume of punches and some powerful shots going the other way. Webber-Kane pressing it again. Arnold's taking 1 or 2, maybe more than he should take, but he's not getting out of the way of any of them.
He's not. He needs to get off the ropes and try and find a way back to the centre.
The problem there, Denzel, was that although Arnold wanted to do that, he looked up and he thought, the guy's got me cornered either way I go here. He's really worked him out, hasn't he?
Yeah,
against the southpaw tonight.
Yeah, no, he has. Arnold's finding more trouble landing on Webber-Kane.
He's always able to set himself, isn't he, for these attacks, Webber-Kane.
Good left hand there. Yeah, he is. He just creeps in, he finds a way and he lets his hands go. And Arnold isn't moving his head enough. He's just staying there. He's a bit upright and he's there to be hit. So wherever he throws, Webber-Kane's going to land.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out. Round 4.
Some of the Arnold supporters just appear to me to be a little concerned that Arnold is not establishing himself. Start fast was the cry coming out for this 4th round. He tries there.
Yep. Good try, another good left hand there landed from Arnold.
Oh, it's a strong right hand. Webber-Kane pins him on the rope. Arnold doesn't get the feet moving. Arnold's in big trouble. Massive left hook was right on the money. And in fairness, Frank Arnold walked forward and showed some fair bottle there to do that, because that was a great shot. But he's taking 2 or 3 too many.
He is. He's taking more than he needs to. He's taking more than he needs to. He's getting hit with these big shots, but as well as fighting these shots, he's fighting some demons. I'm not letting myself get knocked out. I'm not letting myself get hurt. I've got to fight back, and that's probably why he's marching forward as he's getting hit with these shots. He's being braver than he needs to be.
It's a bit early for that kind of thing. You're quite right, Denzel. And Webber-Kane, big assault. What's impressive is that he hasn't got ragged, he's reset himself to try to go again. But a breakthrough nonetheless. The way this minute and a half has just played out, however, proves again what great matchmaking that this show is giving us.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Had there been a mistake in the matchmaking, Arnold could well be out of the fight if he didn't have what he's just demonstrated.
Yeah, most definitely.
And now a good response by Arnold. But he needs more.
He needs more. He needs a lot more.
He's winning moments, but he's not winning the rounds, I don't think.
He needs to throw a lot more shots. He needs to be more dominant with his jab again. Like when he came out in the first round, his jab was sharp, piston-like jab. He needs to get back to that.
This is the exact position where Webber-Kane had that big breakthrough in this fourth round. Arnold again takes one that maybe he shouldn't be taking.
I mean, it is still a bit too early, but this is where the corner's got to look at looking after the fighter a little bit. He's taking way too many. He's not completely out on his feet, but he's taking more than he needs to take. They've got to let him know, look, we're giving you a couple more rounds. If you keep getting hit like that, I've got to look after you here.
That's interesting insight. Thank you, Denzel. In the Webber-Kane corner, they're saying to their man, just keep moving your head. He kind of stopped for a few seconds there as if he's saying to himself, listen, this guy can't hurt me. That would be a mistake. One well-timed shot could level everything up.
Yeah, most definitely. The thing with Arnold, it would be different if he was taking these big shots but winning some rounds. He's not winning no rounds and he's taking big shots. He's making it hard. Ooh. Good work from Webber-Kane though.
A lot of good work from Webber-Kane, but in fairness to Arnold, crisis moment seems to have passed for now. That right hand there led to all the trouble. That left hand, it was slightly obscured actually, unfortunately, from that camera angle, but pinned to the rope, the left hand, one of the last shots in that attack. That was a really damaging shot that he landed.
That was a really damaging shot, that was a big shot. And if Frankie Arnold hadn't walked forward and kind of held on to Webber-Kane, he might have gone over.
Correct. Anyway, so there's a little kudos in that for Arnold, but there's no prizes for just being brave tonight.
Yeah, there isn't. There we go, that's that jab we want to see from Arnold. He wants to get back to that work.
In flashes, Arnold is looking what we know he is, a very good boxer.
Yeah, he is. But he's up against a man in Webber-Kane.
A bull.
Yeah. You can see physically he's shaped, he's stronger. He's putting more spite in his shots, and he wants it more. You can see from the way he's fighting, he's not letting his title go tonight.
He moved as though to launch another of those big attacks there, but Arnold was wise to it and moved away.
Yeah, you see Webber-Kane just moving to his left, setting up that right hand. Arnold needs to, show us that hand speed that we know he has, and start landing some combinations and moving out of the way.
So, at the proper halfway point of a scheduled 10-rounder. We think the first half overall in this fight has been shaded by Michael Webber-Kane.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But Arnold is still in there. Arnold fans, don't despair, don't panic just yet. Frank Arnold didn't panic.
Good shot there from Arnold.
Yeah, that was good.
This is what he needs to see. Or, his corner needs to see from him to have confidence going into the second half of this fight.
We've spoken a lot about the work that you do Monday to Friday in your gym, and thank you for your insight tonight on that, Denzel. I think Michael Webber-Kane is a Monday morning kind of performer. I wouldn't have thought that, you know, a nice weekend off means a slow start to Monday if you're in Michael Webber-Kane's camp. I think he's on it.
He's on it.
Monday morning, isn't he?
Monday
First
morning,
thing.
he's on it.
He has that kind of attitude. Right hand catches Arnold again. Arnold may think that's the best he's got, so I'm going to be okay taking these. I don't know that that's a good idea.
I don't think it is neither. I mean, too many of those can't be good for you.
There has been some good boxing from Frank Arnold in this round. And, you know, number one, he's a good-looking operator when he starts to put it together as he did there, but he needs to put a few rounds in the bank.
He does. I think apart from the first round, this was his best round.
Yeah. We're right at the business end of this evening now at the Indigo, and coming next it will be Lewis Roberts against Ben Lilley for the vacant English and Commonwealth silver bantamweight title. Here's Lewis Roberts getting ready.
Lewis, almost time for you to step into the squared circle, fighting for the vacant English and defending your Commonwealth silver bantamweight title. How are you feeling?
I'm so buzzed to be here. This is yeah, real buzzing for it.
You're facing Ben Lilley. You won the last time you were out against Ben Lilley in a very close points decision. How are you expecting tonight to go?
I'm expecting something completely different, so much so that I've not even bothered watching the last fight back with Ben, because I know he's going to bring something completely different. He's had 6 months.
Straight back to action we go. That, of course, is a rematch, the Roberts-Lilley fight. I think a replay of the first 5 rounds here is not going to be enough for Frank Arnold in this 10-rounder against Michael Webber-Kane. But there were some hopeful signs, perhaps, Denzel, in that last round for Arnold.
Yep, even now he's getting that left hand off. He's moving better, he's moving well. He's got himself together now. Like, I feel like maybe he could, you know, do better the second half of the fight. Good left hand there again.
This is good from Arnold.
That is good from Arnold.
First time in the fight that Webber-Kane's really been asked to find a little bit more.
Yeah.
He came out looking like he was really well prepared for the job. They thought about how they wanted to fight, and it was working. But Arnold has turned this round a little bit. The debate is slightly different suddenly. Arnold's starting to move better, isn't he?
Starting to move better. He's starting to play some nice shots. Head and body.
Yeah.
He's got himself together and he's boxing well this round.
The reason I mentioned that, and if somebody writes afterwards and says, you got that wrong, Dempsey, that's fair enough, and I apologise.
Yeah.
But I mentioned this a while ago, Denzel. He was very well thought of, wasn't he, in the amateurs, Arnold, and we still see little signs of that for me once or twice. Yeah. You know, when he's under pressure, there is that tendency to be a bit too upright at times, and not put defence first.
Yeah. He comes up a bit too upright, and you know his hands don't go with him all the time.
Yes, exactly that. But once he steps on, steps in, and in the same, like that, in the same moment, lets the hands go, he is a good operator.
Yeah, he's got very good hand speed. And you know that's what you know he needed to show tonight. His hand speed and his accuracy, and you know just a little bit more confidence. But he's taken Webber-Kane's best.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to give him confidence that, you know, that's like you said earlier, if that's what you got, then I can take it and I'm going to come back with my work.
And what makes him also look a good operator is that mid-ring, his hands aren't in a high guard. They're at a half mast around the shoulder area, ready to throw.
Ready to throw, yeah, ready to throw. But
Just there we see it.
But then going back, he needs to pick them up and be ready to defend.
That may even go back to the days of the head guards, when you think, well, he's not going to hurt me if I leave my head up there, you know.
Yeah.
This is pro boxing. What a good round.
That was a good round for Arnold.
Terrific.
Good round for Arnold. He's found a bit back into this fight.
And do you know what? In the corner at this precise moment, they're saying to Arnold, you are leaving your chin out. You are a bit too upright at times when you're finishing off your own work.
Yeah.
When you've been winning the exchange, they're making the exact point right now.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what Martin says.
You can see it now, as I
yeah,
pointed out to you.
Yeah, he's showing them move your head. And,
yeah, they're dead right.
Yeah.
If they could just address that issue, could be I won't say a career changer, but it would just add so much to Arnold, I think.
Yeah, most definitely.
Corners,
that's
10
something that
seconds.
he could learn from this fight. You know, he could pick up in training and, you know, try to, you know, work on. In the gym, Martin always screaming at us, don't admire your work, don't admire your work. And that's what he's doing tonight, admiring his work. He's getting caught, come back out.
What a good fight we've got here, folks. Live on Fight Zone and Talk Sport. Well, there's not been a bad one on the card tonight, and that's the truth of it. We brought you every fight live. But the overall quality, I think, is going up. The stakes are greater in these 10-round fights at the top end of this card. And we're watching a lot of guys who, for me, could go on to British level.
Yeah, most definitely. This is the grassroots. This is the, you know what I'm saying, the small horse shows. But you know, they managed to get a big venue for it. But the small horse shows is the grassroots of boxing. This is the field that I've come from. You know, if I can do it, then a lot of these fighters have the potential to do it. And some of them have had, you know, a lot of better amateur pedigree than I have. So
I think you're selling yourself a little bit short there, son.
Oh, good shot there.
Both ways. Arnold first, and again that left hand from Arnold. So he wins that exchange, and again to the body this time. And he's quick hands, aren't they, from Frank Arnold?
Yeah, really quick hands, man. He's really showing character here.
Yeah.
He could have, you know, given up mentally and been like, you know what, I'm taking too much here, and look for a way out. He hasn't. He's stuck straight in there, and he's coming back. He's put himself right back into this fight.
Webber-Kane from the outside. That's not his territory, and he's been beat to the punch now.
Yeah.
He was stepping in so well, off angles, underneath, coming up with big shots in the first 3 or 4 rounds.
Arnold was still getting caught, coming out of his, you know, after throwing his combinations. Yeah. That's the only thing letting him down right now.
It's been said to me more than once over the years. 3 months in a gym in Mexico and you wouldn't do it once again in your life. I think you know the point I'm making.
Yeah, most definitely.
Can't get the jab going, can he, Webber-Kane, just at the moment?
You can't find Arnold with that jab. Arnold's comfortable now, he's coming forward, he's holding the centre of the ring now.
And keep an eye on the feet to follow Denzel's point there, everybody, because in the early rounds, that left boot of Webber-Kane was almost fastened onto Arnold's right boot. And Webber-Kane always seemed to have the upper hand. There's a bit more space between them on the canvas now. That's where it's all starting from at the moment. Webber-Kane just cannot close, and when he's tried to close, Arnold has picked him off.
He has. Arnold has shown a lot of character in this fight, and it's good to see. It's good to see. He's battled those demons, and you know he's really picked himself up, and he's putting on a good fight right now.
Just a different feel in that Arnold corner right now. The body language is a bit more positive. Here are some of the reasons why again. See, even that right hand there from Webber-Kane in rounds 1, 2, and 3, that was landing, wasn't it?
Yeah, they were landing. It was landing clean. It was landing at will. Now it's falling short. And he doesn't quite know what to do to get back into range. That's the great thing about boxing. It's never straightforward.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out. Round 8.
I think it's all up for grabs, and that's a great compliment to Frank Arnold, who was under a lot of pressure here early on. 3 to go. And again, this round has started the way the last round ended, with Arnold more in his comfort zone.
It's a totally different fight now.
It really is.
First half. Arnold's really made a great account of himself.
The momentum has slowed a lot for Michael Webber-Kane, hasn't it?
Yeah. Maybe he put too much into the first half of that fight. He doesn't look like he's tired, but he put a lot into it.
I thought earlier tonight on this card, Denzel, to your point, we did see a couple of the 6-round kids actually do that. I don't think Webber-Kane has done it. I think that Arnold has had a good talking to in the corner, and he's looked at himself in this fight and gone, right, you know, this could be a sliding doors moment if I just subside here, and I'm not willing to do that.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. And I also think after taking what he took, he felt like, you know what, I'm not out of my league here. But he still needs to be careful. Still needs to be careful. Webber-Kane's still piling on the pressure. Still piling it on.
But it's been a while since Webber-Kane actually hurt Arnold. And that was the last point you made. I actually did feel that in about the 4th round, that Arnold said to himself, now I think I felt all this guy has got.
Yeah.
And I feel better about it all now. I will add that in top-level championship boxing, you think like that, it's going to be over for you. You need to be better than that, and you know that. You know that.
Yeah.
But tonight, that might be also a part of the way that this story has unfolded and turned back in Arnold's favour. Isolated successes for Webber-Kane, that was one of them. But it's Arnold in the centre of the ring. Arnold has established the space and time to do his best work. Is he now trying to draw Webber-Kane onto something? Has he got the power? The equaliser, Arnold.
I mean, the thing about both of these guys, on paper, neither of them carry, concussive power.
Correct.
I mean, it's enough. You can hear the shots. There's sting in it, but not one punch knockout power or whatever the case may be. So they're both in for a hard fight tonight.
Well, given how vulnerable to some of those shots Arnold was actually in the first 3 rounds, he goes over.
2,
what a
3,
turning point.
4, 5, 6.
Arnold does find a shot, one of the most important shots he's ever thrown in his career.
Most definitely.
Webber-Kane's okay. I think Webber-Kane has got more of a problem mentally than physically right now, because he was so good for a large part of this fight, but now it seems Arnold is taking over.
He is, and he's probably thinking to himself, how has he managed to take all that and come back? How has he still got more in the tank? But like I said before, Arnold's shown a lot of character here, and it's good to see he's made for a really, really, really great fight.
He timed it to the body, that's what happened there.
Yeah, he timed it to the body, he did. Timed it really well.
But in a sense, that really proves to me that maybe Webber-Kane is starting to come second in this fight. Back to it in a moment or two. We're going to head away, even though that this is a big moment for Arnold, certainly. Big moment ahead for Ben Lilley in our next title fight. Here he is.
Ben Lilley, fight night is finally here. Almost time for you to step into the Lion's Den, where you're going to fight for the vacant English and challenge for the Commonwealth Silver Bantamweight title. How are you feeling?
I feel so good. I feel so good. Like the buzz and my mindset and everything. This camp has been absolutely.
So Ben Lilley feels good. We're all really looking forward to that rematch. Who feels good here now? It may well be Frankie Arnold.
Oh, good right hand there from Frankie Arnold.
Webber-Kane on the seat of his pants right at the end of the 8th round. Webber-Kane dominant early on, but now needing more. Arnold has had 3 or 4 really good rounds, but it's championship time here, isn't it? Even over 10 rounds in this particular case, Denzel. And in a sense, we now have a blank sheet of paper, because Arnold has responded so well, levelling up the score surely.
Yep.
It's down to who has got more with 2 to go.
That's it. I think it's on the line. The last 2 rounds are on the line. Whoever wins this can still the fight. Oh, good backhand there from Frankie Arnold. And the momentum right now is of Arnold. Oh, good right hand there.
Yeah, but he did go back in a straight line. He invited that shot, Arnold.
Yeah, he's making just little mistakes. He's
Yes,
making
he is.
that's costing him, you know, the rounds. Look, head up too high. The hands ain't coming back to protect himself. He needs to start coming round.
Suddenly Webber-Kane gets his man where he wants him again. Did Arnold think he'd done enough to take control at the end of the previous round? I don't know. Did Arnold suddenly find his own gas tank running a little bit low? We will never know for sure.
He's probably just getting a little bit too comfortable landing that
Maybe
blow.
so.
He cannot afford that. He cannot afford to get too comfortable.
Webber-Kane comes on strong.
He does. Piling on the pressure again. He's finding that range again. He's closing the gap better than he was in the last few rounds.
Arnold really put a stop to all that, didn't he, from about round 4 with that really sharp left hand in particular. He was catching Webber-Kane on the way in to the point that Webber-Kane started to give ground.
Yep.
But now Webber-Kane is walking through it.
Yeah.
And he wants it. He wants it up close like this. Last 30 seconds of the penultimate round. Been a good response from Webber-Kane. The essence of a fighting man in that sense. Down, maybe a little bit embarrassed about it, wasn't really hurt. Mindset changes, must find more.
That's
Has
it.
done so.
He has. He wants it in the centre of the ring. Arnold needs to just stay focused and just keep moving and keep doing what you're doing, keep boxing.
That was a great response from Webber-Kane.
That was. He wasn't happy with that knockdown and he wanted to kind of level up that round.
What an intriguing contest. It surely is all up to be won and lost here.
Yeah, I think it's all in this last round. It's hard to split them. It's a fight of two halves. The first half you could give to Webber-Kane with the knockdown as well, and then the second half you can give to so far you can give to Arnold with his knockdown as well also. So it's really close. It's really close. I think the last 2 rounds, were what was going to be the decider.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out, 10 and final round.
Cracking contest, captivating stuff both ways. Who's going to go out and grab it?
Oh, good left hand there from Arnold.
Right hand coming back the other way was all right as well. Arnold seemed to stumble.
Hurt. Webber-Kane's piling on the pressure.
Swinging through the arc, he's not bothering to move the feet, is he? He wants to stay here and exert the pressure. Arnold needs to get off the ropes. Another right hand which he swallows. Arnold needs to wake himself up quite urgently. He's looking in a bit of bother here, Denzel, early in this last round, isn't he?
No, he is. I think he needs to tie him up and find a breather somewhere. He can't keep getting caught in these exchanges.
Never seemed to get going at the start of the 9th round after all his good work prior to that, Arnold. And he's taking some big shots here early in the 10th round.
He is. Webber-Kane's finding that distance. He's finding the shots.
Arnold's in trouble.
He's got to move. He's got to move his feet. He's got to move his feet. He's too stationary.
The bootlace has come undone.
That was undone from the last round. They've ignored that to get a bit of breather.
Now that is what I call insight, Mr. Bentley. It always amazes me that the other guy in boxing, unlike football, let me tell you, Denzel, we'd have had arms going everywhere.
Shot.
Protest. Here comes Webber-Kane again, piling it on. There's not going to be a way out this time for Frank Arnold. There's only one way, and that's to fight.
He's got to move his feet.
He's got to move.
There we go. Hold the center and move again.
He just can't get the legs going at all, can he?
He can't. Webber-Kane is just, booting the door down and forcing his way in. He's forcing his way for this win.
Correct.
Like you were saying in the last fight, that winner's mentality. Webber-Kane is showing that right now. He lost a couple rounds back-to-back on the bounce, and the last round he's thinking, I'm not losing this. No matter what happens here, I'm not losing this last round.
And I'm afraid it's something else we spoke about during this fight. The chin is out, the head is up. He's a big, easy target to hit. He can't make himself smaller, and he cannot get the gloves up enough. He's trying it right now, Arnold, but it's not instinctive with him, is it?
It's not. It's not. And even when his hands are up, but they're not defending.
Yes, correct. That's also true. So he's winning this last round at the moment, Webber-Kane, by an absolute landslide.
By a landslide. But Arnold is doing really well to stay in there and even press forward. Showing a lot of character.
Brilliant fight. Living up to all our hopes for it. Two very high quality super featherweights. A champion showing perhaps, a champion in making perhaps, the way Michael Webber-Kane has turned this back in his favour, surely, right at the finish. Absolutely pouring it on. An absolute avalanche has come Arnold's way. Attack after attack, right to the closing moments of this 10th and final round. Webber-Kane on top early, Webber-Kane on top, right to the finish line.
What a fight. Credit to both guys, what a fight.
And as weary as Arnold looked at times in rounds 9 and 10, I've got to say, he is a fit, well-prepared kid, because to me he looks absolutely fine.
No, yeah, he is. He was in great shape for this fight, because you can't take the shots he took and, you know, stand on your feet and give it back if you're not in great shape. So he had a good camp. Credit to his team. Credit to both guys. What a fight that was, man. What a fight that was.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
Here we
give a
go.
round
Let's get
of
to the
applause
decision.
to these two fighters. After 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Chris Jones scores this bout 94 to 94. This bout is a draw.
We have seen a level of performance from both tonight which has probably enhanced their reputations. That was the moment that Webber-Kane touched down.
Yeah, and that's the moment that, yeah.
There were a lot of twists and a lot of turns throughout that fight. That's a way of summing up what we've just seen in the highlights. And now we're going to get the inside view on how both guys have seen it with Kasey.
First of all, that was an incredible fight. I mean, it was almost as if nobody deserved to lose that one. Of course, you've shared the spoils, but I mean, Mikey, we had a bit of everything there. You both put each other down. You gave absolutely everything. I mean, talk to me first about what it was like for you in there.
A fight. That's what we're here for. That's what we train hard for. Obviously, respect the pretty boxers. They can box and move and look slick, but I want to stand and fight people. That's what I want to do. That old school Barrera, Toro Gatto, proper rough styles, and that's what I want to be.
It was a really tough one, that, Frank. I mean, really entertaining for all of us. Again, how was it for you?
Respect to my opponent. He did a great fight, fantastic fight. That's what the fans want. Great fight.
How proud are you to be involved in a fight like that on an occasion like this? This, obviously, venue packed with really passionate support for both of you.
Every boxer wants to be boxing in venues like this, sharing rings of great opponents like Frank, and having proper fights. That's what we're here for. That's what we put our blood, sweat, tears in for weeks on end. That's what all the sacrifices are for, to go in there and put on shows for these amazing people that spend their hard-earned money to watch us.
Absolutely. You've had a difficult journey at times, Frank, having to come back from a heavy defeat. You've got in there and really given a good account of yourself. What's next for both of you? You first, Frank.
I might have set back 2 years ago, but now we're back. Back. But I love the rematch again. But yeah, it's a great fight.
Whatever's there, let our teams talking. You know, we're boxing people. We get in the gym, sacrifice our time and work hard. Our trainers and managers, they set the fights up. We're fighters. We're not going to say no.
And finally, what does it mean in terms of helping your career, being on something like Fight Zone TV and having this platform?
Oh, the opportunity, massive. For the O2, Indigo O2, you can't get any bigger than this.
That's it. You need to be out on these big shows, on those great platforms, getting your fights in front of all them hundreds of people. That's what we do. That's why we do it. We love it. We love it.
Well, you've got to love it, because you're both definitely going to look like you've been in a fight tomorrow. You need to go off and get stitches. You need to get an ice pack. But listen, you should be really proud of yourselves. What an incredible, entertaining fight that was. You gave everything and you both deserved the title, but unfortunately it doesn't work that way. Well done. Can't wait to see you both back out again on Fight Zone TV. Plenty more action on the way. Plenty more titles on the line. Back to ringside with Paul Dempsey. Well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled 10 3-minute rounds for the vacant English title and the Commonwealth Silver Bantamweight title. And now, please welcome to the ring, Lilley. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the champion to the ring, Louie El Gordito Roberts.
Lewis Roberts is a little bit too young to know this, but the spirit of Michael Gomez lives on. He also wins longest ring walk of the night.
Yep, he certainly does. He certainly does. He's building it up. He's built a great fan base here.
But Spencer, to be honest with you, when you put as much work into your costumes as these guys have, you deserve a little moment.
Paul, this is big, mate. This is big. You know, you look at Lewis Roberts, entrance like this with the Mexican hats on. You must be able to fight. You've got to be able to fight, because if you can't,
it's going to be embarrassing.
It's going to be embarrassing.
He can fight, but I tell you what, Michael Gomez could fight.
Yep, he certainly could. And he's really building this one up. Look around the arena in here. People with their Mexican hats on everywhere. And if the last fight between these two is anything to go for, Paul Dempsey, we are in for a real treat.
Yes, so when it eventually gets underway, it will be a rematch of the 10-rounder in September 2023 in Swindon. Roberts beat Lilley over 10. Mark Bates, the referee, scored it 2 points in Roberts' favour. Lilley's first defeat, only defeat, and he's been sore about it ever since. Very brief one. Did you ever fight in the USA against a Hispanic fighter? We had a bit of a pantomime and a show on the way to the ring.
No, unfortunately, I never. I trained over there, sparred over there with a few. Yeah, absolutely. There was a few showdowns in the gyms over there, Mr. Dempsey. That's
well, you wouldn't have stood for any nonsense, I know that.
TM14 Promotions and their proud sponsors, Iligra and Lab
10 rounds, the rematch between Lewis Roberts and Ben Lilley, live on Fight Zone and TalkSport.
Ben Harmsworth and your Commonwealth Supervisor, Debbie Down, and the inspectors ringside, Robert Myatt, Terry Fleming, and Harry McCauley, and your 3 judges scoring ringside, Marcus McDonald, Chris Jones, and Reese Carter, your timekeeper at the bell, Mark Shannon, and the 3rd man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Hugh Russell Jr. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the blue and white. His official weight of 117.3 pounds. He has a record of 6 fights, 1 loss, 1 draw, and 4 wins. Hailing from Cambridgeshire, England, United Kingdom, Ben Lilley! And now, introducing his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the gray and silver. His official weight of 116.8 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 10 wins. Hailing from Swindon, England, United Kingdom, the reigning, the defending Commonwealth Silver Bantamweight Champion, Louis El Gortida Roberts.
Instructions in the changing room, we're going to expect, protect yourselves at all times, obey my commands at all times. Touch gloves.
So final instructions from Hugh Russell Jr., the referee tonight. It's a fight to be judged by 3 judges.
Seconds out, round 1.
A Commonwealth silver title and the English title also on the line as Lewis Roberts and Ben Lilley meet again. Long-awaited rematch, very close first time back in September of 2023 in Swindon. This one in neutral territory in London. Here we are at the Indigo in the O2 Arena complex. fantastic night of boxing. The crowd has been amazing. Everybody's added to the atmosphere, including latterly for the ring walks for this one. But now it's down to business, Spencer. First up, give us an insight, please, Spencer.
Yep.
Hard 10-rounder last time. In the minds of these two guys, is this round 11 or is this a completely different job of work?
No, this is definitely round 11 in the mind of these two guys. Ben Lilley felt he was unlucky not to get anything out of that last contest. It was close, 96-94 in favour of Lewis Roberts. He won it by a couple of points. Ben Lilley wanted the opportunity and he's got it right here. Look at the crowd that he's brought here. He's got big support. Boxing out that southpaw style, stalking forward, and he wants to take off where he left off after that 10th and final round, and he's trying to force the pace here in this opening round. Roberts just doing the right thing of staying on the outside, looking to work the shots, pot the shots, and then move away again, but good cagey start here from Roberts, but Lilley wanting to get down to business.
Roberts in the silver trunks. Now, in terms of the promotional battle, the headline emblazoned across the big screen behind the ring here. Promoters colliding tonight. The promoters in question, Neilson Boxing and TM14 Promotions. They've both done a brilliant job, incidentally. I say that again. But Lewis Roberts from the Neilson camp and Ben Lilley, TM14. And TM14 with that very substantial lead in terms of the match element to this show. We've got to have more of this, incidentally, before we get into the real meat of this fight. This is the way forward, Spencer, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. I totally agree with that, Paul. I think that, you know, competition is always very, very healthy. And like you say, with Neilson Boxing, TM14, you know, putting on these shows and going team spirit between the two really brings out the best in the fighters. Every single one of them wants to win, but ultimately they want their team to win as well.
And even if they don't, nobody has let anybody down tonight.
No, absolutely not. Everyone's given it 110%. It's been very competitive. Every fight has been very competitive. You know, we've got a big fight coming up after this one with Joe Bartell and Jordan Reynolds, which is going to be a real barnstormer, but this has the potential to be a barnstormer as well. The first one they had was Roberts very pleased with himself as he walks back to the corner there, raises his hands to the fans. He feels that he'd done enough to win that round. Ben Lilley was the one stalking forward. Some of the action here in that first round, heads coming dangerously together there. So there you can see the aggressor, Lilley, coming forward, head down. And Roberts doing the better work, probably on the outside, Paul, but stylistically, this one's going to be good.
I think you taught me a long time ago, and some of your professionals from that era, the only problem with being that head-down guy is that you are restricting your own ability to work.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, I think that, you know, fighting like that, coming forward, head down, there's no thought process in what you're doing. You know, you need to, you need shot selection, you need to use your imagination, create the traps, especially against someone, you know, with a boxing IQ of someone like Lewis Roberts, who, you know, he boxes well out of the orthodox stance, he can switch southpaw, utilises the ring very well. It's going to be a tough night for Lilley, that's for sure.
From the outside, Lewis Roberts with the jab. The southpaw Ben Lilley trying perhaps to negate the little height advantage that Lewis Roberts possesses.
Yep, Lilley just needs to move his feet into range and then he needs to let those shots go. But Paul, the single shots are not good enough. Lovely left uppercut there.
Making yourself quite the target. He touched down there. He touched down Lewis Roberts.
Well,
and nowhere, Spencer.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. I think the foot just actually buckled, Paul. That wasn't actually a punch there. It was a weird that he actually got that count. I found that very, very strange. He was the one that actually landed the good uppercut.
And Lilley appeared under pressure, didn't he, in the 20 seconds beforehand? But that's a little question mark now formed in the mind of Lewis Roberts.
Well, it's certainly going to give Ben Lilley the lift that he needed, because I think he was stalking forward, and as I was saying, Paul, he needs to get his feet in range and then not throw the single shots, not look for the big punch, but put the combinations together, because Lewis is the one that's working on the outside, working off the jab, finding the range, and combination punching is winning him the rounds at the moment.
Never know what's coming next in this game, though, Spencer. And what a lift that must be for Ben Lilley. That in the corner, actually, they jumped off their stools.
Yeah, well, that was the boost that they needed. Like I say, Roberts maybe shaded the first round, and the second round was going his way as well. Lilley is the hunter, he is the aggressor coming forward, but tactically he has to get it right. There, he's closed the gap, throws the single shot. That's where he needs to put the shots together in threes and fours. When you close the space, put the punches together.
My goodness me, it's a fantastic atmosphere here inside the Indigo now. Both boys are really well supported.
Nice work again there from Roberts, nice short combination. Working well with a jab, right hands going through as well. Lilley just covering up. This is where Lilley now needs to take the play away from Roberts. He needs to close that gap, but he needs to let the shots go. Single punches are not going to work for him here, because you just feel that Roberts has that smooth boxing style.
Yes.
He's a nice flow and a nice rhythm about what he does.
He had a little look at going southpaw there for a moment as well, didn't he, Lewis Roberts?
Yep, shows that he's oozing confidence in there right now. That was better from Lilley. Nice left hand over the top, looped that over like he was bowling a cricket ball there, didn't he? Landed one on the bell, but I don't think that was enough to take the round for me. Roberts, the better boxing skills, moving on the outside.
What, even accounting for the count itself?
Yeah, because I'm not sure that the judges will score that a knockdown. Let's take a look at this.
Interesting point.
Because let's take a look. He's the one that lands the shots, and he goes back. There was a jab that landed. Look, he landed the uppercut, and we don't get a chance to see it. But I think the legs just buckled. I'm not sure that there was a punch landed. If that's the case, Paul, then I think he still wins the rounds, because I think he won the round, and where it would be a 10-8 round and maybe a 10-8, there you go. Let's take another look there.
Yes.
Let's see if we can see that from another
10
angle.
seconds.
Here we see it again, and there he dips. Nothing landed, and I'm sure the judges may have seen that. He threw a shot, but it didn't seem to land, so it's a very difficult round.
It's a really interesting question, and there's another element to it, and I'm going to pose a question. It's wrong of me because I don't know the answer. I should know the answer, and I apologise. But I thought that the referee had to go to the judges and say that wasn't a knockdown afterwards.
Yeah,
I thought.
Yeah, the referee actually thinks it was a knockdown. So look,
yes.
And let's say that it was a knockdown, but Lewis won the round. Let's score it. Let's go even just for the sake of it. Let's score it at 9-9 rounds. But it'd be interesting to see the way the judges do go with that, because it is a very, very valid point. It was clearly not a knockdown from what I saw. It was more a balance issue. The foot seemed to buckle underneath Roberts, who was having the better of the round. It seemed to give Lilley a little boost, but...
and here's another nuance, and again, I apologise, I can't answer this question, but sometimes it is the case that and we have a Commonwealth supervisor here, that it would be a Commonwealth Council rule rather than a British or English BBBFC rule. We can't answer that for you, folks, I'm sorry, but these are the issues.
Yep, interesting to see how that would have been scored, and perhaps we can get that answer before this contest is through. We'll see if we can work on that. But Lilley again, the aggressor, looking for those big left hands over the top. There, single shot, head down, and better work there from Roberts, who counters nicely. Oh, that was a good shot there that landed again, a balance issue.
Here's the question, Spencer. By whatever means, is Lewis Roberts getting slightly disturbed out of his rhythm here?
Well, I think that Lilley is the guy that's the aggressor. He's come with a game plan, and I think that frustration's not setting in, because he knows that he was maybe going to lose a few rounds, right, and he wants to grind it out, and sort of like that's the way that I think that he sees himself victorious in this one, maybe coming from behind, but grinding it out. For Lewis Roberts, it's all about utilising the rings, using that space, but not getting frustrated, you know, just picking the shots and nicking the rounds. Is he doing that at the moment? I think he's doing a pretty good job, if I'm honest, Roberts. I think he's the one with more fluidity around his work. He's the one that may be landing the more shots, but the more effective shots when they do land like that in Lilley's. They're definitely the harder of the two.
There's a lot of switching going on at the moment for Lewis Roberts. I'm not sure if he's trying to work something out or whether he's boxing to a plan that they told him. You've got to fool this guy a little bit. The problem is, Lilley's right in his face while he's trying to do it.
Yeah, that was good stuff. And Roberts again, the hands go up in the air. He seems very happy with himself. Ben Lilley, persistent pressure there. He was having these successes, wasn't he? Yeah, he was getting the eye-catching shots that were actually landing. And you're right in what you say there, Paul. Like, Roberts is moving around. He's switching from orthodox to southpaw. Looks a little bit unsettled in what he's doing. You know, I'm not sure that that's a game plan or whether he's trying to find some sort of rhythm.
Over in the other corner, Ben Lilley and his people look pretty pleased with themselves. They're making it quite ugly, quite honestly, but that's a compliment, Spencer, isn't it?
Yeah, but totally agree with that. It is a compliment. That's what they've planned to do. They've come here and they've not planned to make this look sexy at all. I think that, you know, I think that stylistically, Lewis Roberts is the guy that has the boxing IQ and likes to have the better flashy skills. But for me, Ben
Look
Lilley.
at the way he started this round. I'm a southpaw, I'm an orthodox. I'm a southpaw again.
Yeah.
Now I'm an orthodox again.
Very, very unpredictable. Let's hope that he's not trying to work it out himself, eh?
For me, the short's enough with that silver band are sexy enough, you know.
Yep, totally.
Snazzy enough. Let's get down to business.
Totally get to that, but when we get into the second half of this contest, he's going to have to get down to business. At some point, he will have to bite down on that gum shield, because Lilley ain't going anywhere. Better work from Ben Lilley there, by the way, putting the shots together for the first time in 2s and 3s, and he got the results.
We're not getting as many frills from Ben Lilley. He's going about his business with a grim purpose. And he's in it, he's in the argument.
Yeah, he certainly is. I think he done well in that last round and maybe shaded the last round. He closed the gap, and when he did close the gap, he landed his shots like that one there.
Yes.
Good left hand over the top again there, Paul.
Lilley took it okay, backs off, regroups, gives himself just a little beat to put himself back together again. But when he's in close with his head down, I just don't know how he's going to get the points on the board, Spencer.
Yeah, he gets in close, and that's where he needs to let him flow and relax and let them shots flow. Drive them up, you know.
We're not seeing that, are we?
We're not seeing that at all, no. He's just winging over that left hand over the top, and that's not going to be enough here, because Roberts is waiting for him to come in, and he's looking to counter-punch with his own short clusters of punches, and it's quite effective. There we see Roberts covering up well, short left hook, little uppercut, and then away again. Foot movement is key here for Roberts.
You mentioned some of these big swinging overarm shots like a cricket bowler. That was a very slow left arm spinner there. It was sailing out into the River Thames, quite honestly. It was so slow I could have caught it.
Well, that really is saying something, Mr. Dempsey.
It really is.
Yeah, well, this fight has definitely taken off from where it left off, hasn't it, from the last contest. There we see again, Robert, some of this is going to be subjective scoring. What you like, do you like the flashy boxing skills, or do you like the brawling type like that, where he's just looking to grind out victory, really, in Lilley?
Frenzied atmosphere here. I think the way this fight is developing, supporters of both guys are saying, yeah, our tactics are working.
Yeah, do you know what, Paul? It's one of these contests, this one. You go like that, and it's what you like. Do you like, you know, the movement of, and the lighter hitting, but more consistency of Lewis Roberts? Or do you like that spit and sawdust type, sprawling style, head on the chest, winging the shots over, and when they do land, yes, it's more effective, but, you know, it is subjective scoring.
Spencer, let's just remind everybody that we've got one more very, very big fight to come. Commonwealth middleweight title limiter, top of the bill. It'll be Jordan Reynolds against Joel Bartell. Here's Bartell.
Joel, not long left before you headline here at the O2 Indigo. How are you feeling?
Yeah, no, I'm feeling great. I'm ready to get warming up and get going.
Obviously, you know, you're going in against Jordan Reynolds. It's a Commonwealth middleweight eliminator. It's a big fight on a big stage. Does that give you extra motivation?
Yeah, no, I'm always motivated, and just gives me someone else to put a little bit extra in for.
So that's still to come. Bartell against Reynolds. We've got two very motivated fighters trying everything, a few tricks of the trade along the way. We've had some good boxing somewhere in the middle of it all.
Yeah, this is always going to be a difficult, tough contest. Stylistically, these two do go well together. You've got the brawler versus the boxer. Lilley felt he was unlucky last time out, and again their big left hand over the top. He's starting to close that gap now, though, isn't he? He's starting to get closer. Roberts needs to keep that head moving. He needs to keep that distance, because that is key for him for victory here for Roberts.
Seeming to settle more into the southpaw style as we're going through these rounds, Lewis Robertson. Goodness me, we're actually nearly at halfway already.
Yep. Nice movement there from Roberts, just switching angles as well.
Now he goes back to the orthodox.
Yep.
And again, the switch.
Constant switching there. Lilley hasn't changed out of that southpaw style.
How would you respond to a man who was doing that?
So, the good uppercut there from Roberts. So basically, what Lilley needs to do is, stylistically, he's got the style to break Roberts down, but what he needs to do is he needs to close the gap and throw volumes of punches. He's got to be more persistent in what he's doing. He's steadily pushing forward, but Roberts is in his comfort zone right now. He's got to take him out of his comfort zone. He has to break the rhythm of Roberts.
That's the view of our former...
Yep, get on his chest and work, work, work. You know, it's got to be educated pressure, of course it has. But when you get up close, you've got to let the combinations go. You can't afford to be just swinging like that, because it's not going to be effective enough.
I hesitated there, so please correct me if I'm wrong. I was about to say our former bantam and super bantam champion. Now, don't sell yourself short. That's why you're in the hot seat tonight.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Long, long time ago, by the way. There again, you saw Lilley. He got himself into the position, but one shot for me is not enough. I think that he has to look to systematically try and break Roberts' heart, and by throwing the single shots, he's not going to do that. For me, Roberts just doing the better of the work at the moment, and maybe just nicking these rounds full.
3 scoring judges, remember, and they'll be forming an overall opinion by this point in the fight. As we hit the midpoint of it, and again, the celebration from Roberts. He's done that basically after every round, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. It's a little bit of kidology, that, just to try and maybe kid the judges. We've got 3 judges at ringside here for this contest because of the Commonwealth, obviously. The vacant English and the Commonwealth silver bantamweight title on the line. So, maybe a little bit of kidology. Some of the action here in the 5th round. And the better of the work for me was Lewis Roberts. He was the one that was just nicking the points on the outside. Ben Lilley stalking forward, the aggressor, coming in low, head low, too low sometimes.
Corners, 10
just
seconds.
winging those left hands over the top, and then want to see him shorten it up, put those shots together.
Seconds out. Round 6.
Into the second half. It's not the most free-flowing fight of the night. It's not the fight that's easiest on the eye, but it's fairly captivating. It's intensely competitive. both guys left that first fight with a lot of baggage. That's basically what we're seeing played out.
Absolutely, and I think, you know what, Paul, we're going to the second half of the contest, and for me, this is now a 5-round fight, not a 10-round fight. This fight is there to be won and lost in these last 5 rounds. Both boys landing good shots there, simultaneously, actually.
Roberts shaded the first one, remember. It went 10 rounds. And the other thing about it, Spencer, it's not so long ago that there's other memories that have been stored up since. They've been thinking about the rematch ever since September the 30th, haven't they, these two?
Absolutely, and it was always going to happen, wasn't it? And we're fortunate now that we have got it. Lovely little uppercut on the inside there from Roberts. Just forced Lilley back onto the back foot. Lilley coming in head low and just looking to grind it out. No thought process in what Lilley's doing right now, though.
They're imploring with him, Lilley's corner. You must throw the left, but it's all off that right hand, isn't it?
Yeah, everything's off the right hand.
He heard the call there because he's thrown one, but one alone, and it was a tentative one, is not going to cut it. Literally cut it.
There you saw Roberts, the one just landing, the, you know, the scoring punches. He's the one that's putting the shots together.
Surely, in the main, that's happening in this fight. Lewis Roberts is doing more consistently convincing work.
Absolutely. He's the one that's sort of like, you know, in these rounds that are going close, he's the one that seems to be stealing them. He's just got his nose in front on my scorecard, winning this round as well. So after 6, I'll have him a couple up, Roberts, and that's just the constant movement and the fluidity of his punches have just been a little better than Lilley's.
The Roberts fans are getting on top, I think, in the crowd here. Perhaps in line with Spencer's assessment, and indeed my own for whatever that's worth, that Roberts is shading it.
Yeah, you just feel there's still a long way to go in this contest with these two, because Ben Lilley's never going to give up. You know, he wants that victory badly, and he'll keep pushing till that final belt. He won't lose heart. Good body shot there from Lilley.
That's what they've been craving, for him to throw the left underneath on the way in.
Yeah, and a good...
Oh, he finds him with the left.
Yeah.
Suddenly it's beginning to fall into place.
Yeah, better work there in the last 15, 20 seconds from Lilley. Not sure it was enough to win the round, but they'll give him a lot of confidence going back to that corner, Paul. As always, Lewis Roberts raising his hands and maybe just doing the better work of the two. Some of the action here in that round 6, we saw there, look, head down, winging away, and there was the lovely short uppercut from Roberts' counter-punch. And that's been the story of this contest, really. The better work really coming on the counter-punch from Lewis Roberts. He's been waiting for Lilley to come in, and sometimes he's been doing it and been very reckless in his approach, and that may have let him down, but he did get success there when switching to the body. Is that now something that he's going to work on? Have the corner spotted that in the Lilley corner? Because that may slow Roberts up somewhat if he starts focusing on that body.
Seconds out, round 7.
Roberts jumps out. Lilley grabs the centre of the ring. Roberts, of course, can box from the outside a bit more capably. And it's all, surely, on Lilley. How much can you improve your output now?
Yep, that's exactly what it is, Paul. I think that, you know, he knows how to close the space. That's for sure. He's moving his feet before punching, which is always a good sign. He's not trying to close that gap with his hands. There's a little shuffle of the feet. He gets himself into the range, but it's then how the execution of the punches are delivered. He needs to get off with the shots. He needs to put them together. There again, Roberts just with a cleaner work. Good counter punch there from Lilley, though. Short right jab.
But Spencer, you know, this round for me is summing up the entire fight. The output is greater from Roberts, and the accuracy, generally speaking, the same.
That's exactly it, Paul, in a nutshell. The output is just higher from Roberts. Accuracy better.
Where Lilley is not losing is on willpower, and he's just refusing to allow himself to yield here. Refusing to be second. He's always trying to send out a message to Lewis Roberts. I'm still here. I'm going to catch up with you, you know. That's what's going on here,
absolutely.
Isn't it?
Relentless pressure from Lilley. Will to win is incredible. 10 out of 10 for all of that.
1, 2,
no knockdown
3,
there.
4,
no,
5,
that's crazy.
6,
that
7,
was absolutely
8.
crazy. I mean, how have they scored that a knockdown? Well, let's give Roberts a complete boost, and that'll go down a 10-8 round, but that is absolutely insane. How can you score that a knockdown?
There's 2 tonight with a question mark against them. I must say, there's people all around us just questioning what we've just witnessed.
Well, yeah, it's all a little bit strange, that is for sure. But let's give Roberts a boost because he's landed a few good shots there. And as expected, walking back to the corner, hands go up in the air, but that has deflated Ben Lilley somewhat. He's slumped down on the chair. He's not happy with that. He's got to forget about that now. Let's take a look at the action. You see it here. Let's see if we can see it as he comes in. No shots landed there, that's for sure. There you see the shot went in and it sort of landed, but he was off balance, wasn't he? There was no, you know, it was no shot output that put him over there. He's going to be bitterly disappointed with that is for sure. And now it's all about how he dusts himself off now in these last 3 rounds, Ben Lilley, because he's got to roll the dice here, Paul. He's got to throw everything and the kitchen sink at this.
Seconds out. Round
Can't relax and admire his own work just yet, Lewis Roberts. Let's be clear about that also. And in strict fairness, we would never question Spencer Oliver's expert opinion after a lifetime in boxing, amateur and pro, but sometimes from the referee's angle, it looks like a slightly different proposition, the actual shot concerned. So we have to say that.
Yep, absolutely. As I say, round 8 of 10 here. He's got 3 rounds now to do it. Ben Lilley, he's just falling behind on my scorecards. He's going to start getting himself into a position that he's going to need a knockout to win. And if I was Lilley, or I was in his corner, I'd say, right, son, now's the time. Make or break. We've got to go for it here. Roll the dice and let the shots go. Take the gamble. Get yourself in a position and throw the shots.
All night long, he's been looking for one really big shot. And the mystery of it, maybe we'll get the chance to explore it later with Stacey Copeland. The mystery of it is Lilley is looking to fight like this, but he's never stopped anybody.
Yeah, he's got one of those styles where he looks to like grind people down, grind people out. Yeah, he looks to grind out the victory, but without that punch power, Paul. So he's adopted that style of coming forward like the aggressor, but for me, he should be putting the shots together when he does that. Yes, it's fan-friendly, but I want to see the shots being put together.
Great point there. Fan-friendly he most certainly is. All his fans are urging him to keep on driving forward. He's giving it everything, we know that.
Yep, you just feel that he's trying to turn the screw here. He's trying to take the play away from Roberts. He's trying to push it, but Roberts has responded well, hasn't he?
Give him space and he's going to look like a good operator, Roberts.
Absolutely. That's exactly what it is. I said you've got to take him out of his comfort zone. You've got to take that play away from him. you know, stylistically, you've got that style to do that, but you're not using your main assets to your full advantage. That's the truth of it. Roberts is boxing really well here. You know, he's keeping that space. He knows where his best assets are, and that's at distance, and he's doing that to his advantage.
Lilley trying for all he's worth.
Lovely shot there from Lilley, landed that one flush. Roberts took that well, to be fair. Still moving around, keeping his shape well, Roberts, working off that jab, the little shots on the inside, and another round in the bank for me. But Lewis Roberts raises his hands as he walks back to the corner, and a slight swelling under that right eye now as well. But he should be pleased with himself. It's been a tough fought contest, pretty much like the first one. The pattern's gone pretty much the same as well, but for me, I don't know about you, Paul, Roberts for me at the moment doing enough to win this one.
Don't know if I'm really qualified to throw my threepence halfpenny on the table, but since you pressed me, I have absolutely got Lewis Roberts fairly well clear.
Corners,
for all the
10
nuances
seconds.
style-wise tonight.
Well, I tell you what, you've got to give these two 10 out of 10 for effort, because they've both given it everything here, haven't they? Lilley never lost that will to win, pushing forward, even though you feel that sometimes it's not going his way. He's made a great contest in this one, and Roberts has kept his shape really well with a consistent pressure from Ben Lilley. Great little contest, this.
But 10 rounds last time, 10 rounds this time. Lewis Roberts, with the confidence that comes from winning, from getting the decision first time round, has fought this fight like he is the boss. And Lilley has adopted that underdog mentality from the very get-go.
Yep, I would have just liked to see Lilley maybe stand up a little bit taller at times. He's leaning over that front foot, coming in low and smothering his own work. He's getting off with that single shot, and I don't think he's in a position to see where he goes from there. He saw it, the 1-2, and he finishes on that left hand, the backhand, but that's where he needs to go again. Phase 1, phase 2, come again. And he's not doing that. See again, head down low, and he's not in the position to be able to let those combinations go.
Most of the left hands that do arrive have got very little power in them, Spencer, because he's off balance throwing it.
Paul, that's exactly what it is. By the time it reaches its destination, it's lost its power because of the position of his body. He's leaning over there, he's bowling it, like I say, like he's bowling a cricket ball, and by the time he gets connection, all the power's gone out of the shot.
The more correct boxer, Lewis Roberts.
Good uppercuts on the inside there from Roberts, double uppercut actually, then switches to the southpaw style.
Maybe he's just trying to prove a little bit more of a point by saying, look how correct I actually am. I'm so correct, I can box both styles equally.
Yep.
You're going to get away with that tonight. Memo for the future, you won't be getting away with it every night.
Absolutely, you know, and I think that if you've got that adaptability, then that is definitely an advantage for you moving forward. But like you say, Paul, some things you'll get away with and some things you won't. With Lilley, he's definitely getting away with it because of the style that Lilley's coming in, bent over, leaning over that front foot, is maybe not as effective as he was hoping for.
Lewis Roberts appears set to coast over the line here. There's been no real change in the pattern, I'm afraid. Ben Lilley trying to the very end for all he's worth. These big swinging shots. The jab has never really been effective enough. It's all been, I'm afraid, a little bit too one-dimensional, and please do not think I disrespect Ben Lilley in any way. That is not the case.
Yeah.
But for him to be a bigger proposition in this bantamweight division, I put it to the former champion, Spencer Oliver, you're going to need more than this.
Absolutely. Listen, Paul, this is all about, you know, this could be the moulding of some fighters. When they go away, they come back, they watch the fight back and go, right, this is what I done wrong. You know, this is what the guys are saying I done wrong. Yeah, actually, I'll take a little bit of that. Yeah, I was bending over my front foot a little bit too much, putting myself off balance. So when I let the left hand go, I weren't in a position to come back with anything else. If he can change that, stand up a little bit taller, come in still, you can still be aggressive, move your feet first, get into range. Don't throw the single shots, put the combinations together. Those slight little tweaks will develop him into a better fighter. Sometimes you go through these early stages of your career, your loss can be more of a benefit than a victory.
Quickly to Jordan Reynolds ahead of his big showdown to top the bill
Jordan,
tonight.
the Wanderer Reynolds. Fight night here at the O2 Indigo, where you'll be boxing as the main event. Neilson, team captain, how are you feeling?
Feel great. No excuses on my side. Best condition I've ever been in my life, and mentally and physically ready to go. Ready to go.
There backstage, Jordan Reynolds and Joel Bartell ahead of their 10-rounder at middleweight. So this is not round 10, this is round 20, Spencer, isn't it?
Yeah.
In the two-fight affair between Lewis Roberts and Ben Lilley.
And it's the 20th competitive, it's another competitive round in those 20 rounds between these two. Good little uppercut there, counter from Roberts. And again, just starting to put the shots together here, Roberts. And for the first time in this contest, we see Ben Lilley on the back foot. But yeah, every single round between these two has been very, very competitive. Crowd-pleasing stuff from both guys. And again there, Roberts just starting to make some ground here or get some distance between these two.
Total commitment from both all the way, but the longer this second fight has played out, Spencer, it begins to seem to me a little bit like the plan tonight Lewis Roberts has had is to break Ben Lilley's heart.
Yeah, totally agree with that. And, you know, Ben Lilley, that will to win has never left him, pushing forward, but now becoming a little bit one-dimensional and a little bit predictable. And Lewis Roberts seems to have worked that out here.
He's just taken a strange route to do it.
Well, he's taken 19 rounds to do it. This is quite a long time in any fighter's career.
Indeed. It can make it harder, of course, as well. And there's still that outside chance that Lilley could throw the shot of his life.
Yeah, love that commitment from Lilley, who's been really entertaining tonight. He really has. He's given the crowds, you know, with the fans, the paying public, you know, a good fight here. But look at this good work here from Roberts now, starting to get through, and you just feel, is Ben Lilley starting to come undone a little bit here because he's getting a little reckless, or is it desperation?
It's desperation, I'd say. A very tough man he is indeed. But it's becoming pretty clear that the plan tonight from Lewis Roberts is to school Ben Lilley.
Whoa,
now
that was the shot
that might change everything. Lilley just refuses to be schooled right to the finish.
Yeah, that rocks Roberts down to the sole of his boots. You saw him momentarily, he gets stunned there.
He was stung by it, all right, Spencer. One more and who knows? 15 seconds, maybe. Time is too short, but he is finding him right to the finish. Ben Lilley might even win this last round with those late shots. Terrific commitment from both. Great respect, of course, between the two of them as they embrace. Lewis Roberts went through the repertoire tonight and then some. From start to finish, Ben Lilley as game as a pebble, fit as a flea, and as determined as anybody I've ever seen, even if he didn't really quite have the tools to get the job done.
Yep, never give up hope, did he? And there it was, that left hand, and you just saw it buzz Lewis Roberts down to the sole of his boots. The corner were urging him on. Desperate measures from the corners. The Ben Lilley corner saying, come on, son, this is your last chance. Go for it, throw it. And to his credit, he'd done it. Lewis Roberts weathered the storm, saw the final bell. What a great contest that was.
It was terrific, and Lewis Roberts in particular has fought very well tonight. But even in that last 30 seconds, there are lessons going forward that perhaps they would do well to heed. Don't take liberties, and I think you need to think about this whole southpaw 1 minute, orthodox the next minute approach, because you're inviting trouble.
Absolutely. Listen, I think it's a learning curve for both of them fighters there. They're going to take a lot away from that. Very competitive rounds, both making fundamental mistakes, and if they want to move forward and progress onto bigger and better things, they'll have to, you know, they'll have to work on that. But I'm sure they have that adaptability. You know, this is all the apprenticeship really before you move on to bigger and better things. This is the development stage. They're putting those, you know, they're putting those rounds in now. This is where they're learning. We've got a guy who's 10-0, who we think's going to go 11-0, against a guy, Ben Lilley, who's only had 6 contests, 4 1-1. You know, you think about it and you go, wow, they're at their baby stages of their careers, the pair of these two. They both potentially have the potential to go on and win bigger and better things.
You know what, I've loved this business. What a privilege in my life to be a tiny, minuscule part of it. But one of the reasons why is what we're seeing right there. 2 mates having a little natter outside the pub. Yes. Amazing, isn't it?
It's lovely.
It's amazing business.
It's absolutely bizarre. When you think about it, you break it down, you get in there, they've been knocking the life out of each other for 10 rounds, then they're the best of mates. Only in boxing.
Go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Marcus McDonald scores the bout 96-93. Judge Chris Jones scores the bout 95-93. Judge Reese Carter scores the bout 95-93. And your winner by unanimous decision, and still the Commonwealth Silver Bantamweight and English Bantamweight champion, Louie El Gortino Roberts.
So Roberts celebrates victory. Ben Lilley takes a great deal from defeat tonight, and one of the reasons is that, much like the first fight, this time with 3 judges again, remember, the cards were close, and somewhere in the middle of it, even in this moment of triumph for Robert Spencer, is there a little lesson? You are leaving it to doubt if you start to, I won't say showboat, but make it a bit more complicated.
Well, do you know what, Paul? Like I said at the beginning of this contest, it's subjective scoring. What are you going for? Is it that rough, tough, grinding it out type style of Ben Lilley, or are you looking for the more fluidity and, you know, the punch selection, shot selection, but maybe not the power of Roberts? But yeah, listen, there's a lot to take from both of these guys. You know, a loss there. Coming out of that one, Ben Lilley now for the 2nd defeat on his career against Roberts, but no disgrace in that. He's put up a brilliant effort in both of those. Like I say, subjective scoring. He'll feel hard done by. The right man won for me, but no disgrace there. Ben Lilley, great little fighter.
So just to explain this, so the first fight, 96-94, 2 in it with 1 scoring judge who was the referee, Mark Bates. Now, because we've got the Commonwealth Silver bantamweight belt involved in this fight tonight, we have 3 scoring judges, but here's the lesson for Roberts and his camp. 2 of those 3 judges again gave it by only 2. So you take 1 round different, could have been a different outcome.
Absolutely, you know, and there was them weird knockdowns in the fight as well. You know, for both of their corners, you don't know the way they're scored. So look, that was a very, very close fight. Very close fight. For me, the right man won, but there's things to be worked on for sure.
Anyway, what he doesn't need to work on is his ring entrance or the fan club, because the people love him, and Stacey's going to speak to him now, and you'll see why. He knows how to dress the part.
Lewis, done the double over Ben. What a fight that was. And you must feel amazing to be stood here now, retaining the belt. But I mean, talk us through that fight. It was unbelievably entertaining, gripping, intriguing. What was it like to be in there?
Yeah, it was one hell of a fight, and it was definitely my toughest fight to date. And Ben really pushed me at points there, and I learned a lot from that.
Well, he came out really fast and explosive. What do you think he brought that was different to your last encounter?
I just think he brought a new mentality, you know. He knew the opportunity he had, and he really put us all into it, and he tested me in a few rounds there. But
I overcome a lot of tough battles in there, and I got through it all.
And it swayed, it ebbed and flowed, but you were slicker, cleaner with your work. What have you been working on to face Ben this time to be a little bit better this time out?
Definitely the exact same as I'm sure Ben has, a complete new mentality and being able to do the consistency. You know, I probably had that in my favour. I was more consistent throughout every single round. When Ben was fading, I was put my foot on the gas a little bit more.
What's next then? Of course, going to bring your manager, Mark Neilson, now. I mean, that was a great performance. What a fight the two of them put on. He's now obviously got the leverage of this title. What are your plans for him?
Yeah, well, he's retained the Commonwealth and he's now the new English champion. So I'm proud of this kid. You know, he's been with Paddy since 6 years old. We've had him since his debut. I've seen him grow as a boxer. I've seen him grow as a man. And what I saw tonight is a more mature Lewis Roberts as well. They've obviously fought before and it was close, but I could see after a couple of rounds there was more menace in his punches. He was hurting him with them body shots. It was touch and go in the first couple of rounds, but I think he then started to take over and start to dominate. But you know, with the bantamweight division at the moment, there's some really big fights ahead. He's Ashley Lane now, British Commonwealth, is one of his sparring partners. You know, and there's some really, really big, interesting fights out there. So he's the English. He's well ranked up in the top 10 now. The next fights are going to be big fights this year.
Last couple of questions and I'll let you go and celebrate. That ring walk was epic. Wearing a Mexican hat, they've got hundreds and hundreds of them behind us here, everybody wearing Mexican hats. It was a pretty incredible ring walk. I mean, talk us through where that theme comes from.
It will come from way back in the gym one day when I was probably no older than 10. I threw on this sombrero because it was just hanging up on one of the ropes. And it just stuck ever since, the name Mal Gordito, the fat mouse. I'm only a little man. I'm not fat, but yeah, it's fun. It's all a bit of fun for the crowd, and they all enjoy it, as you can see.
Well, the fat mouse has certainly done well. El Gordito has more than delivered. How are you going to be celebrating this win?
I'm going to celebrate on the coach home back to Sonny Swindon with all my fans.
Well, listen, it was a great performance, a fantastic fight. Big, exciting nights ahead. Can't wait to see you out again, and well done. And enjoy your trip home and your celebrations. Well done. We've got one more to go, another title on the line, so let's go ringside with Paul Dempsey.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's
Thank you,
time
Stacey.
for
We have
our main
rattled through
event.
this. What a night of boxing. Live on Fight Zone and Talk Sport. And we're keeping up the pace right to the very end. Our 12th and final contest at the top of the bill in this collision of the promoters. And it's a final eliminator for the Commonwealth title. Joel Bartell against Jordan Reynolds. And here we go.
To the ring, Joel Bartell. Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds and for the Commonwealth Middleweight Title Eliminator. This bout is brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing and association with TM14 Promotions and their proud sponsors, Allegra and Ladbrokes. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control, your area representative, Ben Harmsworth, and your Commonwealth supervisor is Debbie Down, and the inspectors ringside, Robert Myatt, Terry Fleming, and Harry McCauley. Your timekeeper at the bell, Mr. John Smith, and the third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Reese Carter, and your 3 judges scoring ringside, Hugh Russell Jr., Marcus McDonald, and Chris Jones. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to all in attendance here at the O2 Indigo, London, England, United Kingdom, and for everyone watching live on Fight Zone and TalkSport, ladies and gentlemen, let's see some thunder! Introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the navy and orange trim. His official weight of 159.6 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 7 wins, and 2 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Luton, England, United Kingdom, Jordan, the Wanderer and his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He is wearing the light brown. His official weight of 160 pounds, bang on. He is also undefeated with 6 wins, and 3 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Guildford, Surrey, England, United Kingdom, introducing Joel Bartell!
Lads, we've had a chat, you know what I expect. Keep it clean, listen to my instructions, and you must defend yourselves at all times. Good luck, lads. Shake hands.
Almost a quiet hush in the Indigo here as we prepare to get underway for this, the top of the bill. There's a lot of expectation. And it's Joel Bartell against Jordan Reynolds. Sparks may fly here, everybody. Live on Fight Zone and TalkSport. There are lots of reasons to believe that this could be spectacular, Spencer.
Yeah.
One of the reasons is because Reynolds fancies himself so strongly, I understand.
Yep, Bartell does as well, Paul. They both sparred together in the past, and they both fancy this job. Somebody's has to go tonight, both undefeated, but both coming in supremely confident here. Reynolds taking centre of the ring straight away. He's looking to get off with the shots, carrying that left hand dangerously low though. Bartell is dangerous with that right hand, so as I say, don't blink, because these two are going to go from it right from this opening bell.
Again, a triumph of matchmaking. That is the big picture here tonight. The mix of the Neilson Boxing and TM14 promotional camps produced a really outstanding card. And this is a Commonwealth middleweight eliminator between 2 men who have got, what, only 13 fights between them, but they're good professionals, and they've been around, and they've certainly put in all the work. And this is the future.
Yeah,
let kids off the leash.
Both guys landing good right hands there. Reynolds landing a good right hand, and again the right hand comes over from Bartell there. Reynolds has to be careful, needs to move that head off the line at the moment, just coming in. No real thought process about what he's doing, Reynolds, holding that left hand out, and he's susceptible to that right hand over the top.
It certainly reddened the right side of his face. Thankfully for him, he wasn't right on the end of it, was he? He got inside the point of the extension of the shot, but Bartell found him good enough. I thought Bartell looked a little bit apprehensive in the build-up tonight, but then again, he is 22. Reynolds has been around a little bit longer at 29, and I just get the impression, your information and others, that Reynolds has had his eye on this job for some time.
Oh, absolutely. Listen, this is a big opportunity for him. Commonwealth middleweight eliminator here, title eliminator, so it's a must-win fight, as you say, for Reynolds, who, yep, he's only 7-0, but he is 29 years of age, so time is ticking on. Joe Bartell's a lot younger than him, so still plenty of time for Bartell, so it's a must-win fight here for Reynolds, really.
Bartell clearly has the ability, but it's been a very rapid progression indeed up to 10-round class. Didn't see it, Spencer, but I like the sound of his win over Jordan Granham, who can be a real hard case opponent. He did that over 6 rounds.
Yep, both guys here just going for it early, aren't they? They're both rolling the dice as early as this first round. Great exchange here towards the end of the round. Reynolds goes back to the corner. Tony Pill, the trainer, and there's a big, big lump appearing on the left side of the head there of Reynolds. Now let's take a look at some of the action in this first round. There we see it. Bartell draws first blood. He lands a good right hand over the top. Reynolds shakes that off, comes back with some good shots of his own, and again a big right hand there from Bartell.
That's a real confidence lift. Very, very well. There have been one or two, and these obviously paint a picture of Reynolds having no problem finding the target, but quite clearly Bartell has got a bit of power and brought it to bear in this opening round.
Absolutely. Listen,
there's
Reynolds,
a little mouse, forgive me, on both sides, right up high, those wide swinging hook come haymakers, found the target on both sides.
Absolutely. Listen, that's a mark of what's to come, I think, with these two. You know, I think that this is not going to be for the faint-hearted, this contest, that's for sure. You know, forget the boxing technique in this one, Paul. This is more of a bar brawl, this one with these two. It's they're both, victory means so much to both of these guys, but they're both similar sort of fighters, as they like to take control of the centre of the ring. They like to be the dominant force in there.
And a tiny little nick on the left corner of the eye for Bartell. He's got Frank Greaves on cuts. That shouldn't be any kind of a problem for a man of his quality to deal with. And there's just a little trickle of blood now coming down the side of the face. And I think Reynolds has seen it and does try to work on it just a little bit.
Yeah, good right hand there from Reynolds, but Bartell answered with one of his own as well. All action here in the second round. Reynolds now just needs to establish that jab, get off with that big right hand there. Bartell felt that one down to the soles of his boots for sure. Took it well, to be fair. Reynolds maybe sensed that he's caught him. Bartell now that cut trickling down the right side of his face. Or sorry, left side of his face. And that's sort of given Reynolds some sort of energy. Reynolds having good success here.
Goodness me, what an electrifying start to this fight tonight. No feeling in whatsoever.
I'll tell you what, Paul, I'm not sure we're going to hear the 10th and final round. That's for sure, not the way these two are fighting. That cut's got worse, isn't it?
I'm afraid it has, quite quickly. And so that's going to be great encouragement to Reynolds. It's hard to know really how bad it is until the end of the round, but there's an obvious visual impact.
Yep, I totally agree with that.
May even have opened it up further during this round, of course.
Yeah, I think it has. It's blood definitely bleeding more out of the side there.
We're about to get spattered in some of it, I think. Referee just had a little look into the eyes of Bartell.
I tell you what, that's quite bad, Paul. That's bleeding quite heavily. Oh!
And he finds him again.
Found a big left hook there, and I tell you what, Reynolds walked onto a left hook there. I don't think you saw that on the inside, but as he was walking in, a short left hook landed and just forced Reynolds to hold.
He does seem to me to be quite an explosive puncher, Joel Bartell. But Reynolds has elected tonight to meet fire with fire right from the start. Most certainly he's had his successes too, and those have been two real cracking rounds.
Yep, really have. Got into some sort of rhythm there. I think that cut really did boost him there. Bartell just seemed to be a little bit flustered from that. He had to go back, regroup, but in the process of doing that, Reynolds may have won the round. I think, you know, that gave him a real energy boost. And let's take a look at some of the action in that second round, see if we can see where that cut actually happened.
See, there was hardly any blood in the first round, just a tiny little nick, but it started to worsen, and maybe when Reynolds sees the blood starting to flow, that's the invitation he needed.
Absolutely, I think it was that combination there, actually. He landed a 1-2, and then he went again, a couple of right hands landed, and I think that's where the damage was done. It was definitely done with a cut, not a punch. Drama there in the first two rounds. What are we going to get here in round 3?
The great Jimmy Tibbs is leading the corner for Bartell. All his know-how might be important tonight. And we got the very esteemed John Charles in the other corner. Boxing royalty around us tonight, Spencer Oliver.
Absolutely. Listen, Jimmy Tibbs has been there, seen it, done it. And Don Charles obviously training Daniel Dubois at the moment. The IBF heavyweight champion of the world, who's got that big fight coming up September 21st against Anthony Joshua. So very experienced corners for both of these guys here.
Another element to this early on, Reynolds, the head, it's always in the line of fire. That's to say, he's letting Bartell know he's not going to give him a minute.
Well, he really fancies this at the moment. Reynolds is holding his feet and he's getting success. Bartell's the one that seems to have lost his shape a little bit here. The cut clearly bothering him. He needs to get himself back together, pause out with a jab there. And Reynolds just seems to be the one up on his toes at the moment, doesn't he?
Let's be clear, Bartell has got a lot of natural ability, but Reynolds has decided that he is going to make him earn it tonight, the hard way.
Big right hand over the top there from Bartell again, and Reynolds soaks it up to his credit, takes it and comes back again, but the will and determination from Reynolds at the moment is eye-catching.
I just wonder, Spencer, to what degree in the build-up to this fight, preparing for this opponent, they've said to Reynolds, look, he's had it mostly.
Big right hand there, Paul, he's stunned Reynolds down to the sole of his boots.
Reynolds
he just rocked there.
Reynolds responds, but Bartell shows his ability again.
Bartell's just cocking that right hand, he's waiting to let that go again. That's where he's getting success, Reynolds. Got to be careful after that jab. We need to see him moving off that line, moving the head, because again there, right hand lands flush on the side of the head of Reynolds. He needs to defensively tighten that left side up.
Bartell's just asking Reynolds to just reach for him a little bit, as Bartell's... Yes, he has. I was about to ask if he's just casing him for another big right hand, and he duly delivered it.
Absolutely, he's just cocking that shot there, isn't he? He's worked out, just hold my ground, let Reynolds come on. Reynolds will throw the jab on the right hand and I'll counter punch. Reynolds looking a little bit ragged now. It's his turn to start looking like it's coming apart a little bit. A little bit of frustration maybe coming in. Hands down low, not sure that's the right tactics there from Jordan Reynolds.
He in turn is trying to draw him on. A little look to the corner, Bartell. Both men under pressure. What a terrific fight this is. It's living up to all the expectations for it.
Yep, really is, isn't it? I mean, some of the action there in the third round there. We see the right hand flush on the chin of Jordan Reynolds. Rocked him down the soles of the boots. Look at the legs there, are doing a little Elvis dance. He definitely felt that one. And again, just waiting for it. Look at him cocking the hand there. Bartell just waiting for Reynolds to draw. Now what Reynolds needs to do is he needs to set the traps. He needs to feint. He needs to draw the lead of Bartell and then come again. You know, he can't just roll the dice and no thought process in what he's doing. because he's going to get caught with that and he's going to pay the price for it.
In terms of tactics, it's fairly well established. Bartell is looking to land the big right hand. Reynolds believes that he's maybe got a bit more in terms of experience in the bank, and he can bank upon that by drawing Bartell onto something. But the problem Reynolds has got is that he is always in the line of fire, and this kid Bartell can fire.
Yep. That was good work there from Reynolds to the body. But I'd just like to see a little bit more creativity. You know, he's a little bit reckless in what he's doing here. Reynolds is pushing forward, no head movement, and he's just looking to be explosive. But at this level, you will get found out and you'll pay the price. You know, Bartell is a clever boxer himself. He's worked it out. He's holding his ground. He's carrying his left hand down, cocking his left hand down, just waiting for Reynolds to come in so he can let that right hand go.
Lovely couple of jabs there from Bartell, who's beginning to show, Spencer's mentioned it, the boxing skills. Here we are in the 4th round. It's been a real turf war, hasn't it, for the first 3?
Absolutely. Listen, we expected that. I think that 2nd round, Bartell picked up that cut and he lost his way a little bit there. It seemed to have affected him, but he's regrouped, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's got himself back together, he's got his shape back together, and more importantly, he's got his confidence back together. Lovely uppercut landed there after the right hand missed from Bartell, and there's a spring in his step now, isn't there?
Getting into his rhythm, he's outboxing Reynolds suddenly. Reynolds certainly has had his successes, but maybe he was a little bit premature in saying to himself, I'm going to put manners on the kid. The kid's got ability.
Yep, he certainly has. Oh, uppercut there, and Reynolds comes back with a big right hand of his own. Blow for blow here.
But up and down, Bartell is demonstrating good hands and a very accurate punch delivery.
Yeah, he is.
Reynolds is struggling just a little bit to cope with that. Occasional successes, yes, still for Reynolds.
Yeah, Reynolds getting good success to the body there. Pushing forward, trying to grind it out here, Reynolds, isn't he? And it's becoming a mental battle as much as a physical battle in there right now.
And Spencer, we're only approaching the end of the 4th. How hard could this get?
Well, trust me, it will become very, very tough when the physicalities leave both these guys and it becomes a psychological battle. It's going to be about who wants it most, and both guys have got a will to win. This means so much to both guys, Jordan Reynolds especially. You know, at this stage of his career, he needs a win here.
Yes, interesting aspect to it. At 29, this would count as a big breakthrough moment for Reynolds, wouldn't it? It's a different story for Bartell. Any prospect can lose a good fight, but he's not losing it. He's boxed brilliantly in this round and he's finishing it well.
Yeah, both guys landing simultaneously with right hands there. Reynolds took it well, Bartell took it well. Reynolds come back with a jab. Let's take a look at some of the action there in that 4th round. That was the good body shot, just seemed to stun Bartell on the ropes. He definitely felt that one. You saw him bending over. A little nod of appreciation as well, and then comes back. Both guys landing simultaneously with shots there. This is good work from both guys, and this really tells you how this contest has been right from the opening bell. Both guys trading blow for blow. Reynolds having some good success there in that 4th round, maybe doing enough to win the round. Nothing in this one, Paul, that's for sure.
No, I know that. They believe in the way they're doing it in that Jordan Reynolds corner. It's a bit risky. Bartell starting to show his undoubted quality. But if you're never going to be prepared to take a risk, you can't win a fight like this. You can't make that big step.
No, absolutely not. I think that, you know, this is a crossroads fight for both these guys, and you get to this stage in your career, you know, you have to go through these sort of fights. Every fighter goes through those 50-50s. Not saying that the loser has nowhere to go. The loser just goes back, he regroups and he tries to rebuild again, but you know, for the winner here, there's a lot on the line. This is an eliminator for the middleweight, Commonwealth middleweight title. Who's the Commonwealth champion? Hamzah Shiraz.
Yes, that's
Hamzah
the level
Shiraz,
we're talking about.
You know, he's boxing out there in Saudi Arabia. He's got the big fight for the European title coming up against Tyler Denny. That's where you're talking, Paul, for the winner of this.
Correct. Bartell gives a bit of ground. Reynolds is not easy to discourage. And he is
Good
first
left
to
hook
fire.
there.
Yeah.
Good left hook, and that just forced Bartell to blink there. That was a lovely little shot. Good attack to the body as well. And now it's Reynolds' turn to get success.
And to box a bit more. And I think that they were saying that to him in the corner there, you know, between the rounds. Look, you can box as well. Box with him. Found him underneath to the body a few times.
Absolutely. Listen, the boxing ability is there with Jordan Reynolds. He's been boxing since he was a 10-year-old kid. He boxed in the GB squad. You know, he has the credentials to be able to box. Don't just think it's all about fighting. Put your ego to one side. Go in there and stick to what you do.
Pace is different, isn't it, in this round? And one might say that's because they put a lot into it. But there's also a change in the strategy, it seems to me, from Reynolds' point of view, and it's working for him a bit.
Absolutely, he's using those boxing skills, and that's important, you know, and I think the pace had to change.
Yeah.
It was too fast for two big guys like this to be boxing at that sort of pace.
Reynolds is countering a bit more, and he looks good doing it, doesn't he?
He's definitely finding more success here, Reynolds. At range, he's using his boxing ability now. He's gone back to the brawling again. Can't help himself, can he?
No, I know. But Bartels is yet to get going in this round.
Yeah, it's a good round, this, for Reynolds.
He's proving now, Reynolds, to be much more than a one-dimensional, all-out attacking fighter.
Body shots working as well there for Reynolds. Bartell felt those.
Yes.
Left hook went in, then the right hook, and you just saw a wince on his face there, Bartell. He doesn't like that.
Bartell brilliant in flashes in rounds 3 and 4. Obviously very destructive. But Reynolds has been much more mobile, shown much more versatility in this round. Borne out by what Spencer's telling us about his background. And he's showing that now.
Yep, absolutely. He's showing us a little bit of the boxing skills that took him to so many amateur titles back in the day. Let's take a look at some of the action in the 5th round. Bartell landing with a good right hand there, but Reynolds coming straight back, and that's where he's effective, Reynolds. You see the body shots going in, left hook down the side.
Bartell's lost his rhythm a little bit there, Spencer, didn't he?
Yeah, he certainly did. You know, it was a good round for Jordan Reynolds, and you're right in what you say, Paul. I think it was all about getting back to your boxing, you know, forgetting the egos, forgetting that just fighting with your heart on your sleeve, reckless, going in there, throwing everything and the kitchen sink. Guess what? There's levels to this game, and you get found out when you're doing that. Use your boxing IQ, use your boxing brain. There'll be a time when you can throw the kitchen sink, but don't just gamble on it.
I think he lives in a house with 2 kitchens, because he started by throwing 1 kitchen sink, didn't he, tonight, Reynolds? However, he can box, and he's shown that, Spencer. You know that, because you've seen him in the gym so often. And now the question is, Joel Bartell, over to you. Bartell comes on strong.
Yeah, lovely.
At the start of this round. What a terrific fight this is.
Really is, and a chopping right hand there from Bartell. Reynolds took that shot very, very well.
Weren't seeing this, though, were we, in the first 3 rounds from Reynolds tonight?
Well, he needed to do it, to be fair. He needed to get back to his boxing. I think that was always going to be important. Right hand over the top again for Bartell. That's where he's getting success, isn't he? But Reynolds, yeah, for me, I think he needs to establish everything behind that jab. Once you find the range with the jab, let your combinations go. You know, don't worry about just throwing the right hand and getting hit with a right hand as you come in.
Absolutely. Bartell's corner are just telling him to tidy it up a little bit. I get that.
Yep, totally understand that. He's just holding his feet. Oh, big right hand again there from Bartell. He's had a good round here, Bartell, to be fair. Both guys are definitely feeling the pace. Reynolds again with success to the body. But both guys will be feeling this now.
Here we are, more than halfway through the 6th round of 10, and that's really the first little spell where both fighters have just paused to consider the state of the battle.
Yep, big right hand there. Jordan Reynolds again felt that one, just hold his feet, left hook goes in as well. Reynolds starting to feel this. He's biting down as he normally does, Reynolds, but he's starting to look a little sluggish, and Bartell sensing he may be just starting to get a hold of this.
Reynolds mouthed the word "come on" then to Bartell, and in professional boxing terms, that's normally a sign that the fighter saying it is under a bit of pressure. It's an act of defiance, Spencer, isn't it?
Yep, it certainly is. It's been a good round for Joe Bartell here. He's landing some good shots. The pace just slowed down a little bit, and rightly so. I mean, these guys have been throwing everything from the opening bell. Reynolds looking for that big right hand of his own now. He needs something big, and he got it there. Landed the shot. Good work there from Reynolds. Good left hook landed. Bartell wave him in.
Trying to claim the round right at the end of it. He knew the end of the round was upon us. Nice way to finish. Makes you feel better back on your stool, but Bartell produced a lot of good work in the bulk of that round, I think.
Yep, certainly did. And let's take a look at some of the action in that round there. We see Bartell forcing Reynolds on the ropes, landing some good shots, chopping right hand, went in there as well. Reynolds again just soaking up that right hand. Left hook goes into the body as well, and Reynolds really felt that one right down to the soles of his boots. A nod of appreciation, which basically tells your opponent,
exactly.
Yeah, you got me there, mate, you hurt me there. You know, I think that's an instinctive thing that a fighter does, but probably the worst thing you can do, because if you're looking to give your opponent any sort of energy, give him a nod of appreciation, give him a little smile, then you know you hurt him.
Take us out to round 7.
It has ebbed and flowed. It's an absolutely compelling middleweight 10-rounder. An eliminator for the Commonwealth title, laterally held by one of the top men in the whole world right now, Hamzah Shiraz, who beat Liam Williams, another former world champion, lest we forget, Felix Cashin, our own Denzel Bentley, long ago, Billy Joe Saunders, Darren Barker over the last few years. It's that kind of quality. Joel Bartell, a newcomer at the age of 22, to be mentioned in the same breath. Jordan Reynolds has served his time as a pro, even if he hasn't racked up 25 fights in so doing. But Reynolds attempts tonight to maybe old man out of Bartell, out of the victory in this fight tonight. That has failed. So credit to Reynolds, he's reverted to other means, trying to box with Bartell.
Yeah,
he's had success so doing, but he has not negated the power of Bartell yet.
Absolutely, I totally agree with that, and no one's really got a foothold of this contest. For me, I'm looking at my scorecard, probably got it 3 rounds apiece. This is a 3-round fight for me now, 4-round fight, sorry, for me now. You know, who can establish themselves in these last 4 rounds possibly wins this contest. It's been action, swinging one way, then the other. You know, it's all about grit, determination, will to win, boxing ability, and they've used everything in there so far.
They're finding out plenty more about themselves. That's the most important thing in one sense for the rest of their career tonight. They've both been asked to go where they've never really been before.
Yep, character building fight this one for both guys. We find out a lot more about both of their characters here.
The pace most certainly is a little bit more staccato than in the early rounds, where led by Reynolds, who came out all guns blazing. They both put the foot down early on.
I think the pace was inevitably going to slow, wasn't it? It was always going to slow, because they went off, rolled the dice right from the opening bell.
And you're right, the question at that time, could they possibly go 10 at that pace? It was compelling stuff, I must say. But the answer was no, they couldn't. And they both now know that. But who's going to win it? Pick 'em.
Well, listen, Paul, this now becomes a battle of the minds here because both guys, you know, the physical side's done, you know, the lactic acid will be burning. They're both feeling very tired and it becomes a mental battle in there. Who wants it the most? You hit me with 2, I'll hit you with 3. You know, forget about the technical side of things now. This is a mental battle.
Reynolds gives ground. Bartell looking to finish this round strongly.
Well, difficult round to score that one.
That's putting it mildly, Spencer.
Absolutely, both guys having their successes. No one really stamping their authority in the round. Let's take a look at some of the action. This has been the story of the contest. If anyone's just starting to tune in here for this fight, anyone just switching on, it's been an absolute barnstormer. Good work there from Reynolds and maybe doing enough of that cleaner work in that round to nick it, and he's maybe just having his nose in front here, Reynolds. But like I say, a lot of this will be subjective scoring. What do you like? What don't you like? But this could go either way here. 3-round contest going into this 8th. Little wink there from Jordan Reynolds. Just give me a little wink to say, yeah, I'm all right, mate. I'm still very much in this.
There's been a lot of that tonight. And another element to it, this is a Commonwealth administered fight tonight. The Commonwealth Council are the governing body involved, and they have the 3 judges who see different angles of the ring. So they see different angles of some of these shots landing, and it's going to be a fine act of judgment to determine which of these boxers is delivering more accurate and more powerful shots.
Yep, tough fight to call this one, but
really
I tell you what, it is gripping, compelling, sitting here, edge of your seat stuff. Everyone in this arena is fixed on this fight, you know. You just do not know which way this is going to go, and it can turn around in one punch.
I'd say so. It could yet be that kind of a fight. Both have shown the level of their ability. Both have shown they've got a huge future in this middleweight division. Occasional vulnerability defensively for both, something to think about up the road, but the only thought in their minds right now is prevailing against the man in front of them.
Yep, I think the element of excitement in this contest is that vulnerability of both of these two. You know, I think that makes it edge of the seat stuff. I think that's what's so exciting.
Frankie Greaves has done a great job on that left eye of Bartell.
Both just trying to grind it out now, aren't they? Blow for blow, getting a bit reckless. That was reckless stuff there from Reynolds. No thought process into what he was doing. Has to hold his shape a little bit here, Reynolds. Body shots, Bartell, I tell you what, he's been feeling those body shots. One thing is guaranteed, win, lose or draw, he's going to be sore tomorrow, Bartell, around that rib area.
Reynolds had a spell where he was boxing particularly well with a very good shape. He looks a bit too tired to me to actually get himself into that shape, and more, as Spencer Oliver says, it comes next to, right, what have you got in terms of hunger, desire, basic levels of fitness come into play, but most of all, one's mental fitness and desire.
Listen, now I told you this is a psychological battle, and Reynolds at the moment, the physicality is there, he's getting tired and he's coming apart a little bit. There's an air of desperation around his work at the moment. There's no thought process. He needs to go back, regroup, get himself back together, because like I say, this is a mind battle now as well as a physical one.
But absolutely irreducible spirit. That was low.
Shot was low, and he landed a good right hook over the top. Bartell calls him on. He says, come on then, mate, let's get it. Both guys going for it here. What a contest.
Wow. All our viewers on Fight Zone and Talk Sport watching this, you'll be trying to judge it along with our own Spencer Oliver. I'd love to have a viewers poll as to who the viewers think is actually in front. In terms of what they've given to the audience tonight, both are winners, so let's be clear. But the last 2 rounds, if we get through the last 2 rounds, they are going to decide it, because it must be so close.
Well, here it goes. I'm going to throw it out there. After 8 rounds, I've got it 4 rounds apiece. This is a 2-round fight for me. This is where the fight is won and lost. I think that Reynolds has had his success. Bartell's had his success. Reynolds looked like he was coming apart a little bit there. He needs to regroup. He needs to get himself back together, back to the boxing. You know, work everything behind that jab. Let the right hand go. Keep your shape, mate, because that's what you need to do. Bartell fancies it as well. Body shot straight away there from Reynolds.
Spencer, when you've committed like these 2 guys have committed physically, is there, and to further your point about the psychological aspect, as per the marathon runner, you get to the 25-mile mark, you think, well, I'm not stopping now. There's only 1 more to go. I've done 25.
Absolutely.
Is that the territory we're in now?
Absolutely. Listen, they can see the finish line now. 2 rounds to go. You know, you look up, you see the ring girl. She's holding the card. You see her round 8, round 9, round 10. You think, I'm nearly there. You know, if I'm tired, he's got to be tired. If you've left no stone unturned in training, if you're tired, he has to be tired. That's how you win the mental battle.
But if Bartell were to prevail, this rapid rise, just 22 years of age, in his first 10-rounder, a fight as hard as this, the belief will grow that he could be going to the very, very top.
Yep, both guys were supremely confident coming into this one. Reynolds felt like he had his number, Bartell felt he had his number, and they're both going for it. And you know what, I can't separate these 2 at the moment. The only winners here, by the way, are the 2,000-odd people that are in this arena tonight.
Correct. And all our viewers on Fight Zone and TalkSport. Absolute middleweight classic in British terms, even if it's not for a British title belt. And you know what? It could easily, couldn't it? If there's to be a rematch, why not?
Oh, absolutely. You know, I think that this fight warrants that. You know, there should be a meaningful title on the line between these 2, because they give it everything. They put everything on the line here. Look at this stuff. This is old school warrior stuff in there right now. Do you know what these guys are going through mentally? Oh, big shots there from Bartell. And Reynolds felt that the legs have gone stiff. He is fighting on instinct at the moment.
But how hard he's fighting, because he walked forward when many would not have done so, Spencer, there.
Yep, head down. Listen, that kid's got the heart of a lion. Don't worry about that. But he needs to get himself back together. He's in the firing line. He's in the pocket. He's vulnerable at the moment, Reynolds.
Bartell pushes him off to make space to launch another attack.
I tell you what, he's fighting on empty here, Reynolds.
It looks like it, but the gloves come
Big
up.
right hand, and he needed that. And Bartell now is the one looking to hold on. Great shot there from Reynolds.
Here we are with, what, 30-odd seconds left of the penultimate round of the night. The biggest fight of the night produces the hardest fight of the night. And the greatest question of all, who, with confidence, could predict a winner right now?
Well, you just couldn't predict a winner right now. If I'm totally honest, Bartell maybe have nicked this round and maybe just got his nose in front, but I've got to say, Paul, it could easily be the other way. What a fight we have here.
Amazing commitment from both men. And understandably, Reynolds just turned to the referee there and said, I'm sorry, I just actually didn't hear the bell. Nobody heard the bell. The crowd's going crazy. They absolutely love it here tonight.
Well, could this be a one-round shootout? Could this round decide who wins and loses this contest?
Answer, yes.
Absolutely. Look at the action there in that round. Reynolds, big right hand over the top. Bartell bites down on his gum shield, comes back and turns it around and gets Reynolds on the back foot. That's been the story of the contest here. Action has been absolutely insane.
They've got the crowd on their feet. Our DJ in the Indigo is playing his part between the rounds. The great Lilley Holloway booming out between the rounds. Special order from Spencer Oliver for one of his all-time musical heroes. This is boxing heaven.
Well, we have had some fight here. 10th and final round. The bell goes, and this fight for me, Paul Dempsey, can still be won and lost. Where these guys are finding him from, God only knows. They're both on empty right now, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
It's like they're walking through treacle in there. It's like they're punching through treacle as well.
One punch could win it, you know. One punch. And it's amazing that neither guy has touched down, given the quality of a lot of the work.
This has been an absolute barnstormer, it really has. Big right hand there.
Reynolds trying to show the watching world that he can still throw a jab when it counts. For what it's worth, Spencer, I feel there's an even better boxer to come from Joel Bartell up the road.
That was a beautiful right hand from Reynolds there.
It was, and every time Reynolds has found a shot to make Bartell think and stop Bartell from actually going on the offensive. It's been moments of real quality attacking work by Bartell, but he has never ever outboxed Reynolds for very long tonight.
No, he hasn't. As soon as Reynolds lands a shot, Bartell comes back and vice versa. These guys have left it all in the ring here. That's good work from Reynolds behind that jab. Does he need to create a bit of space here, or is it now just roll the dice, go for it, gamble it? 1 minute 20 left on the clock here. No one really taking a hold of this round either. Reynolds pushing forward, maybe just doing enough in the round. I've got to tell you, Paul, this is razor tight, this contest.
It really is, but I'm with you. I think Bartell needs a big finish. And Reynolds is not going to allow him that, Spencer.
No, Reynolds is pushing on. We're inside the final minute, and Reynolds' will to win here is absolutely insane. He's fighting on empty, Paul, nothing left, just mental strength.
Yeah.
Keeps going, keeps pushing on now. He's going for it here, Reynolds.
He carries his burden to the top of the mountain, does Reynolds, but he doesn't pause to admire the view. He's just been irrepressible. Bartell cannot launch the big shots we know he's capable of. He's been trying and trying round after round.
Yeah, both guys now absolutely gassed out. Punched themselves to a standstill, but Reynolds, for me, doing the better in this last round. I've got to tell you, Paul, I can't separate in the crowd here on their feet. They are absolutely loving it. Both guys know we're inside the final 10. Bell goes. What a contest, what a round.
A sensational end to a memorable night of boxing. Talk about promoters colliding. We have had it all here tonight. The cornermen come out and shake in the middle of the ring. The two guys have given their all and more. Both emerge with tremendous credit. Nobody's going to be surprised if they cannot be separated. But as we've said about one or two of the other fighters and contest tonight, and again, I tip my hat to our promoters. Rematch, please. It was that good.
Listen, I think we have to see it again. I mean, I couldn't separate them on my scorecard. I had it all levels. Jordan Reynolds thinks he's won. Bartell thinks he's won. I scored it all level on the scorecard. It was absolutely insane. What a fight. What a contest there. It's a very, very difficult one to call there. Very, very difficult.
Spencer, be honest with us. I know you thought it could be really good. Did that actually surpass your expectations?
Oh, far surpassed my expectations there. You know, I knew it was going to be good. I knew it was going to be good.
Frankie Greasy just looking out over the rope at us going, what do you think? My answer, not for the first time in my life, is I don't know.
Listen, Jordan Reynolds just looked down at me and said, what do you reckon? I said, I don't know, mate. I really don't know. It's one of those.
It's one occasion for me.
Please give a round of applause.
Well, that is actually the point. They both emerge with such credit. Such credit.
After 10 rounds of boxing, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Hugh Russell Jr. scores the bout 96 to 94. Judge Marcus McDonald and Chris Jones both scored about 97 to 93. And your winner by unanimous decision, Jordan the Wanderer Reynolds!
Reynolds gets it. Reynolds gets the biggest win of his career. He has earned it.
He certainly has. You know what? He grinded it out. He pushed it there. Into the final couple of rounds, he bit down on his gum shield. He was fighting on empty, and he pushed it. Boy, he pushed it. Deserved victory there from Jordan Reynolds. I know what this means to him. I know how much he put into that training camp, and you could see that. Both guys there, I salute them both if I'm totally honest. What a performance from both guys. You can see what it meant to Joel Bartell. He's terribly upset.
Listen, he's a young man and he's got a great deal of ability, and he showed his ability, especially in the early stages. Maybe when they go and look at it again, they'll say we could have perhaps boxed our way a little bit more into the action. But Reynolds was simply irrepressible, and may never, Spencer, may never find that will again. That's one thing that is for the future. Other than that, it could be the launch pad for Jordan Reynolds.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, it's all about, you know, I think for Reynolds now, that's definitely a launch pad for him, for Joel Bartell. It's about going back to the drawing board, regrouping, working on the stuff that didn't go your way. I think that's what he definitely needs to do. But listen, they're both winners tonight. That's for sure.
Correct.
They're both winners tonight. Yes, Jordan Reynolds gets the opportunity now. He kicks on, he puts himself up there. But it's not the end of the road for Bartell. It's how he comes back there. He entertained the fans that that were watching on TalkSport, the fans that were watching on Fight Zone, and more importantly, the fans that were turned out here tonight. What an incredible fight! What an incredible performance from both men.
Reynolds is enjoying every moment, as he is well entitled to do.
Great fight, mate. I couldn't separate them. I had it level. Look at the action, man. Look, I was going one way. But he grinded it out. He grinded it out.
Stacey Copeland has come down to join us here at ringside.
Tough fight.
And we're going to have a word with our winner, but deservedly, he is taking every single second in there. Stacey, intrepid as ever, she is going to the winner rather than the other way around. The perfect boxing ending to a brilliant evening. Fight Zone and TalkSport one more time over to Stacey Copeland.
Jordan, that was an absolutely incredible contest. It's tragic in a sense that was an eliminator and there wasn't a title on the line, but tell us what it was like to be in there. You needed a strong stomach just to watch it. We were all tired at ringside. What was it like for you?
Yeah, listen, I got caught up a little bit, but listen, when you come from the mud, when you come from the trenches, you dig in. Do you know what I mean? So I had to go to another little dark place, but listen, we're comfortable being uncomfortable, and we got the win. We moved. Listen, I need to get signed now. Everyone doubts me. Do you know what I mean? Forever doubted, and we always get there. So yeah, big end of the year now. Can't win a Commonwealth title. So yeah.
Do you feel like you've got a point to prove in that sense?
Do you know what? Listen, I'm always trying to be the best version of myself. Yeah, I don't compare myself to no others, but it's fucking my time now. Do you know what I mean? I fucking turn up every day at the gym. I do the groundwork. I fucking deserve a little break. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, man, we keep pushing. We keep aspiring and making the people proud. That's what it's about for me.
Well, you showed so much in there. I mean, every element. Well, you showed those heavy-handed shots that you had, those studding shots that were landing clean. You showed your technical ability, but also that grit and heart as well.
Yeah, man, I tick the boxes. I can do everything, man. And like, the better they are, you know, who's against me, the better I perform. Tony Pill has changed my life, as in like he's done wonders for me, mate. Because I was like, most of my fights I've been half-hearted, really, and he's really fucking made me find. Listen, people don't see, but I've had fucking I turned pro, brain scares, front teeth knocked out. Fucking I can't straighten my arm. I've got arthritis. I'm in pain every day. 2 tendon distal ruptured. Do you know what I mean? Sciatica and back. I'm fucking in pain every day, yeah. And I push through. Like I deserve a little fucking breakthrough.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Let's just bring in Matt Neilson here. I mean, that was an absolutely unbelievable fight. It had an element of everything, but the grit, the heart, the determination, we were gripped at ringside.
Yeah, I think the whole place was. You know, we got nearly 3,000 people in here, and you couldn't have picked a better main event. Two tough guys giving everything, some big shots going back and forth. Credit to Jordan coming away with a win on that. You know, I thought it was close. He was asking me at the end, have I got it, have I got it? I mean, it was difficult to call.
When you well won that.
Yeah, it was really tough. Now, at the moment, of course, that was the eliminator for the middleweight Commonwealth title. Hamzah Shiraz is the current holder. He fights Tyler Denny to defend that belt and the European title. Should he win that, he may well progress to world title opportunities, then vacate. What would the plan be here?
Well, you know, I threw up to his manager, Tony Pill was just over there, but obviously he's got big plans for him. But me as a promoter to have him on this show as a main event, very proud of that. He's the calibre is there, isn't it? He's in some big fights next. He should be going up there for some British and Commonwealth and stepping up on the big platforms, fighting for some really big fights. He's got the pedigree we all know about, and he's proved it tonight.
Can you enjoy this? Because I know you said you feel you got a point to prove it. You're doing it the hard way. It's been a tough journey. You've explained that, you know, the physical and mental side of it. Can you enjoy a moment like this, though?
This is just a stepping stone. You understand? Listen, you can't be satisfied. I've got a long way to go. Do you know what I mean? Like, this is like, I'm comfortable being uncomfortable. Honestly, this is just we keep pushing. I'm look, fucking I'm headlining O2. Unbelievable. Missy was going, you're headlining O2. I said, yeah, sweet, but do you know what? Like, I ain't where I should be yet. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm aiming high.
Last then, what?
Legends, honestly.
Absolutely, yeah.
Good fucking people. It's what this game is about. Good
Boxing's full of them. It certainly is. It didn't have that reputation, but it absolutely is. We can all testify to that. Last question then: how are you going to be relaxing, celebrating, whatever word is right for you after this to take that break that you need?
Man, going back to the hotel and chill out. I'm back on the graph tomorrow, mate. You understand, bro? Oh, I'm coming. I want to be free, mate. Financial free. You know what I mean? I'm back on the graph, mate. Ain't no rest. I'm back to work, mate. Fair enough, I was making 50 grand, 100 grand on that, mate. Listen, I'm back on the graph, mate.
Well, listen, that was an unbelievable performance from both of you. Well done to Joel as well, of course. It takes two, but what an amazing, entertaining fight. A testament to both of you. That was incredible. What a way to wrap things up. Let's finish off by going to Paul Dempsey at ringside.
Stacey, thank you very much indeed. Anybody offended by the industrial language, we will just say sorry on behalf of anybody offended by that, but I think one who would understand the intensity of the occasion tonight. Spencer Oliver, a brief last word from you about what we've seen.
Yep, absolutely sensational. Love the whole team aspect, you know, the team spirit there. TM14, Neilson Boxing going head to head, and we saw the 50-50 fights, which was always brilliant, and I think that last fight more than lived up to expectations.
And you never let us down, my old buddy, Spencer Oliver. Thanks also to Denzel Bentley. Johnny Nelson has been on the platform as well tonight, I understand. Stacey Copeland doing an amazing job. The biggest salute of the night goes to the two promoters. This is the future of boxing, the 5v5 in Saudi Arabia. This here tonight in the O2 complex. TM14 against Neilson. It's edged by TM14. Both sets of promoters did a brilliant job. My thanks to everybody who's helped put this to the air on TalkSport and Fight Zone. Thank you everybody for watching. Some memorable action, and we're all looking forward to doing it again very soon. And from the Indigo, from me, Paul Dempsey, it's time to sign off with our thanks and say goodnight.